Okay. Anyway, Luigi Mangione cosplay. That's so funny. I like that he owns this now. What does Foolish say about gaming with me? You missed what Foolish says about gaming with you? Oh, let's see. Let's hear it.
Hasan, I'm excited to play again. The first and last time we played, we did like 2 customs.
Wait, guys, we have
shit on it,
Wait,
and then it was over.
Bogor's not going to be tanking, right?
I don't have to. I will play whatever you get.
Usually, Foolish tanks.
Oh yeah, I could tank.
I would just run it down on the human vape.
Right, I just said that he deafened.
Oh wait, no, can I try?
As soon as I said that to
I will allow
Hasan.
it. I will allow it.
Like before I started that sentence at the worst time.
Okay, so just to be clear, like we ain't trying to win here, is what I'm.
I didn't hear him saying that.
What do you mean?
It's true though. We got pounced on. I was really bad, and I still am really bad. But sometimes I'm good. Gaming is fun. Gaming with friends is fun, and I will continue doing it regardless. Anyway, folks. Personal news. End of the broadcast last night. I'm realizing I'm so goddamn predictable. I know. But I played some Kingdom Come last night, and we were coming. At least the people that were here. The people that remained. And we all came together. It was great. We had some Hell Gussie. You know? It's pretty fire overall. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Hype Train level 3 achieved. Congratulations. Anyway, rate it? I can't rate it yet, but it's really good. The Mormon Sphinx Garden was lit. Yeah. Oh, you guys watched the latest episode of the Fear and Pod? Hell yeah. Hopefully you guys liked it. How woke is it on a scale of 1 to 10? It's so woke. You should try Avowed next. I have been. I played it before it even released. But in any case, folks, personal news wise, end of the broadcast, and what did I do? Nothing. I took Kaya out on a long walk because I wanted to make sure that she got her energy out. I started watching Kuroko no Basket, okay, which is a basketball anime. And I'm just so into anime right now. I got anime brain. I got anime on the mind. Probably not good, but Kuroko mentioned, yeah, I watched it and I liked it. Is that the boy love one? All sports anime are boy love. So in any case, that's where we're at. Went to bed. Kaya's been sick. Unfortunately, she had an accident. You a capitalistic behenchod for this on a Saturday? Okay. Yeah, Kaya pooped in my shower last night. She got diarrhea butt. But she's gonna be all right. She's fine now, as you can tell, because this entire morning she was running around and being a menace. I live in Utah and seen you at the airport. You looked mad as hell. That's funny. I think I have resting bitch face, honestly. Yeah, she had the poopy butt. Last night. It's fine. It wasn't fine because I had to clean it up, but it was definitely not great. Reminded me of the early days of her puppy days, basically. Did you see any parallels between heliocentrics and orbs and being a socialist today? Yes, of course. I did. Many parallels. Did you receive the golden plates? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about. But no, I didn't waffle stomp it. I had to. No, she didn't actually shit directly in the shower. What is this? but it's fine. I had to clean it up. Anyway, yeah, you don't waffle stomp. That's not real. Anyway, why is stream small? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, woke up this morning, played basketball, but of course, as is the case, like I'm waiting for the implant, and that takes a long time. I'm waiting for the implants, and that takes a long time. And when, but in that process, like, there's, you know, I had some screws put in, right? And whenever I go to the dentist, my dentist is like, yeah, you got to take antibiotics. And this man is pumping me full of antibiotics. So, basically, yeah, my crown broke, chatters. Yes. So I had to get an implant. And, for that reason, I just like, especially because the implants are in the top, I need to, like it immediately cooks my sinuses. It cooks my sinuses. It's terrible. Like, as you can probably tell, do you grind your teeth? Yeah, apparently I'm a big teeth grinder too. So hold your head up, King. Your crown is falling. Yeah. Are you playing with Jason in the 3v3? Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting fake titties put in. Veneers. Oh my God, I've had veneers put in. I want to get, like, I've thought about getting veneers, but I'm so scared because I feel like, well, one, I don't know how to smile, and my teeth aren't that bad in general. Like, well, I just don't know how to smile. So I feel like when people get veneers, it's like they go crazy with it. And the veneers that they get, like, it's like Drewskis, right? Like, it just basically makes you it blinds you. But I also am scared because I didn't understand how veneers work. But from what I understand, they literally like shave your teeth and then just like slam like a white coat on top of it. It's fine. You can admit it to us, dude. The coke addiction is getting out of hand. Would explain the night sweats too. Yeah. You don't clean your teeth? Yes, I do. What are you talking about? Since you don't clean your teeth, your veneers will rot out of your mouth. What? What? Chatters are so funny. Where, like, no, in terms of getting my, like, actual teeth cleaning, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that more frequently for sure because it feels so awesome. They do. That's why you don't need them. They turn your real teeth into nubs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's true. You have notorious dirty teeth, man. Yeah, no, it's true, man. But yeah, I'm not getting veneers. Anyway, I'm not getting veneers, but you know, I've thought about it before, but it's just like it's too much. Don't get veneers, get add-ons that can be glued to your teeth. They'll fall off periodically, but cheap to put back on. And in the event of an apocalypse, you'll have normal sized teeth, lol. Yeah, my teeth are fine. I don't need to get veneers. I'm just saying, like, I don't use, I've never used like Invisalign either. I've never used the Invisalign either, but like my bottom teeth, look, they're kind of fucked up. Like, I've always had like bottom teeth that are a little fucked up. I don't really care about it overall. Like, I don't give a shit. I feel like imperfections like that make you prettier in some ways. But yeah. Anyway, I just fuck, man. It's annoying. It's just annoying to have to do all this stuff. And I put it on for so long. I put it off for so long. And I finally did it, and it's just been a long process. It's been a long ass journey, you know what I mean? And it's it's just every time there's like any work in that area, it just immediately fucks my sinuses up. I hate it. Teeth cleaning hurts when I do it. I remember you said you get numbed up for cleaning. I've never heard of that, but I would like it. Yeah, they numb my shit up. It was awesome though. I love teeth cleaning, and I very, very, very much recommend it. I recommend it for all if you have the money. It's fire. Teeth cleaning is dope. It's so goddamn liberating when you it's so liberating when you hold on. It's so dumb. That meme is so stupid. It's so liberating when you can just like do this, like push air through the hole pockets in between your teeth. I don't know what they're called, and it's amazing. It's so much. It's like the ultimate flossing, because I floss. I'm a floss boss, right? I love flossing, but those goddamn gaps, dude, oh my god, they become basically, bro, isn't flossing? Yes, I am, but it doesn't matter. No matter how hard you floss, there's still calcium buildup. God damn it. If you don't get professional cleaning, there's gonna be a little bit of calcium buildup, okay? And that calcium buildup basically closes those gaps a little bit. I don't know why everybody always is making these assumptions like, oh, you don't. Get a water flosser, trust me. Hasan got more hater than fans in the chat. No, it's my fans that just also become haters, weirdly enough. Stinky butt breath. You don't use soap when you shower, if I was guessing? Yeah, I don't do none of that. But yeah, let's blast off. I saw the Luigi Mangione meme. I will be using it. Don't you worry, okay? Don't you worry, King. 21 DOGE staffers resign. Mike Johnson has issues with agenda. Medicaid cuts. Ukraine updates. You let water run through your crack every time, baby. You also pop Zins like SoundCloud rappers pop Xannies and drink a gallon of caffeinated beverage per diem. Your gums have the right to feel a bit offended. I don't know why they're still standing strong, because I cook them. I cook my gums, but they're fine. Y'all ever just hit the bidet and sit there for a while? Oh, every day, baby. Every day of my life. Zin gave me cavities on the fronts of my teeth. What? How is that even possible? How much were you doing? There is no way you were doing more Zins than I was doing. So that doesn't make any sense. If it hasn't happened to me, how the hell did it happen to you? I guess you got some weak ass teeth. Like, no disrespect, chatter. God damn. That seems crazy. You must have been doing something else. Brush your teeth. I mean, the amount of Zins I'm popping in, even though I brush my teeth, I doubt that you could salvage it if there was a issue. Yeah, Luigi Mangione discrepancies we'll talk about as well. Luigi Mangione investigation discrepancies. Gaming later with Kingdom Come. Trash TV Reacts is back. Get in it now. Is the Drewski Show coming out today? Is the new episode of the Drewski Show coming out today, chat? There's a viral puppy mountain in China that deadass looks like Kaya. Oh shit, show me. Kingdom, I'm gonna come. What is this? A Southwest Airlines jet was forced to abort its landing this morning after a private jet taxied in front of it across the runway at Midway Airport in Chicago. Whatever the guy from the real world was doing with the FAA has got to stop. Bro, you want to know something crazy? It's not the in terms of the Drewski thing. By the way, if you want a better chat overlay for this OBS scene, you can do a Control Alt N on Chat Arena and it pops out a nice transparent overlay. Huh. Wait, what? Control Alt N? Chat Arena overlay. I don't like this. I like it. I don't like the change. I don't like change. Change is not great. The song, why are people so mean to you in your own chat? I don't get it. What the fuck? We're just ribbing on each other, dude. It's just, that's it. This is the vibes in this community. We're not, here's the Puppy Mountain. We're not, like, this isn't coming out of a place of hatred, if that makes sense. We're just having fun. Sometimes chatters do take it a little too far and get annoying, but that's all it is, you know? I guess maybe from the outside, from an outsider's perspective, you're like, that's crazy. These guys are being so mean to you, but it's all good. It's from a place of love. I am hating lovingly. Fuck you, Ben Chod. Nah, we hate you for real. You're a dumb little nerd with a stinky little haircut. That's hurtful. That's hurtful. Why you gotta be hurtful like that? What is this? Wow. Okay, this is amazing. I want to do this. He should have put his hands down as though he was like actually driving so people would think he's the one doing it. You know what I mean? Do that in your Taycan. Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to. First of all, those are very specific cars with very specific tires. Okay? There is no way that I'm bringing my car. I think, like, from what I understand, was T-Pain there? And he brought his, like, apparently T-Pain has like a $3 million Koenigsegg or something. I didn't even know. And he just kind of busted it out and was just running laps on the track out of nowhere. But, I mean, he's just like that. He's him, dude. He's literally him. It's so sick. And apparently he has a drift car as well. Wow. $3 million car. Yes, he bought it and it was delivered that day. Oh, damn. That shit's sick. But yeah, you can't just like chat. For those of you who don't know, you can't just like you can't drift in a normal car like this. Okay. I think a lot of you have watched movies and you think you can do that, but this car is tuned up specifically so it can drift.
To make it stop, you know? Oh, he nailed it! Yeah! Yeah! I know that feels good! What the fuck?
Oh my God, he's so cool. Maybe you can't. I can in my Miata. I know I can't do that and would not attempt. Man, my shitbox 04 Corolla drifts just fine. What you on about? Chad is talking about hitting ice and then being like, oh, no, you're stupid. Yeah, weight and distribution are really important for that. Yeah, I don't know the exact details. I just know that you can't do it on a normal car. If you try to do it on a normal car, you would break the car. Or you would flip it. Or you'd have to get new tires regardless. Rear wheel, lock differential. Especially with my Taycan, the wheels are like this slim because the rims are so large. Even though that is built for hitting the track, I don't think you could drift in that. I feel like I would melt it. I'd be eating into the rim. Chatters be like, I don't get it. I do this in the snow every year. Pro drift your Porsche heavy and you'll stop getting criticism. I don't think I'll ever stop getting criticism. But I have done this with Nick before. We went to the track before. It was an incredible time. It was one of the few instances where I just remember feeling alive, if that makes sense. Like, it certainly unlocked something in me that I killed very quickly and never felt that way again. Puppy Mountain photo drives onlookers to a Chinese riverside. Oh my God, it does look like Kaya laying down. What the frick? That's crazy. You were so mad that day also? Yeah, it was. What was happening that day? I think it was like some Israel related stuff was popping off too. Oh, it was Piers Morgan. I was on Piers Morgan that morning. Yeah. Man, how time flies by, baby. Piers Morgan and the Wi-Fi in the hotel. Oh, yeah. No, it was like right after Israel was blowing Gaza to smithereens. Come to China to visit? I want to. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. They're calling you Turkish Luigi? Bisexual commentator Hasan Piker continues showing solidarity with Luigi Mangione following his most recent court hearing. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Wasn't it in Vegas? I remember you said you didn't really enjoy it because it was soon after October 7 and you had a lot on your mind. Yeah, no, but I did enjoy it. In the moment, it felt spectacular. It's definitely an incredible experience. If you ever have the opportunity to do so, I highly recommend it. Getting on the track, the adrenaline. I'm not like an adrenaline junkie at all, but it was fantastic. Elon impression going viral. I'm repulsed by how accurate it is. Oh, I think I saw this, but I skipped it. All right. Anyway, Abbott wants to rename KFC to Texas Fried Chicken after they move their headquarters. What the hell? Themasius, thank you for the playlist. We'll get into it. U.S. breaks with European allies and sides with Russia and UN resolutions on Ukraine. BBC News. We'll obviously be talking about that as well. Did you see Andrew Feinstein complimenting your content? I did. This is incredible. I thought this was so sick. I reposted it this morning. But yeah, let's get started with this. I think it was Lil Bear that said we want to. Oh, I can bring him on as well. I think I'm going to do that.
Hasan.
Oh, great. Yeah.
I gotta show you Hasan. Definitely inspired me to start doing the thing that I'm doing.
You do not give a single shit about Palestinians, and it's so unimaginably cruel that you could just turn around and use Palestinians as you champion their death and destruction as a simple talking point in an effort to cope for the dog campaign that your candidate of choice ran.
Wow.
What do you think?
Jeez, that's powerful. You know what I love most about it is how those articles flashed up under him.
So like that was edited, right? So he's not always able to do that on stream, but often he does. Often he will make a conscious effort to pull up the article that he's talking about and say, here are the facts. Call it an industrial complex is the joke inside the community of people who take his content and then will upload it in a more digestible way to YouTube, to TikTok, to Instagram.
Jeez, that's brilliant.
And provide sources and context, you know? Yeah.
I mean, he's so eloquent. Look, I know that was edited and everything.
Yeah.
Eloquent, smart, but I love the fact that he's actually concerned about verifying what he's saying.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's impressive.
Well,
that is very impressive.
Get you in touch with him if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Andrew Feinstein is a former member of the National Assembly of South Africa. He is obviously, you have the contact. You have contact with him through me. Yes, I would love to have him on. He's great. He's an activist. Yeah. Andrew Joseph Feinstein is a South African former politician, activist, filmmaker, campaigner, and author, now based in London, who specializes in the investigation of the arms trade and the corruption that accompanies it. He is the executive director of a small nonprofit, Shadow World Investigations, and serves on the board of Declassified UK. The son of a Holocaust survivor, Feinstein was the first MP to introduce a motion on the Holocaust in the South African Parliament. Feinstein was elected in South Africa's first democratic elections following the abolition of the apartheid, serving as a member of Parliament from 1994 to 2001 as a member of the ruling ANC party. He's the GOAT. In 2001, in a protest against the ANC's refusal to investigate the allegations of huge bribes and large-scale corruption against senior ANC politicians arising from the $5 billion arms deal, he resigned his parliamentary seat and moved to London, where he works as an investigative author and a campaigner. On first arriving in London, he worked in investment banking for more than 5 years. Former member of the UK Labour Party, Feinstein is highly critical of Keir Starmer and the direction Labour has taken under Starmer's leadership. Feinstein has lived in Starmer's constituency in Holborn since 2001 and has criticized Starmer for being terrible on Gaza and stood against Starmer in the 2024 general election, winning second place with 7,000 votes. He commented that Keir Starmer is the first British Prime Minister in electoral history to enter 10 Downing Street, having seen his majority reduced. Yeah, he doesn't like Kid Starver. He literally had to move to London because he was going to be arrested by Jacob Zuma. Keir is terrible on a lot of subjects, actually, not just Gaza. Yeah, Andrew just doesn't like Keir because it's Keir Stalin time. He really liked your passion and cursing. He kept complimenting your attitude. No. What is happening? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy time over here. Down. Don't even. Yeah, it's Keir Stalin time, baby. But yeah, that's really cool. I love seeing, you know, people who have put their lives on the line and have engaged in real activism and are basically historical figures in their own right encounter my content and be like, this is great. I mean, I'm honored. I'm honored. Anyway, Kai just wants to stretch your little legs, you hot dictator. No. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway, she ran a lot this morning. Yeah, but that's just because he doesn't know about all the interpersonal internet content creator drama you're embroiled in. If he knew that, he surely would have changed his tune. Yeah, obviously, I don't think he would care about that. That's a good joke. But I know you probably get accused of creating an echo chamber or whatever, but you bringing pro-Palestine voices is really nice as a reminder. I'm not insane and the only one around me who isn't a Zionist. Yeah, excuse me? What is happening? No. Do you want to go outside? Do you have diarrhea butt again? Is that what's popping? Is it diarrhea butt time? Are you going to poop in here? Have you seen this popular TikTok song? People are loving it. Oh, I like this one. I saw it already. Hold on. I'm going to set her free because I don't want her ass to be pooping in here. Okay.
I look at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. Yeah, there's not a bunch of spots for lunch, but it's a killer kickback. Flipping up the Big Mac, serve them in the Pentagon. Serve them in the Pentagon. The other vendors came and went there. It did not go well for Taco Bell, and there was all that stress at the old Panda Express. So stick with us and your set. Our cooking standards free from corporate. It'll be like any other location, except no small talk about your occupation. Not allowed at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. McDonald's in the Pentagon. We're eating nuggets, we put plenty on. Nuggets, we put plenty. And our faces flush through every rush. The beast gets so discordant, but your work is so important. Working at the Pentagon. I'm an employee at the Pentagon. Working at the Pentagon. All the DoorDash drivers get confused, cause users blew through the clues, didn't peruse the reviews. Cause like, you just got to check on McDonald's, not checking which one that you spent it on. Bitch, you hit the Pentagon.
It's great. I love a little ska hit, you know what I mean? I love a little ska arrangement to start my day off. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get to it. Now that we've seen the McDonald's, now that the McDonald's and the Pentagon has been hit, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about American foreign policy, everyone's favorite subject matter, America's foreign policy and the belligerent nature of the Trump administration. What will happen to the United States of America? You got Nick Twitch. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. We are talking about American foreign policy and the brutally honest ways in which Donald Trump operates, but also simultaneously the insane ways that Donald Trump operates. As you guys know, yesterday when I started the live stream, I was hit. I was hit like the Pentagon, like the McDonald's in the Pentagon, with a truth bomb, okay? A truth nuke coming from the Trump administration, where, they oftentimes there are a lot of these symbolic condemnation votes that take place in the General Assembly. And the American government did something that I never thought would happen, where basically they turned around and said, hey, we're siding with Russia on this condemnation of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which I thought was wild. It does seem like they are trying to, piece together, like the Trump administration of Russia are trying to piece together some semblance of like mineral extraction arrangement. Obviously, Ukrainian sovereignty is not a point of contention here. Let's be real. It never was. But of course, when I say that, people used to yell at me and say, Hasan, you're, in the pocket of Lottie Poo. That's not how America operates. And I was like, nope, that's exactly how America operates. Guess what? That is precisely how America is operating. It's not unique to Donald Trump. He's just doing things optically differently. That's it. He is, he does not care about trying to massage the narrative and try to make you feel like this is something that you actually wanted in the way that previous administrations certainly did. They still yell at you for that. What do you mean? I know they do, but it's all good. They can keep yelling into the void as much as they want to, but it won't change the reality. Let's continue. Yeah, guess which country voted against the motion with the U.S.? Russia, North Korea, etc. Oh yeah, Israel. Of course, Israel voted for the motion alongside the United States of America. Come on now. What do you think? Israel is America. Like, yeah, they don't. What do you mean?
His changing stance on the war in Ukraine has been highlighted at the United Nations, where its UN envoy voted twice alongside Russia. First, the two countries opposed a European drafted resolution condemning Moscow's actions and supporting Ukraine's territorial integrity. Then they backed a US resolution calling for an end to the conflict but containing no criticism of Russia. It comes as the French President Emmanuel Macron says a truce between Ukraine and Russia could be agreed in the coming weeks following talks with President Trump in the White House amid straining US-Europe relations. He is the first European leader to visit since Trump's inauguration, ahead of the arrival of the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer on Thursday. Meanwhile, in France, 2 people have been arrested in relation to an arson attack on the Russian consulate in Marseille on Monday. Prosecutors called the pair major individuals. In Ukraine, air raid alerts have been sounded again today. Overnight, Poland deployed aircraft to secure its airspace after Russia launched strikes targeting western Ukraine. The BBC's Joe Inwood reports.
In northern Ukraine, new troops are still.
This is just a flex. This is Israel stuff, for the record. Like, what Russia is doing is exactly what Israel stuff. the notion that like in the midst of a potential ceasefire negotiation that's taken place, Donald Trump is undermining the Ukrainian position in broad daylight, actively, openly. And also, while that is happening, the Russians are simultaneously bombing Western Ukrainian positions. It's basically to tell everyone in Ukraine that's paying attention, whether they want to pay attention or not, that this is their reality, that they are, you know, they weren't able to take the entirety of the country by force, but they will certainly cut a deal with America that allows them to take certain parts of the country, whether people disagree with that or not. That's it.
Being trained, even as the war enters its 4th year. The cost has been huge, but this country appears to be holding on. It's done so through the effort of men like Evhen, who says Ukraine is making more of its own weapons and will continue to do so.
It's good to get help from abroad. Help won't last forever. It's here today, it might be gone tomorrow.
And that point has been brought home by the dramatic change in US policy. Once Ukraine's greatest ally...
Zelensky sucking up to Israel got a sting now? Dude, he is not a person, okay? Like when... I don't know how to describe this. Zelensky has to suck up to Israel. It's not because of, like... It's not because of genuinely held convictions or whatever. He has to because he is beholden to American interests. He has to do that. Oh, God, my ear is ringing. Zelensky has no choice in this process. Israel quite literally refused to give Ukraine. Israel quite literally refused to give Ukraine the Iron Dome when Zelensky was demanding it, when Zelensky was asking for it, begging for it, which is the most understandable thing that you would want in a situation like the Russian invasion. At least to like protect certain areas like Kyiv, you know what I mean? I know that like the Iron Dome only works in small fields and smaller areas, but like you could at least deploy Iron Domes in you know, places like Kyiv or even Western Ukraine. Nope. Nope. Israel said nope. We will not let it get to the hands of the Russians, and then by way of the Russians, the Iranians. That was Israel's response. Zelensky was begging for dome pause. Yeah. It is truly wild that, you know, after all of this, there's still people that are maintaining this false notion that America has any sort of like real interest in defending Ukraine.
Donald Trump has started repeating Moscow lies about Kyiv starting the war. And so yesterday's visit...
I'm actually curious, is Zelensky a Nazi? Like, does he run a Nazi party? Dog, Zelensky is Jewish. No, he's not a Nazi. What? The fuck?
The French president
I mean,
Emmanuel
I guess you
Macron
could be Jewish and a Nazi, but Zelensky is not. Zelensky's a dancer. He's a comedian. Erdogan is a watermelon salesman, and Zelensky is a comedian.
On to the White House had extra significance.
Again, the relationship's been very special with France and very special with this gentleman on my right.
They've always got on well, but there were points of disagreement.
Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid. We paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money, to be clear.
And that was not the only crack in the transatlantic alliance.
We need to reconfirm that the aggression should be condemned and discredited, not rewarded.
In an extraordinary development at the UN, European countries and the US found themselves backing different resolutions on Ukraine, with America on the same side as Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. While in Kyiv, Ukraine's remaining allies took part in events to commemorate 3 years of war and talks aimed at ensuring the sacrifices they've made will not have been in vain. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse gave more details about the reaction from Kyiv to the talks between Macron and Trump.
Well, we've had no specific reaction to a meeting between Emmanuel Macron and Donald Trump here. Instead, the focus has been on Ukraine's...
MAGA is accidentally becoming communist? Okay, guys, Russia, I need to repeat this for people that don't know this, but Russia is not communist, okay? Russia, as a nation state, is very capitalist, okay? It's not. Vladimir Putin is not a socialist. Okay? Russia is not engaging in any action to uphold the principles of Marxist Leninism. Russia is a kleptocracy. Okay? They're commies, Hasan. He's Krasnov. Yeah. Donald Trump. I mean, the DPRK is not even communist. Like, at least in terms of how their election process works, they don't have any. They're not necessarily the most democratic People's Republic of Korea. I would say they're closer to a socialist form of governance than Russia, certainly. Russia is just a kleptocracy. But anyway, whatever. This is completely irrelevant. USA is already a kleptocracy too? Yes, you're not wrong. I lived in Russia for 3 months. It is not communist by any means anymore. It is a fascist state where the media against the government is completely suppressed and has a capitalist economic system. It's run by oligarchs and a kleptocracy, like you said. Yeah, I mean, it's a shitty circumstance for all the Russian people living there, but it is literally a kleptocracy. Anyway, none of that matters in this instance, because ultimately irredentist action or imperialist action from any nation that violates the sovereignty of another is completely unacceptable. It does not matter if it's Russia doing it. It does not matter if it's America doing it. This has been my firmly held commitment and principle in perpetuity. Okay? Having said that, of course, people will make up their own minds regardless. Yeah, it's the same. No, it's China as well. Yes, this also extends to China as well. Okay? It is completely unacceptable to violate the sovereignty of other nations. Okay? Having said that, getting back to the situation at hand. We're obviously entering a very... Putin's main opposition party is communists who have collectives, many local industries since the fall, but still hold little power on the national stage. Ukraine has made anything left of center illegal. They both suck. Yeah, okay. First of all, Putin's main opposition party is communist is a laughable thing to mention, considering that Putin controls even the opposition parties, so their existence is still beholden to Vladimir Putin. And that's precisely the reason why virtually every single one of them signed off on the special military operation. And there was very little criticism of that inside of Russia. Putin and opposition it's nothing. It's not real. Okay? It's not real. It's not a real principled opposition at all. That's not a real thing at all. It's just to make you feel like there's some semblance of democracy. But I would say even Russians would laugh at that notion. It's not real at all. I think that internally within the Politburo, within the within the Politburo of the Communist Party of China, there is more division and more real opposition, even though it's a one-party structure. Internally, there's more division and more opposition than the Russian the Russian structure, where all of the opposition is basically made up. Yeah, if you are really an opposing figure, you just find yourself maybe falling out of a window at some points. And you're not wrong about Zelensky also obviously going and eradicating any of the parties that were critical of him, at least to the left, claiming that they are pro-Putin and pro-Russia. So you're not wrong about that either. Yes, neither Ukraine nor Russia has like a real democratic process, but neither does the United States of America. Let's be real. If it's a sliding scale, however, I would say Putin's Russia is not even comparable in terms of like a sliding scale of how far away you are from a real democracy. It's definitely out there. It's further out there than the United States of America, and certainly further out there than even Ukraine. Anyway.
Own rallying cry to its remaining allies as America throws the gauntlet down, really, challenges Europe to try and step up where it is less willing to do so. We're going to see Keir Starmer follow suit, where he will visit Donald Trump in the White House to try and bridge a widening gap between Europe and America. So here, instead, we have seen a continuation, really, of military pledges, an announcement of new sanctions against Russia by the likes of the European Union, and I think it's a departure from the alignment we're seeing, certainly with the United Nations votes we've seen, with the softening of language from Washington.
If you don't think Russia is further away from being a democracy than the USA, I'm sorry, but you are completely oblivious to how things work, both here in the United States of America and also in Russia as well. Okay? Like, no disrespect, but the remainder of the American institutions, okay, and even certain principles like free speech, born out of America's status as the global hegemonic superpower, have absolutely created some semblance of democratic democratic structures in this country that Russians don't have. Having said that, it doesn't matter. America, pound for pound, is still obviously awful and does a metric ton of evil around the globe. But come on. That's an entirely separate thing. When you're saying like USA is doing a genocide at the moment, yeah, I agree with you. You're not wrong about that at all. But we're talking about like, the sliding scale of like theoretical democracy and which countries are closer to theoretical democracy versus others. I don't think America is that close to a theoretical democracy either, but I'm saying that it's not even in the same playing field as Russia. I promise you, if it was, and it can become closer to Russia, and it most likely will become closer to Russia in terms of being undemocratic very soon. But you'll know when we get there. Yeah, we were talking about like domestic politics and like what's close to a democratic process, not which country is doing more evil. America, of course, is doing the most violence around the globe. It has the greatest capabilities of doing said violence around the globe.
Washington, here we are still seeing a country still at war, and its European allies trying to adopt a stronger stance as possible in the absence of America. But what's reflected, I think, by Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer going to Washington is the fact that they still need America for a military assurance if fighting was to break out after a ceasefire was agreed here. But for
the beautiful domes, look at the domes behind them. It's so flat. Ukraine is so flat. You can see the domes.
Now, it seems that more of Ukraine's closer allies are more willing to put boots on the ground, to send troops here to enforce some kind of ceasefire. At the moment, they're keen to stress it wouldn't be in a confrontational capacity, but there is no guarantee that fighting would not break out when you consider that Russia will continue, it looks like, to occupy a fifth of Ukraine, and that would involve a sizable military presence.
James Waterhouse there. Well, joining me now is political commentator, author and journalist Christine O'Krent. Thanks for being with us, Christine. It was fascinating to watch the public interactions yesterday with Macron and Trump. Just first of all, what did you make of the overall, the body language, the precise language from what we saw?
Well, I think there was some effort on both sides to make it look, fairly friendly. No hostile confrontation. But it is obvious that the transatlantic gap is widening. And there was that very interesting moment where Donald Trump, as usual, being carried away by his alternative facts, said, oh, Europeans are getting their money back from Ukraine. And then Macron very calmly put his hand on Trump's arm and said, well, no, actually, no. Europeans paid 60% of the aid provided to...
Oh, my God. I don't care.
Alongside with Russia, Iran...
Okay, I'm skipping this. All right.
Carolyn, I was wondering...
Breaking. Elon Musk will attend Trump's first cabinet meeting because he's the real shadow president. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Ukraine is cooked. Both Russia and the West are going to carve up the country and turn it into a financial colony for the sole purpose of extracting wealth and resources from the people that remain. My family and so many other Ukrainians have no desire to return, and I don't blame them. Yeah, no, I mean, that was slated to happen no matter what. It's a chicken or the egg situation. Is it Russia trying to enforce its will upon Ukrainian politics first, or was it NGOs and civil society organizations by way of the State Department projecting power in Ukraine and trying to destabilize and bring Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence? It does not matter. What matters is ultimately that the Ukrainian people are going to get fucked over in the process no matter what. And there was very little that they could do to maintain sovereignty, autonomy, and carve a path forward for themselves where they had any say in their own personal politics. Devastating situation. Speaking of chicken or the egg, it is virtually impossible to find eggs now. Holy shit. But that's, Trump's America, baby. You already know.
Is Elon Musk going to attend the president's first cabinet meeting tomorrow?
He is, as a matter of fact. I spoke to the president about that before coming down here as well. And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, this entire administration will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about DOGE's efforts and how all of the cabinet secretaries are identifying waste, fraud, and abuse at their respective agencies. We look forward to this.
Okay. A Justice Adams cheered with 100 bits, and I have to read this. Trump is behaving exactly as Putin, even repeating his claim on Ukraine as Ukraine started the war, as if he's Putin's robotic follower. How can an independent American president do that? Yes, no real independent American president can do it. Only a Russian spy will do that. We have an illegitimate Russian spy as our president, installed by our presidents Obama and Biden, their attorney generals, national security advisors, CIA, FBI, and DNI directors. It's called Krasnov, baby. It's called Krasnov. That's right. KGB agent. KGB agent Donald Trump. His real name, code name Krasnov. Suka blyat, he's killing America. I love that is like, dude, I get it. Okay, listen, liberals, listen to me. This is your opportunity. Okay, the Russiagate stuff in 2016 there was real reason to suspect that there was Russian interference in the election. We know that there was, to a certain degree, Russian interference in terms of like ad campaigns and whatnot. But if a couple $1 million of targeted ads is supposed to undermine your democracy, well, then you didn't really have a democracy to begin with. Holy moly. Having said that, however, okay, liberals went above and beyond in terms of like why Hillary Clinton lost, and they wanted to not blame themselves again, so they blamed Russia, right? This moment is the moment where liberals can basically turn around and say, yeah, you know what? We were freaking right. It wasn't even a P-tape. He is ideologically a commie. He is a KGB asset. Because Trump is doing a lot of stuff, even optically, that I would not suspect him to do. Okay? He is. So resist this, liberals. You're eating good, okay? You're eating good. This is your moment. Say whatever you want to say. Yes, Krasnov, KGB, Trump is a Russian asset. I'm there with you. I don't agree, but I think it's fun. It's fun to think that that is the truth. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Look. Donald Trump was recruited by the KGB in 1987 and goes by the nickname Krasnov. 40,000 likes, 3.1 million views. Okay. In 1987, I worked in the 6th Department of the KGB at the USSR in Moscow. The most important area of work in the 6th Department was the acquisition of spies and sources of information from among businessmen of capitalist countries. It was in that year that our department recruited a 40-year-old businessman from the USA, Donald Trump, nicknamed Krasnov. Yeah, the author is a former top spy of Kazakhstan. Previously, he was a KGB spy. Scroll it down the original post. I love that. If Republicans can have fun, okay, claiming Barack Obama is a Kenyan Muslim man who is an Al-Qaeda operative for years and years, let the liberals have fun too. Okay, yeah, that's right. He's a communist agent, okay? Donald Trump, the billionaire real estate magnate, the son of a real estate magnate, he is actually secretly, he is not even secretly now, the truth is out there, an actual KGB asset, baby. I love that. I love that. This is the closest I've ever been to saying, you know what, liberals, you're right. Have your fun. Okay, this is your moment to shine. I'm giving it to you, okay? You won't see me criticize this take. Now that it's been revealed that Trump has been a Russian asset for 40 years named Krasnov by the FSB, I will write simple thread of various pieces of information that solidifies the truth of everything I've written. Please read and share. Okay? That's right. Hold on. I gotta find it really quickly. One second. What's the? Hold on. What's the You're a KGB agent? No, I need like a good song for this. I need a good song to read this thread. And I'm looking for not red alert music, but I'm looking for like, do you know the accordion electronic music that was the God, you guys are giving a lot of good examples though. What is it? Like not the GoldenEye theme. No, I'm looking for a song that's like not hard bass. No, kind of like the songs that play in that new DC show with the robot that kills on HBO Max. The robot that kills like Nazis. No. What is this? No, this is goofy. This is not what I'm looking for. And it's not Tripolowski. Tripolowski. Yeah, like the GI robot music. Like the type of... Oh, yeah, start wearing purple. This is what I was looking for. Thank you, chatter. Yes.
Start wearing purple,
Let me start.
Start wearing purple for me now.
Yes. Ivana's FBI files indicate she had a questionable origin story and was working with non-stock manipulators and Russian mob. Like mother, like daughter. I've speculated that mom and dad aren't the only Russian assets in the family. Ivanka spun in Putin's chair in 2006. Don Jr. and Ivanka traveled to Moscow. Trump asked Felix Sater, who he publicly stated he may not recognize if they were in a room together, to take care of them. Sater together arranged for a private tour of the Kremlin for Ivanka Jr., didn't join them for an unknown reason. Sater was able to gain access to Putin's office in the Kremlin, and Ivanka sat in Putin's desk chair and spun it around. Suka bliat! Sater has bragged about this on Twitter. His was Super Bowl Sunday. Wendy Deng Murdoch is a suspected Chinese spy who did Putin. And May Musk, of course, shit out the spawn of Satan. Puh! I love this because, like, while this person is explaining this, you can tell he's angrily typing this while he's, like, retelling this story in the thread. And that's why he keeps making these grammatical errors. Okay. We've been overtaken by transnational organized crime. The rise and rise of May Musk, China's love affair with Elon Musk's mother. Krasnov. But the sheer volume of Trump's financial entanglements with Russia also point toward the inescapable conclusion that Donald Trump has been, as Donald Jr. acknowledged publicly, financially dependent on Russia. And that, in itself, is a counterintelligence threat. Trump is Krasnov. I have nothing to do with Russia. No deals, no loans, no nothing. Russians make up a pretty disproportionate cross-section of a lot of our assets. We see a lot of money pouring in from Russia. Donald Trump Jr. Well, we don't rely on American banks. We have all the funding we need out of Russia. Eric Trump. I love this song. Look at that. Look at Gogo Bordello. That's right! It's right! So yeah, I start wearing purple. Start wearing purple for me now. All your vanity and with they will vanish. I promise. It's just a matter of time. Anyway, this person said there are plenty of credible reporting on this by Sarah Kenzier about Trump's Russia connection. Yes, he's a businessman. Okay, what do you think? Finance capital is global. They don't care. They have no allegiances to countries and nations. Yes. Oh, by the way, Gogo Bordello is Ukrainian, from what I understand, right? Aren't they? They're Ukrainian. Yeah, I really like them, and it was cool to see them in the Sarah Kinsier's a fucking moron going back to Ferguson rallies. Yeah, no, I know. It's funny that the people bring that up. Gogol Bordello is a Ukrainian-American gypsy punk band from New York. They're Romani New Yorkers, lol. No, but they're like Ukrainian too, no? They're like from Ukraine. Yeah. The lead singer is super Ukrainian. Anyway, Creature Commandos uses a lot of this type of music, and it's awesome. And it just reminded me of. It reminded me of. What do you call it? It reminded me of my childhood when I used to listen to them. A friend of mine passed away a few years ago. Introduced me to Gogol Bordello, R.I.P. Cat. The genre is called gypsy punk. or G-word punk. Gizmo Max, me watching Pacific Rim in the current year. G-word danger. Fuck, he just said it. Yeah, G-word. G-word punk. Anyway. But yeah, it's pretty funny because like this is ridiculous. Like there is no evidence here on this Twitter thread whatsoever, and yet 103,000 likes. 103,000 likes. If you want to understand Trump's like deep and intricate financial ties to countries that would be considered foreign adversaries or foreign nations, for example, look to Saudi Arabia. Okay? Saudi Arabia basically dominates Donald Trump. They have it all. Saudi Arabia has Donald Trump by the balls. But that's, of course, different because, or even Israel as well, obviously. So that in and of itself is not something that liberals actually get mad about because they're technically considered allies. So they had evidence. What? Trump was literally on tape in this documentary. What is this?
As close as you could get to the most powerful man in the world. I really thought it was like a bromance made in heaven.
What conversations have you had with Lev Parnas?
Boy, was I wrong.
Lev Parnas! Hey, yo! My favorite thing about Russiagate was when they were investigating like bot accounts and stuff. They ended up, when they were investigating bot accounts from foreign nationals or like bot accounts linked back to foreign countries that were interested in manipulating the elections, there was another nation that was really involved, a nation that also is aligned with Russia, both secretly and openly. And that never gets brought up for some reason. I wonder which nation that was. Was it China? Nope. Nope, not China. A nation that engages in covert actions of influence and also overt actions of influence, as a matter of fact. New Zealand. Yeah, it was New Zealand. No, it wasn't Lebanon. And it wasn't Palestine either. But close. Who could it be? What country engages in these sorts of things and then the media just kind of goes, "Oh, yeah, don't look at that. That's fine. Let's look at the other way."
We immigrated to the United States when I was 4 years old. While other kids were going to school, I was on the streets hustling.
Stop sneak dissing. I'm sneak dissing Israel. It was Israel. For those of you who don't know, it was Israel. Israel is the country that was doing that.
I was a salesman. We were invited to a huge fundraiser.
We were like 2 seats away from.
Bro, what are we doing? We're doing Lev Parnas memes in 2024? What the hell, dude? This is from 5 months ago. This is incredible. Friday, September 20th, MSNBC Films presents From Russia with Lev, executive produced by Rachel Maddow and directed by Billy Corgan, featuring former Trump insider Lev Parnas. The new documentary pulls back the curtain on Ukraine scheme that got the former president impeached the first time. Incredible. We're bringing back all the greatest characters. And Lev posting is back. It's funny because Lev's son, Aaron Parnas, by the way, very pro-Israel. Just going to point that out, of course. When they talk about like foreign interference from Russia. Lev Parnas' son, Aaron Parnas, is like popping on TikTok from what I understand.
Trump. And Lev said something, and instantly it was like no one else was in the room.
He wasn't a politician. He was a New York hustler, and we could relate.
This is a guy who's an immigrant who is in state of shock.
Wait, Billy Corgan? Billy Corgan made this? Wait, he's like Billy, is he like a Russiagate lib? Billy Corbin is Cocaine Cowboys is awesome. Not Billy Corgan, Billy Corbin. This is weird.
Circle of the president. It was hilarious to see mafia kingpins, oligarchs interacting with all of these Republican congressmen and senators. All the president's putzes.
How is that weird? This is the American government. Like, you know what this is? This is like when we talk about like Paul Manafort, right? Paul Manafort, he worked with a lot of like brutal dictators. It's like, hello? Yeah, that's every American consultant. Like, what are you talking about? This is why it's the strange process here is that both sides do a little bit of this where they'll point to one another and be like, oh, the Hunter Biden is trading favors and working for Burisma and you know, telling Burisma that he has like insider access and that he can manipulate the American government because his dad is the vice president. Okay. How is that acceptable? And then like you look at Trump's children and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, look at Jared Kushner. Even without Trump's children, look at Jared Kushner, okay? Why did he get billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia? Hello? And it's wrong across the board, but it's so funny that, like, Democrats would be like, I can't believe Paul Manafort has worked with all of these dictators. And it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, Democrats and Republicans alike oftentimes use sometimes the same consultants, but when it comes to foreign policy, we'll always do this stuff. It's not unique to Donald Trump. The only thing that's unique for Donald Trump is that he is silly about the way he doesn't even try to hide any of the misdealings.
How are these thugs meeting with our political leaders?
Trump's biggest nightmare was Joe Biden.
Let's go after Joe. Let's go after...
Yeah. He was really scared of Joe Biden, the king, the GOAT. Let's go after Joe Biden, they said.
Hunter.
And that is how I was recruited by Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani to dig up dirt on Joe and Hunter Biden.
Trusting Lev to run around Ukraine, it's ridiculous. He's not qualified.
No guardrails, no oversight.
This is right out of a spy thriller.
This was a mission impossible, mission stupid. I don't know which one, but maybe both.
Lev Parnas was a key player.
Know nothing about him. This wasn't a normal presidency.
I betrayed Ukraine. I betrayed America. I just hope one day I could say I'm sorry. I hope one day Hunter Biden could really forgive me. Hunter.
Yo! Oh my, I betrayed, worst of all, I betrayed Ukraine. I betrayed America, but worst of all, I betrayed Hunter Biden. Hey, yo, fuck Hunter Biden, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, now I'm fully invested in the other side. Yeah, no, now I'm claiming that Hunter Biden actually did have motion. He was able to manipulate American Congress, Joe Biden, international leaders as well, in an effort to overthrow this corrupt prosecutor that was really coming down strong on Burisma. Okay. There's a 12-minute Hunter Biden sex scene in this movie. That's amazing. Oh. Yeah, no, I believe it now. I believe it now. Hunter Biden actually, he did the damn thing. He did it. He had so much motion. He was able to do it. We have to watch this movie, bro. I will not be watching that movie. Are you insane? Okay. Yeah. Trump is my goat. He's Krasnov. He's a KGB agent. He's actually restoring the USSR real quick. And also, he's restoring the USSR to its glory. He's also... listen, Hunter Biden was an expert on oil and gas as well as Amtrak. The dude is just a Renaissance man, all while smashing the largest crack rocks you've ever seen. Yeah, exactly. It was the crack. That's it. It was quite literally the crack cocaine that made him so good at his job. Okay? A lot of you don't understand. Why is the slavery and improper management in Tibet justification for Chinese imperialism while the reactionary ideals of Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis are whitewashed? Why is the slavery and improper management in Tibet justification for Chinese imperialism? Okay. My friend, I need you to understand something, okay? These are entirely separate things that you're talking about. I don't know why you paired them up together, but I will answer once again. The people's liberation, okay, has the people's in its name. It was the Tibetan serfs themselves that rose up against the feudal structure. In the process, monasteries were absolutely destroyed. This is completely unacceptable. Okay? But I think a lot of people that try to argue on this issue don't understand the ways in which Tibet existed under the Chinese rulership in perpetuity. Okay? Like, you're making it seem as though this was a forcible, like this was something that happened where like Tibetans themselves were not the ones who rose up against the Dalai Lama and the feudal structure that they had implemented, which previous Chinese administrations had not given a shit about. Okay? That's it. He only saw 7 years in Tibet. You make it seem as though it was a Han occupation of Tibet. I'm sorry, these Tibet Andes are so bad faith, man. Okay, maybe he's good faith, but annoying as shit. This isn't like Tibetan culture, okay? People always misattribute what I was talking about. Where they're like, oh, Tibetans had a backwards culture. Like, no, they didn't have a backwards culture. The slaves did not want to be enslaved, okay? They did not want to exist under a feudal structure. That's it. They were the ones who were ready to rise up. And they did. And in that process, they destroyed the relics of the old, like the relics that were basically holding on to Tibetan culture, but the relics that were also simultaneously a symbol of their own oppression. This doesn't mean that like China gets to dominate Tibet or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. And I think that there is warranted criticism in terms of like not allowing Tibetan culture and Tibetan language to exist, or some semblance of Hanification that has taken place, certainly. Okay, I'll that is warranted criticism against China. But if you're going to talk about like historically Chinese actions in Tibet, it wasn't done in the way that you think it was done. This is a bit of an arcane point, but one aspect of the emergence of capitalism that people don't often acknowledge is how I'm so glad this USAID talking points are going away. I don't think that they're going to go away. Yeah. And in terms of the reactionary ideals of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis are whitewashed, this part of the process is also, this question in and of itself is also silly, okay? There's never been a moment where I have quote-unquote whitewashed the reactionary elements within the organizational structure of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis, okay? As a matter of fact, I've talked extensively about all three of these different groups and the ways in which they operate domestically and the parts of their domestic operations that I do not agree with. Okay? Having said that, the reasons as to why Israel and American forces or Western forces are consistently dominating these people is not because they disagree with their domestic affairs. It's because they resist against Israel. Hamas was formed because of Israeli occupation. Hezbollah was formed in Lebanon because of, lo and behold, Israeli occupation. Okay? That's it. Everything else that you talk about in terms of them being like reactionary or Islamist fundamentalist is just a way to try and muddy the waters and maybe even justify the domination and death and destruction that Israel, the death and destruction that Israel brings about all of these countries. Anyway. Let's continue.
The meeting tomorrow, and I think you'll be hearing from the president and his cabinet where they're on campus tomorrow. I hope you guys are excited.
So some of those cabinet members.
Didn't the U.S. give the same excuse for invading the Middle East, that they were bringing freedom in an oppressed and undemocratic country? Yes, they did. Except the difference is, it's not like the average Iraqi citizen was like, oh, thank you for liberating us. That was just America saying that, okay? And that clearly didn't happen because there was a shit ton of resistance. I don't know why everybody always tries to be like, no, it's the same as like the British Empire operating in India, or it's the same exact way of America claiming that they're going into Afghanistan or Iraq to bring about Western democracy there. Okay, there is a difference. Like the Chinese army was not capable of fucking dominating the entirety of Tibet. It wasn't the Chinese army that did this on its own. It wasn't even Mao's forces that liberated other parts of the country that were also comprised of KMT forces. It was literally their own fucking peasants that turned on them and were like, yeah, we actually want to abolish the existing feudal structure in China as well. It's always the same principle. We sent 40,000 troops to annex Tibet. Tibet is twice the size of France geographically. Care to take a guess why we didn't need too many soldiers? The same reason why Mao Zedong photos are in most Tibetan households today. Exactly. But, yeah, guess what, dude? People didn't like being fucking enslaved, okay? People didn't like being enslaved. They rose up. Do these freaks think Cuba aiding Angola was imperialism? I don't know. But even then, even with like the proximity, when you think about it, that would be in the liberal mind closer to the structure, closer to a concept of imperialism than even like the fucking PLA going into Tibet and working alongside the Tibetan resistance, Tibetan rebels. Chatter thinks if Tibet resistance, U.S. won't take the opportunity to fund them. It's the Tibet one is interesting because the CIA gave up on it under the Nixon regime. They were like, all right, we're done with this Tibet stuff. So I don't know why people hold on to this attitude when the American government basically gave up on it. They were like, yeah, we were funding the Dalai Lama, but I don't know. It's kind of a lost cause.
Were caught off guard by the email from
Nobody
Saturday.
was caught off guard.
A few departments said they were caught off guard. The FBI was, the DOJ was.
Did anonymous sources say that, or did the cabinet secretary say that?
The cabinet secretaries and others have said that they were not aware that this was happening. So I'm wondering, will there be a give and take tomorrow at the cabinet meeting? Is Elon Musk or the president open to any type of dialogue about who is actually in charge of the chain of command of these workers?
I would reject the premise of your question, Jeff. The cabinet secretaries have not said that. I know anonymous sources, probably career bureaucrats, have leaked that to many of you in this room. But as I said at the beginning of this press conference, everybody is working as one team, and the president respects the decisions of his cabinet secretaries to tell their staff, not to respond to that email because they did so out of interests of national security, and they don't want to obviously risk confidential information. It's pretty common sense. Dasha.
Musk has obviously been doing a lot of work. He's been working every day, and a lot of the time weekends. He is designated as a special government employee, which means that he can only work 130 days per year. Is the White House expecting him to limit his work to 130 days?
Wait, what is it? Did it F? I didn't. Wait, what is happening? It's not on my end. I don't understand. If it's effing, it's not on my end. It might be on the it might be on the website. Like, it might be a Twitch server side issue because it's not on my end at all. I got bars. I think it was on the Twitch end. Yeah.
Days, or are you going to work around those rules? Do you want to see him extend beyond the 130
So today
days?
is February 25th, so I think we've been here about 35 days roughly. So ask me in another 100 days. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you. You opened up with a major announcement from Apple, $500 billion, 20,000 jobs, doubling its advanced manufacturing fund.
Yeah.
What does that signal that such a global brand would make what it called its largest ever spend commitment just a month into President Trump's second term? What does that signal about his economic vision for the country?
President Trump is a deal maker, and he has restored confidence in business leaders around this entire world. Apple is one of the largest companies on the face of the planet. They employ hundreds of thousands of Americans, but the president wants to see more Americans employed, more investments here in the United States of America. And this is another fulfillment of the president's campaign promises. I recall President Trump at his rallies on the campaign telling the world that if and when I am elected, America is going to be back, and we want your investments to be driven onshore. We want you to hire American workers, and you will have the lowest regulatory burden, the lowest tax cuts, and the president has already proven he's committed to slashing regulation. He's counting on Congress to implement those tax cuts, and so people are encouraged by the president's, again, as Tim Cook called it, they're bullish about American innovation because of the leadership of this president, and it's a stark contrast to the leadership of the previous administration, Joe Biden, who I don't think spent any time trying to recruit any investments or jobs here at home. Mary.
We're hearing from some Republicans who are voicing concerns about how these cuts are being carried out. Congressman McCormick, a Republican from Georgia, tells us he's worried it's too rapid for real people to adapt to. And he says he's concerned that it could come off as discompassionate, in his words, that it could risk undercutting the strong message that he feels you're trying to send about the need to cut government waste.
Well, I think that was one comment from one senator, and I think, as I cited in my opening remarks in the poll, the most important people are the American people, and 77% of Americans at home support a full investigation into the waste, fraud, and abuse that the federal government has been spending their tax dollars on. So that's the people the president cares about most, and that's why we're fulfilling this pledge. And again, it should come as no secret to anybody. The president campaigned on doing this.
The president yesterday said if you don't respond to this email, you will be fired or semi-fired. What does he mean by that?
Again, I've been asked to answer.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does it mean to be semi-fired? Can you explain to us what that means?
Answer this question 3 times now. It is
semi-fired,
but it's in the memo. The president again has entrusted his cabinet secretaries to oversee their workforce. That's why he nominated them to be cabinet secretaries, and so federal workers can be directed to their agency leadership.
Sure. Great, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about a federal judge.
It's like a little pregnant. Yeah, you're just like semi-pregnant, or when you're semi-dead. You know.
Yesterday was saying that they didn't know who the DOGE administrator was and was asking the lawyer for the administration who it was, and the lawyer responded, "I don't know the answer to that. Can you tell us who the administrator of DOGE is?"
Again, I've been asked and answered this question. Elon Musk is overseeing DOGE. No, Elon Musk is a special government employee, which I've also been asked and have answered that question as well. There are career officials at DOGE. There are political appointees at DOGE. I'm not going to reveal the name of that individual from this podium. I'm happy to follow up and provide that to you. But we've been incredibly transparent about the way that DOGE is working.
We're going to begin with federal workers asking what the heck is going on, among other things they're saying, as they struggle to figure out what is happening with their jobs and make sense of what they're hearing from Elon Musk. Now, as you've heard, he has told them via social media to...
Yeah, you're right. This chatter is also correct. It is interesting, but all of this is named after a cryptocurrency scam, which makes this entire situation even funnier, I guess, if you're on the outside looking in and you think, well, America has destroyed my country, so fuck them. If that's your attitude, if you're living in the global south or whatever, it's probably a funny ride. Great stuff overall. The enshittification of the American government continues. Fantastic.
to send an email with 5 things they did last week, or else they will lose their jobs. But now they are fighting back with a lawsuit, and they're also showing up at town halls across the country demanding that Congress stand up for them. Weijia Zhang is at the White House with more on the story. Weijia, good morning to you. People getting very frustrated and speaking up.
And the twists and turns keep coming, Gail. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Elon Musk initially set a deadline of midnight last night for those federal workers to comply with his order to justify their jobs in writing. With just hours to go, Musk backtracked, telling staffers they now have more time. His moves are not only causing confusion, but anger.
President Trump praised Elon Musk for threatening to terminate federal workers who do not share 5 accomplishments from their week.
Everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they?
But even Trump could not give a definitive explanation about the consequence of not complying.
And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired.
Hours before the midnight deadline, Musk posted on X, subject to the discretion of the president, they will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. Then came further guidance from the Office of Personnel Management about the Monday night deadline, saying agency heads may exclude personnel from this expectation at their discretion, but also agencies should consider any appropriate actions regarding employees who fail to respond.
I want to let you know there's a legal and proper way to downsize government.
People are lashing out at their representatives in Congress, like Republican Mark Alford in Missouri at a town hall yesterday.
Elon Musk has contracts with the federal government.
I think one of the grossest aspects of this is that people just regularly choose not to recognize how little billionaires and CEOs in general do. And it's so annoying that it is the CEOs and billionaires that literally do nothing, like Elon Musk, okay? Elon Musk does so little that he fakes doing nothing by claiming that he's a top level, like highest ranked Path of Exile 2 player. Like, that's how little people care about billionaires doing virtually fuck all on a daily basis, that you can basically claim falsely that all you do is play video games as a marketing strategy. Okay? All he does is tweet all day. That's it. All he does is tweet all day, man. A list of 5 things Elon did, 140,000 likes. Dear Elon, here's what I did last week. Got blitzed on ketamine, ignored my children, tweeted 1,782 times, wore weird sunglasses inside, got humiliated by astronauts. Honestly, I think I should be fired for this, but that's your call. Best, John. I mean, this is like... It's just... Who needs a CEO? Not Intel. Its stock has soared this month without one. Yeah. He can openly get away with not doing anything. Okay? Regularly. He can just get away with not doing anything and people still eat that shit up. They lap it up. It blows my mind. It's those people that are turning around and telling you as a federal government employee that you're not doing enough. That's what makes me so mad.
But he is also, I think, doing an effective job.
Conflict of interest! Show me!
After hearing from furious constituents last week,
a lot of this stuff will be litigated in court, right? Some of it.
Georgia GOP Congressman Rich McCormick now says there should be studies on the impact of mass firings.
If you want to talk about things I'm critical, I think we're just moving a little bit too fast.
I love that the Republicans that are also getting pushback at their town halls, so they have to go back and be like, maybe we're doing a bit much. Perhaps dismantling the administrative state isn't the best idea. You know, you kind of need those guys to make things work.
Robert McCabe, who was fired from the IRS, says he voted for Trump. Now he's stunned over how much power the president has.
I wasn't voting for a king. He has to answer to Congress.
What do you mean you weren't voting for a king? I still don't think this person should have been fired from his job at the IRS. But what did you think was going to happen? You voted for the party that literally said, you and others like you, 85,000 of you, have guns and you're going to go and steal people's trailer parks. They're going to do asset seizures. That's what... God damn, dude. I want to be principled and talk about the humanity of every single person, but some of these motherfuckers make it so hard. You voted for the party that kept saying, your office, okay? The 85,000 armed IRS agents are coming to steal all of our money. You voted for that guy. Like, I get it. The Democrats suck, but like, God damn, dude. What the hell did you think was going to happen? Holy moly. What did you think was going to happen?
And that's my big question is where are our congressional leaders?
Where are they? I voted for them. When Donald Trump said he'd be a dictator on day one, okay, I thought to myself, I thought to myself, that's my guy. I just didn't think he'd be dictating my job to be removed. I didn't realize that's what that meant.
McCabe says he feels for the federal workers who are agonizing over their futures.
I mean, it felt like we were going into a prison every day, just doing our death march, waiting for the hammer to drop.
Anger is not only starting to boil over at those congressional town halls, there have also been some other public displays of protest. Over the weekend, workers at Yosemite National Park hung an American flag upside down at the El Capitan rock formation. The traditional sign for distress was meant to draw attention.
Elon Musk of DOGE.
Rancher who has voted for Trump 3 times shares concerns. Listen, I didn't understand. I thought USAID was doing gay shit. I didn't realize they were responsible for purchasing all my grain and shipping it to Somalia. It turns out the billions of dollars spent on USAID wasn't just on homosexual Marxism in Guatemala. A big part of it was purchasing my grain. All of a sudden, I got a $700,000 hole in my budget. Turns out it was aiding me as well.
DOGE has another message for federal workers who don't respond to an email they received over the weekend asking them to justify their jobs or lose them. The deadline for that email was at midnight. But earlier today, the Office of Personnel Management said a response was, quote, not mandatory. And just before airtime, Musk posted this.
Like, the thing I'm the most jealous of always is the fact that Republicans get to do this. Like, they can just cause instability because any kind of trajectory change is going to cause instability, okay? It's going to be a little chaotic in the interim. But Republicans get to do it for all of the worst reasons. Because if you think, like, obviously changing the American healthcare structure and, like, the abolition of for-profit privatized health insurance is not going to be chaotic, you're wrong. Of course it's going to be chaotic, right? In the interim, there is going to be chaos. But it's for a good purpose, okay? It's for every American citizen getting health care. That's a good thing. Republicans get to do all of this shit, and they do it in the opposite direction, in a way that harms Americans. And they still get to do it. And they don't even get to suffer the repercussions instantly. I hate it. I'm jealous. I'm just genuinely jealous.
This, quote, subject to the discretion of the president, they will be given another chance. Failure to respond a second time will result in termination. A month into the administration, Trump voters seem to be paying attention.
How does getting rid of useless government employees cause harm? Brother, the left can't stop appealing to emotions. Oh, my Lord, dude. Who are you arguing against? Oh, thank God we got hogs in here. Okay, do not ban this person. Okay. Useless government employees is a lie that was told to you, okay? You just lapped it up because it's your guy saying the lie. If you had ever actually encountered my commentary while the Democrats were in charge, I, unlike many of my Republican counterparts, didn't allow the Democrats to just get away with lying, okay? I routinely criticized them, as I am criticizing the Republican Party right now. The difference between you and I, however, is that when your party, okay, when the party that you align with tells you something, you believe it. That's the problem. Politicians lie. Newsflash, okay? Yeah, if they were getting rid of useless government employees, you would be correct, okay? There would still be financial harm there, obviously, because the government should be a jobs program, okay? I always voted Democrat, homie. I don't care who you voted for, dumbass. You obviously believe what the fuck the Trump administration is saying. That is the problem. It doesn't matter if you voted Democrat or Republican. What matters is you obviously believe the propaganda. You believed it. You think that the government is currently getting rid of useless government employees. That is not the case. Okay? Even if they were getting rid of useless government employees, there's obviously still an argument to be made about how we should have all of these jobs. We should have more jobs in the government. Okay, the government should offer more jobs programs to American individuals. Everyone should have a job. But that's not the case anyway, because that's not how the American government operates regardless. We have consistently cut government employees, even though the population has increased year over year. That's why the peak of the government employees was in the 90s. Okay? We've had a lower number of federal government employees since the 90s, despite the fact that our population has increased. The government jobs, on the other hand, have not increased alongside that. Okay? When you say, oh, they're firing useless government employees, you're falling for the propaganda and the lies that the Republican administration is currently telling. That is precisely the reason why when they go back and actually fire thousands of federal employees, like probationary employees, for example, they have to go, oopsie, I guess we fucked up. Like, for example, I'll give you 2 examples, okay? 2 examples of where they had to go back instantly. Number 1, the Department of Energy. You think they're doing, I don't know, gay, like climate change subsidies or something. But the Department of Energy actually also controls the American nuclear arsenal. So when they did these mass cuts without actually looking at who they were cutting, they ended up firing the people that control the nukes. So they had to go back and be like, oh shit, we fucked up. Can you please come back? Okay. Another example I can give you in terms of federal government employees that they fired was when they went in and fired the people that were actually overseeing the current avian flu. When you go to the goddamn store right now and there are no fucking eggs, you can't buy any goddamn eggs, and I need eggs because I need the protein. The reason for why you can't get those eggs is because of the avian flu, okay? It's ripping through our egg supply. How do you fucking fire the guys who were tasked with trying to stop the spread of the bird flu when there is a major inflationary crisis? Think. That's precisely why they went back and they were like, oops, we fucked up. Let's hire these guys back. They are not, and they backtracked on the Forest Service as well. This is like a minor part, a minuscule part of the overall budget. The Forest Services are already undermined and underfunded. Okay? Imagine doing this. And this is the reality at virtually every part of the federal government, okay? Virtually every part of the federal government is underfunded and undermined. They need more workers, not less. And we certainly have the money to pay for more workers and not less, except we choose to use our endless, vast amounts of wealth on subsidies for corporations so billionaires and millionaires can turn a tidy profit every single quarter. Okay? This is why I keep repeating the point that they are literally robbing you blind, okay? These are your tax dollars that they took from you that they're basically giving back to the wealthiest people in American society. And they're cutting jobs, like the decently paying jobs, okay, in comparison to a nation where there is an underemployment crisis at like 28% of the existing labor force, where everyone is a part of the gig economy serfdom at this point. They're cutting some of these stable full-time jobs. What do you think the economic impact of that is going to look like in a couple years? Have you ever ran a business with that many? How do you know they are not useless? How does he know they are? You both don't. Truth always is, it's a little bit of both. Why can't y'all just be honest? The last two things you said are pure propaganda, but you're good with that, right? Yelling at them for listening to right propaganda while listening to CNN. I literally yell at CNN every fucking day. What are you talking about? And not only that, but also the last 2 things I didn't give you were propaganda. It's the truth of what took place. Planes are falling out of the goddamn sky And this guy's like, you know what we need to do? Cut the air traffic controllers even further. Anyway, see, he don't get timed out, but I do. Yeah, you do. It is what it is. There's an aviation incident virtually every single day, okay? Wait till they cut TSA. They already did. They already did. All of those cuts actually lead to worse experiences overall. That's the other side of this story, okay? And people don't have the capacity to understand how this actually impacts them. And even while they're experiencing the impacts of those budget cuts, they still think it's actually the workers that are at fault. Okay? When they cut TSA, when they cut the existing TSA workforce, okay, what do you think that happened? What do you think that means for you? If you ever actually have to go and fly, you have to wait in longer lines now. It means you're going to wait in a line, a much longer line, and probably miss your flight. Huh. I'm so sick of telling my family members about Trump's ridiculous statement of the day and then having them immediately go, oh, he must have been quoted out of context. There's going to be a lot of that in the interim, okay? There's going to be a lot of people that just hold on to the notion that Donald Trump is Donald Trump is doing great things. Because for a lot of Americans, the reason why they voted for Donald Trump is because of the deep resentment that they feel towards the government that hasn't helped them at all. So they're like, yeah, let's break things. Let's break things and rebuild them. Surely it will be better. So if you're used to nothing, ever changing and your conditions getting worse and worse, then all of a sudden this guy is doing something, right? Before you recognize that the something that they did is harming you, in the process of doing those things, people will go, yeah, it's not too bad that we're shaking things up. Fuck the government. This is what happens after. This is what happens after decades of neoliberalism. People develop a deep resentment towards the federal government. People don't think the government actually has their back. People don't think that the government is actually working to make their lives better and more stable, especially because a lot of the things that the federal government does is invisible. It's supposed to be invisible. Okay? Why the fuck would you ever care about the National Weather Service? You don't even think about it. You go, oh, the weather app is just showing me what's going on. They don't realize the hundreds of millions of dollars that go into climate scientists like constantly, and the American Army and the Air Force flying around trying to figure out what's happening with weather patterns. Okay? You don't think about food safety inspections and regulation that goes into play. You just go to the supermarket and you purchase a slab of beef without having to ever consider all of the federal government initiatives that took place that ensure that the meat that you're eating is not going to kill you. That is a measure, a safety measure that is invisible, and also it's a safety measure that actually harms the bottom line of corporations who would much rather sell you poisonous meat, okay? Until it goes away, you will never understand how the federal government was making your lives better. The worst part of this process, however, is that if there's no one communicating how the federal government is actually making your lives better in the most invisible ways possible, then you're just kind of lost. You're lost. You're like, oh, I don't know. I guess like we just haven't fired enough trans people. That's probably the reason why. We just have to keep doing it over and over again. You got to be kidding. American food is toxic. Shut the fuck up. American food is the worst. You got to be kidding. Yes, dude, I know. That's why I advocate for good regulation. Okay? More regulation, not less. Dude, if you think food is toxic right now, what you're talking about is actually subsidies-backed and oftentimes harmful, like harmful to the broader public foods that Americans consume that is like easily accessible, okay, readily accessible and cheap. What I'm talking about is something entirely different. We're talking about meat inspection, okay? And I don't mean meat inspection in an Ohio middle school because one of the parents in the opposition team decided that, you know, your daughter is trans or something. I'm talking like actually looking at going to a meat facility and inspecting the meat to make sure that it's not fucking poisonous.
I want to start with last week. Videos of protesters yelling at members of Congress went viral, right? But the content focused on the confrontation, not the why. Some of the people that hijacked those town halls are happy with the bloated status quo. They want the bloated status quo to continue. They don't want to get our country back on track.
Yeah. No. Yo, why don't you do this in front of an actual public hearing? You know, tell the people that just lost their jobs. Tell the people that just lost their jobs how, well, they were a part of the bloated administrative apparatus and they had to go. Hasan, are you saying you care for the well-being of your fellow Americans? Yes. Yes, the truth is out, okay? My secret is out. I care about the well-being of fellow Americans. Lol, now you're a communist. Lol, Americans learning capitalism in every edge of the government is helpful and not communism. Lol, now you are a communist, but when there is some public interest control mechanism, what are you saying?
And yet Democrats are soliciting sob stories from bloated bureaucrats with six-figure salaries. Give me a break. Now, it's time for us to tell our story. And I want to start with
You have money. You are a literal millionaire. Why care? Socialism, by the way. Exactly. You're right. Exactly. Why care? I'm not trans. Why do I care about trans people? I'm white. Why do I care about black people? It doesn't make any sense. I can purchase platinum healthcare. Why do I want everybody to get healthcare? I know. It's called empathy, man. That's it. Okay? It's empathy.
To the cuts, the threats, John King tonight has a new all over the map report from Colorado.
The Spoma Ranch spans more than 100 acres, home to 60 horses, and one last bison.
This little guy down here, his name is Trouble.
A bit ornery at times.
Aww.
Yes, Trouble.
You know, it's like Trump. I really don't like him as a person. I think he's arrogant, kind of a jerk, but...
David Hayes is a funny man.
I tried farming for a while, and I would rather get run over by a bison, you know.
The Northern Colorado Ranch has been in his family since the 1880s. The White House and Washington are far away.
We got like hot dogs.
Yes, Hayes wants the government shrunk, but he doesn't see a coherent plan. And he doesn't trust Elon Musk, doesn't believe what he says, doesn't want Trump letting Musk poke around Social Security or tax files.
I don't know how many people he's fired. And, you know, Musk keeps saying, well, I found $1 billion of waste here. And Social Security, there's hundreds of people that are collecting it that are between 100 years old and 150.
Peace out. Try to find some empathy. I really like you and agree with you, but I bet you can't even say sorry, even though you don't need to. Your fame won't last forever. Could have fooled me. You don't care about your own fans. I buy all your stuff. Dog, you got auto-botted because you said she's a cunt. Like, what are you talking about? Can I ask why I was timed out of your chat, man? Why was I timed out? Can I not say the C word? Yeah. That's it. It's not some vast conspiracy, okay? Yeah, auto-modded because obviously you called a woman a cunt. It's kind of funny that your name is literally Nice Guy Jake, by the way. Okay, and then you've been on an extended crash out since then, okay? Calm down. Yes, there are certain words you can't say. This is one of them. I don't know how you made this my problem. Jesus Christ. Dudes get... this isn't a bit. No, there are probably a ton of people who don't understand how moderation works in this chat and how Twitch works, and they just like lose their minds over it. I'm nice. Okay, well then stop freaking out. Yes, you got auto-modded, okay? A bot stopped you from saying she's a cunt. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to tell him too, but he doesn't read his replies. Yeah. Yeah, you got timed out for like 30 seconds, okay? And then a mod saw you say that and timed you out for a little bit longer, and you lost your dang mind. Calm down. Yes, you're not allowed to say it, okay?
Can you believe any of that crap? You can't substantiate it, but you can't believe it. So that's a trust issue.
A blue-collar rural guy in one of the nation's most competitive congressional districts. A 3-time Trump voter who calls the president unfocused and arrogant. But Democrats should hold the celebration.
But if you had a do-over tomorrow and you had to pick again between Trump and Harris, what would you do?
I would still do Trump.
So conservative independent, is that fair?
Very conservative independent, yes.
So would Esmeralda Ramirez-Ray. She smiles when asked about Trump's frenetic first month.
I voted for that. I love it.
What did you vote for?
I voted for a president that was going to put America first. I voted for a president that was going to secure our borders. And I voted for a president that was going to make sure that we were respected throughout the world. And I believe I'm getting that.
Greeley is the northern edge of Colorado's 8th, a congressional district that is 40% Hispanic.
Dude, Americans make it so hard to feel bad for them while they're staring down the precipice of their demise. Like every step of the way, American exceptionalists and American individualists will just come out and just say the dumbest shit on the planet. And you're just like, okay, well, I give up. You know, I give up. What do you want me to do? You could have like Gestapo breaking down your door to put you to the fucking work camps, and you'd still be like, nah, it was a good thing I did that. You know, we really got to get some hard work around these parts. Do you ever think it's crazy that your biggest haters and distractors are as a leftist aren't Nazis and conservatives or right-wing freaks, but liberals? No, it's definitely still Nazis and conservatives and right-wing freaks. Liberals every now and then can get annoying, but it's not. They are far from my biggest fucking haters. Are you kidding me? Maybe liberal content creators themselves who spend a good deal of time. Liberal content creators themselves spend a good deal of time like attacking me instead of fucking, you know, getting their eyes on the prize here, locking in. Yeah. In any case, I'm more so disappointed. I'm more so disappointed in liberals, okay? That's it. Like, I expect more from them. I expect them to, you know, figure out what the fuck is up. Figure out what's wrong with American society. Wake up to the realities. That's it. And some do. Many do.
And has a significant undocumented population. Ramirez-Ray is a court interpreter for defendants who don't speak English. She agrees with Trump that some who cross the border illegally are violent criminals, but she wishes he would add that the overwhelming majority are good people.
I was raised as a migrant worker working in the fields. Those are the people that are out there picking their crops. So even though I support Trump, I don't believe that he's the end-all, be-all savior of humanity. Nobody is.
Now this one, we've had Canadian Hoser for a long time before all this stuff came up. Right. All the fights with American and Canadian hockey players and everything.
Like Hayes, Todd Waffle says Trump can be arrogant and pompous, but like Ramirez-Ray, he's a fan of the early pace.
I like him going full speed. Let's get things done. Let's find out if the policies work, they don't work. But yeah, this is the baby Bruin system. Boil it up there.
Waffle started Satire Brewing 7 years ago. Business is good, and he constantly debates expanding. But a plan to boost sales by adding canning machines is on hold because of Trump tariffs on aluminum.
When you fly enough, you understand, buckle your seatbelt, turbulence ahead.
Waffle's approach is a trademark of many Trump voters. Accept the things that make you cringe to get the things you want, like a better economy and a stronger border.
Trump's going to say what he's going to say. And yeah, some of it's going to be exaggerated, some are not going to be true. But at the end of the day, I think you got to, sift through all that. Is he going to get things done? Is he going to get the country moving the right way?
Let go right in front of your eyes.
I mean, I've told you that this is literally the overarching attitude from Republicans right now. He's just getting things done, He's just a crazy guy, but he's taking a mallet to the goddamn federal government, and I hate the federal government because I've been told it doesn't do nothing, and all of the things that it does do are invisible, so I don't care. Fuck it, deregulate, okay? Destroy the administrative state, brother. I don't care. They don't realize the consequences of Donald Trump's mallet to the administrative state, okay? They don't realize it. And also, they like that he's doing something, anything. And they're dumb enough to think that Trump is destroying woke and that woke has actually destroyed their lives, I guess.
Just like that.
Austin Jenkins voted for lower taxes and less regulation. That would help his small businesses, including his cocktail bar and the Greeley Hatchet House.
He seemed like the lesser of two evils, in my opinion.
But Jenkins finds the first month unsettling. Not a fan of tariffs or executive orders by the dozens or Musk popping from agency to agency.
I thought there's supposed to be checks and balances somewhere.
So where do I want to let go? Shoulder height?
Right in front of your eyes. So,
dude, everyone is a liberal at the end of the day. It's amazing. He said, I thought there were checks and balances. Everyone's a liberal, baby. Let's go. Everyone's a goddamn liberal. What about our institutions? All the petty bourgeois for these interviews is interesting. Yeah, all of our glorious small business owners, dude.
Plus, he sees fear in the Latino community, wishes Trump would find a more compassionate way to improve border security.
I think there's a better way to go about it. I don't know if it's necessarily just force them out.
Trump, of course, won't be on the ballot next election, but this district will help decide.
You never know.
Whether Republicans keep their tiny House majority.
The cost of living's getting crazy here in Colorado.
My cousin shed literal tears of joy when he didn't have to put pronouns in his email signature anymore for the DOD. He was a probationary employee for the DOD and was let go last week. Well, that's another way to eliminate putting pronouns in your email, in your work email, don't you think? If you don't have a work email any longer because you don't have a fucking job. This is what I mean when it's like, this is what I mean when I say it's like, maybe he was semi-fired, okay? Maybe he was semi-fired and he'll keep working for free, I guess. I don't know. But like, this is what I mean when I say it's so hard. It's so hard to maintain my across the board, I care about all workers attitude when these guys are literally begging for their own demise. Okay. Yeah, new pronouns, unemployed. It's just, it's hard, man. It's hard. I saw a tweet from an account that Elon Musk had recently retweeted about healthcare being a secret way to bring about communism and death and destruction. With what is it? What's the name of that account? It's like Rothmus or something. It's like one of those like, yeah, Rothmus is the account. And it zapped my brain. This is a account that just like posts dumbass libertarian shit all day, every day. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this exact tweet. It truly, 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 truly bricked my brain. I saw it and it like lasered me. It was like the mousetrap meme. Like the mice see the mice see other other mice that has died in the mousetrap and still go for the cheese. And just like communists see all of the death and destruction born about, oh, here it is. Up. Whoa, free cheese. And then everybody sees poverty and death and destruction under socialism and go, whoa, free healthcare. That account also posts Holocaust denial? Of course it does. People unironically believe this shit, okay? They do. And to me, it's like, oh. Thank you for the raid, Rob Rousseau. Hope you had a good stream. They're always replying to all your tweets too. Wait, they are? I didn't even know. I think they're just mad. They've been paying for it, so they believe everyone always should. What? Honest question. Why do you think Americans are so counter-revolutionary in their mindset? Because their brain is bricked. Dude, even during the Great Depression, okay, Steinbeck, who wrote Grapes of Wrath, very famously said, socialism will never come to the United States of America because the workers do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. That is the reason. Americans literally think they are one cryptocurrency scheme away from being Elon Musk. What? When does Dr. Doom show up? Scrocious fancies you, by the way? Okay. They genuinely, truly believe in their minds that they are, their wealth is right around the corner, okay? They're one lottery ticket removed from making it out the mud. And they also close they also are so close-minded. Like they just think America is an exceptional country, and they refuse to reckon with the reality that like plenty of other competent capitalist social democracies offer this service. And unironically, even developing nations that are significantly poorer than the United States of America offer this. Okay? It's insane.
And I hope that they would have some kind of an impact on helping that.
I don't know if that's true. Didn't you say yourself once that the problem with these kinds of people is that they believe the people on the top deserve what they have? Yes, they do. They do believe that. It is peasant mentality. It's the serf mindset. Yes, that goes along with what I'm talking about. They believe that they are going to work hard and work smart and get lucky and basically become the lords that they fancy, and they think the lords that they fancy currently are in that position of power because they also worked hard and worked smart. Okay? That's what this means.
Republican congressman won by just 2,000 votes. His 2026 reelection prospects will...
You don't understand socialism coming faster this way once it all collapses? No, it's not. Especially not in a fucking reactionary shithole like America. Okay? What are you talking about? We are accelerating towards fascism, whether the only people who, in my opinion, are against true accelerationism are social democrats and socialists that advocate for at least like welfare and expansive social safety nets. They are the ones who are trying to stop the collapse. Accelerationists are so funny. They think like magically Americans are going to develop revolutionary consciousness out of nowhere. No, they're not. You know what we're bouldering towards in the state collapse? Who's going to restore order? Fascists.
will likely hinge on Trump's performance, on whether swing voters here see the president as focused on the big issues or veering too far off target.
Hasan, you are not an accelerationist because you are not smart, but it's okay. You can learn, Lamau. Yes, I'm stupid. That's why I look at the situation, okay, and recognize that people are not going to magically start carrying copies of the fucking Red Book, okay, and build Maoist brigades in the mountains and start engaging in self-crit and the spiritual atom bomb of Mao Zedong thought is going to uplift both the third world and the first. Okay? It will happen. Hot take, but the way socialism can go through fascism if it must. No, that's not how this works, man. Y'all are crazy. Look at history. Is that what happened? No.
So, John, of all the Trump supporters you spoke with, some had complaints or at least unease about the president's first month back in office. Should the president be concerned?
Well, he should listen to them, Anderson, certainly. You do see some evidence today with the Trump administration backing off that Musk email to federal employees as perhaps evidence they are listening. Look, Trump voters, they understand there's a price of admission, some of the chaos, some of the other things. But what they most voted for was lower prices and a secure border. That half of the Trump voters we talked to complained about Musk, worried that he has too long of a leash. That's pretty interesting. Normally, people complain about Trump's tone, not so much about what he's doing. So if you're the president, you want to keep an eye on that. But the bigger risk is that, look, Trump's not on the ballot. 2 years from now, House Republicans will be and Senate Republicans will be. The district we were in is one of the most competitive districts in the country. It is very evenly
divided. Yeah, I can't wait for the Democrats to try and secure a marginal victory so they can do virtually nothing. And still say, oh, we'll do bipartisan compromise with our newfound majority, if that even happens, by the way.
Swing voters or soft Trump voters think that Trump and Musk and Republicans in Congress are off doing other things like wandering into...
You think the reactionary peasantry in Russia in 1917 was any better or more educated? They were just illiterate dumb hogs too at first. I think the material conditions of the 1917 peasantry in Tsarist Russia is entirely different than the comfortable lap of luxury that the American labor aristocrats experience on a daily fucking basis. Okay? I get what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. But someone had to build class consciousness, but you're talking about peasantry, okay? Which is an entirely different class of person than a small business owner or an American who fucking fancies themselves. Like, the reactionary peasantry did not think they would be the czar one day. Do you understand? Neoliberalism and capitalism has an infinitely better mechanism of control to nullify and pacify any sort of revolutionary sentiment. That's the major difference. This is why I always talk about how, like, authoritarian governance actually breeds resentment and possibly rebellion, whereas neoliberal governance does not. Neoliberal governance makes you feel like you are on the driver's seat, that you have some kind of control over all of the things that are happening. I'm just trying to point out that revolutions never really come from a massive rising of intelligence of the population. Yes, but it also, like, the American, if you ask the average American, they think America is a shining beacon of democracy, even under Donald Trump. They don't recognize that there is a uniparty principle across the board when it comes to deregulation and offering tax cuts to the fucking super wealthy. That's it. You're too combative sometimes. Some of these chatters are agreeing with you and you're just reading past what they actually mean, just my take. No, I get holding out hope. I'm just saying that the conditions are very different in America right now, if that makes sense. And I'm also explaining why I still think that reforms in the interim are necessary in order to even build class consciousness. Okay? You have to, my argument has always been that you have to build the quote unquote vanguard first, okay? You have to at least build a network of real resistance, a network that can cause economic harm. And right now, when I look at America and look at Americans, look at their relations to the means of production, okay? And their attitudes overall, I don't see any sort of revolution ever happening. There is no network. There aren't even labor unions in this country. And plenty of labor unions are also completely captured by corporate interests to begin with. Like, think about it. Think about what I just showed you about, okay. This is the average American's perspective, okay? I want to repeat this once again. This is like low-key, there are a lot of Americans who feel this way, okay? So what do you think accelerationism would bring about in a country where there are plenty of people who unironically think this way? There is a lot of work that needs to be done, okay? It doesn't happen overnight. With easy access to guns, okay, good luck. Who is more gunned up in this country? The dumbass hogs that believe this shit and would kill you for being trans, or the Socialist Rifle Association?
The federal agencies are looking at the Social Security records and not lowering costs and worrying about the border, the Republicans could pay the price. So we'll keep going back to this district. We're only a month in. I wouldn't shoot up any flares yet if you're the Trump political team. But when your own voters are starting to complain, you should listen.
All right, John.
The Bolshevik Revolution also wouldn't have happened had it not been for World War I, where the Russian peasantry was eviscerated and made destitute due to war. America is not experiencing even a fraction of what people in Tsarist Russia or nationalist China were experiencing to invoke a workers' revolution. You aren't encouraging people to build the movements. We need to change these dynamics by saying this doomerous stuff. No, it's not. Hope is a discipline, bro. It doesn't come from looking at the world and consuming Trump. No. Make no mistake. That's why I do what I do. That's why I always advocate for organizing. That's why I always advocate for community organizing. That's why I always advocate for labor organizing, labor union organizing. It is precisely because I think that we need to build that network, but it doesn't happen overnight. Okay? But accelerationism without any sort of like counterbalance, without any sort of network without any sort of organizational network to push for socialist revolution is going to turn into fascism. And it already is.
King, thanks so much.
Musk says federal workers will get another chance to report productivity or be terminated.
Right. Elon Musk is giving some federal workers the boot and others a second chance to respond to his email. Yeah, I just ad-libbed that. As he continues asking for details of what they accomplished over the last week.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from Washington with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, Maddie. Hi, guys. Good morning. Yeah, there's a lot of confusion regarding this directive. Elon Musk says while there is a second chance to respond, failure to answer again will result in termination this time. But the Office of Personnel Management says agencies will be the ones to review responses and evaluate non-responses. They look into whether employees were on excused leave yesterday or whether they had access to their email over the weekend. The OPM also says agency heads can exclude some workers from this expectation at their discretion, given that they provide reasons for exclusions. And finally, the OPM says it is up to the agency's leadership to determine what actions are taken. Some agencies, like the FBI and the Department of Defense, for instance, have told employees not to respond to the OPM email, saying they'll be doing their own reviews. But others, like the Transportation Secretary, saying that their department is going to be following this directive from Musk. But President Trump says the different orders don't necessarily mean a division between the Trump administration.
Incredible levels of cuckoldry, by the way. Incredible levels of cuckoldry to be like, no, yeah, report to Elon Musk, please. What the fuck does he know about transportation, man? Are you stupid? There's tens of thousands of employees that work in this in so many different departments. Like, how is Elon Musk going to parse through who's actually doing their jobs? It wasn't even a directive to report to your managers, by the way. It was a directive to report to him. The fuck does he know about transportation?
And Musk, and he's defending
$5,000 checks to taxpayers feels pretty social. Is there any reason we should feel bad about getting a refund on our taxes? Not like with how our government currently is. If your ass got taxed 80%, we see potholes get filled or homelessness go down. But when Xi comes to San Fran's, those homeless get housed. What? You cannot be a 17-month subscriber and unironically believe that like DOGE actually ripped through the federal expenditures and is going to give you a $5,000 check back from the government. Oh my God, you think that's real? What the fuck is going on with the level of education in this in this community? Holy shit. That's what's getting pitched? Chatter. Serious question for you. If you don't trust when the Democrats are in charge and are understandably critical of the lies that they tell, why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever turn around and believe a single damn thing that the Republican administration has told you? When I spend every day of the week explaining to you that they're lying. Why would you believe them? What good is a $5,000 check for every citizen if the whole point was to save that wasted money? No, it's just This is the thing I get very frustrated why, because I see a lot of people fall into this trap. Yeah, it's a lot of hope that Trump's ego will make it happen. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to not. It's kind of hard for me to maintain revolutionary optimism, don't you think? Cinemarxism in the chat when you were talking about how, you know, you have to have revolutionary optimism. You have to maintain that. I hope you're trolling, chatter. Trump got his unemployment plus, bam, made more money on the dole than actually working. Dog, that was during COVID. Do you think Trump did that because of his ego? Or do you think even the Republicans recognize that America's primary directive is the consumption engine of the entire planet, and in order not to collapse the global marketplace, that they had to give people money? And even in that process, also the dole, you're fucking not American, okay? I've never heard an American call unemployment dole. Get the fuck out of here, Australian chatter, who's like 8 fucking Fosters deep right now, LARPing as an American MAGA supporter. Trump got us unemployment plus, bam, made more money on the dole than actually working. You've called me, I've been on fucking 8 VB long necks. He could be British as well. I think his ego made that 600 bones. Pelosi tried to pitch up to 2K. Even AOC was on board, remember? No, I don't. You need to answer me right now. Why did you call it the dole? You are not a fucking American. Pretty sure if Trump and Elon free up 1.5 trillion, they ain't giving 5K a piece of the plebs. Yeah, it's going directly to every wealthy American. Okay. One of the funniest aspects also is that, like, you think when you've destroyed government services that 5K is going to make a ginormous difference. Okay, enjoy the $5,000 you can spend on poisonous meat. Okay, as the potholes get even worse, and there is no more public school. The Department of Education is abolished. Okay, so now you have to send your son or daughter to private school, and of course, considering that those private school networks are the only schooling that makes sense, I'm sure there will be an insurance structure, because now you have to actually be able to pay for schooling as well. So now you have an insurance style scheme so that you can send your son or daughter to private school. Private school costs skyrocket. Okay, good luck. $250,000 for 4 years of private education from 9th grade, from 8th grade onward. Bro, look at the kids with our DOE now. Are you seeing the results that make you happy about the DOE currently? What? You're right. We need more privatization. Thank God. Here, let's look at his new executive orders that he's signing.
Which one, last or?
The one that
No, the digital tax is taking place all over Europe. They're taxing us, and they're doing other things. They're suing all our companies. And if that's going to happen, we want to be the ones that sue, not them. And they use it almost as a form of running.
Okay, I'm going to ask that chatter and many other chatters who look at the current Department of Education and go, it's too costly. We pay more per pupil than any of these other nations, and our educational outcomes are dog shit, okay? The question I have for you is, do you know that other countries exist? Okay? Like Donald Trump loves talking about Norwegian education. Donald Trump even talks about Chinese education and says, they're beating us, they're beating us. What do you think is different in China and Norway and many of these other countries that Donald Trump consistently points to when he talks about education? Do you think it's actually because they have blossoming private sector, private education opportunities? Or do you think it's closer to nationalization, and socialized almost entirely and all publicly funded? It's the second thing. It's not because they have private education. It's actually a lack of private education.
They don't treat us right as a country. So we're going to protect our companies. We have to protect our companies. So we're not going to have any companies left anymore. I also want to thank Apple, though, for announcing they're going to invest $500 billion in our country. That's
in Sweden, a lot is private and for profit. You're wrong. I don't know if you're Swedish or not, but Sweden implemented privatization initiatives and had to go back on them because they immediately saw a drop in educational outcomes. Now they're still going back to privatization in Sweden, okay, after years and years. But ultimately, it is responsible for Swedish education being on a downturn regardless. Sweden is actually a very famous case of privatization being a genuine issue. Hold on. Here, we'll look at it right now. Yeah. Sweden, education minister declares for-profit schools a failure. Swedish expert, the market system is a disaster for students and Sweden. Sweden school minister declares free school system failure. Lotta Edholm aims to limit the profit-making ability of friskolar in her plans for education reform. Sweet here. We have a weird semi-privatized system where private schools are state-funded but still for profit. They take our tax money for profit. No, I know. And this is a real issue in Sweden because I think it was like a decade ago when they first tried to implement this initiative and squashed it, but it never went away. Here it is, okay? From 2015, article that is more than 9 years old, is a decade past. It's a political failure how Sweden's celebrated school system fell into crisis. International ratings have plummeted and inequality is growing after a raft of changes, including in introduction of the voucher system. They literally did school choice. Okay? They implemented school choice in Sweden. SF Dubs, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyway. Are you familiar with how insane the education system is in the U.S.? Are you aware of the local school board powers and recs? As a teacher, our system is so fucked up. My school is purposely failing students to get more money, no discipline, and we're becoming more of a diploma factory. I know already 30 students that had GPAs under 1.0 and still graduated. I have students that are at a second grade reading and math that are freshmen. Milton Friedman in shambles when he saw this article in Hell? No, he loves this shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Milton Friedman cares more. He does not have a utilitarian perspective. He cares more about rampant privatization. He is totally in favor of government subsidies as long as they are subsidizing private enterprise. These people's worldview is not about uplifting the entire public. It's entirely about might is right. It's entirely about like rich people getting ahead. He doesn't give a shit. There are so many examples like this in terms of pupil performance in Sweden. And Sweden is a great example of how a country turns reactionary after rampant neoliberal austerity and rampant privatization. Yeah, it's all the Muslims, the rape gangs that Muslims are committed to. Meanwhile, this kind of stuff is actually what's ruining the quality of life in a country like Sweden. But hey, as long as you focus on the Muslims, things will be, get all the Kurds out of Sweden and then it'll be good.
But
right?
It's rare earths and other things. And look, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine and Russia fighting a war that should have never, ever happened. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. People say, how do we know that it didn't happen for 4 years? Would have never happened. And nevertheless, this guy went into this situation and he spent money like nobody's ever seen, $350 billion. The other thing that we don't like is that Europe has spent $100 billion. We've spent $350 billion. Europe gets their money back because they spent it in the form of a loan, and we just gave them, whether it's 300 or 350 billion, nobody really knows. They can't even tell me the answer to that. It means probably more than that. So what we're doing is now we're saying, look, we want to be secured. We want to get that money back. We're helping a country through a very, very big problem, a problem like very few people have had. Shouldn't have had this problem because it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen, so we have to straighten it out. But the American taxpayer now is going to get their money back plus.
Mr. President, yesterday with Emmanuel Macron, you said you had spoken to Putin about the idea of peacekeepers in Ukraine, that Putin was fine with it. The Kremlin, I guess, has said that that's actually unacceptable to them. What's real here?
That's not what I was.
China, Sweden, Japan, countries with strong social safety nets also have a common relative racial homogeneity. Hard to do social safety nets in a racially diverse country where some groups don't want other races to get the same / any government money spent on them. Yeah, famously China, which is certainly incredibly homogenous. Like, sure, you can say that about Japan. Yeah, just wait, dude. Once we fucking kill all of the brown people, then we'll have socialism. It's so stupid. This is an economic system, okay? It is born out of capitalism. Shut the fuck up. That's just a dumbass lie that capital owners tell you as well, because it's a great distraction. It has nothing to do with racial homogeneity. It's ridiculous.
Mr. President.
That war-fighting equipment and the ammunition, that's sustained going forward for Ukraine, and how long is it sustained?
Well, it could go forward for a while. And maybe until we have a deal with Russia. Look, we need to have a deal with Russia. Otherwise, it's going to continue. But now when Americans put up their money, the taxpayer money, and the president approves it, we're getting our money back in some form. But it could go on for a while, or it could be settled quickly. I think it's going to be settled quickly. I spoke with President Putin. I think he wants to settle it. And
like, one of the funniest aspects of this also is that, like, what's the most famous example of an implementation of socialist governance? The fucking USSR. It literally is one of the most diverse structures that has ever fucking existed. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ridiculous. It's all entirely made up. The notion that, like, brown people, the notion that fucking brown people are somehow different than the white people in this country is a made up phenomenon, okay? It literally existed throughout time for people that are now comfortably under the banner of white. Irish people, Italian people, Polish people, Jews. They were all, at a certain point, not considered white. Usually when they were migrating into the United States of America, they were not considered white, okay? Now they're all white. And there are plenty of studies that clearly show that by the second generation, full-blown assimilation takes place. By the third generation, virtually indistinguishable. But by the second generation, you assimilate to America. You are American. Okay? The idea that, like, the color of your skin or your ethnic background is some sort of limitation to social safety nets is moronic. There are plenty of countries that are just as diverse as the United States of America, as a matter of fact, like fucking Canada or even the UK, that have way more expansive social safety nets. The real problem in those countries is not the diversity that's ruining these nation states. The real problem is the capitalists that are trying to undermine these social safety nets with the hopes that they can inevitably privatize it down the line.
So it's true. Thank you, Brian. It's true. A lot of people in Canada.
Bro really doesn't think white supremacy has any effect on how politics happen in the U.S. That chatter is right, though.
They'll have.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what? You're right. That's why we should kill all of the fucking black and brown people in this country so that maybe one day we can have social safety nets. What kind of fucking stupid argument is this? I'm giving you an example of diverse countries that have better more expansive social safety nets in the United States of America. Are you too dumb to understand that? Yes, white supremacy is a very effective marketing tool for division. No one is saying you should kill them, be so for real. Oh, sorry, we should do remigration? What are you talking about? You're misinterpreting the chatter? No, I'm not misinterpreting the chatter. That chatter is bringing up a dumbass argument that racist Nazis use on a regular fucking basis. The notion that once this is going to... The chatter is right, though. America's history of racism is straight up why social safety nets have been ripped apart in America. Like, it's not necessarily homogeneity, but it's white supremacy. I'm losing my mind. It is the marketing. That is simply the marketing. I know that there's appetite for dumbass white Americans to undermine social safety nets because they think black people are getting a worse go at it. But that doesn't change the reality that it is simply marketing to divide the American public and to ensure that they do not recognize their class divisions. Okay? I hate this notion. I hate this argument. Yeah, I know. It is what racists say. The divide is pure propaganda. That chatter thinks it's a rule, okay?
And this has been going on for 20 years more in order to take care of a certain species of fish, which wasn't doing very well without water, I can tell you. So that's a big deal. It's like not reported. It's incredible. But California has a lot of water. That's going to take care of farmers. It's going to wetten up the land. And it's going to go all the way down to Los Angeles, where they have curfews on water, where they have all sorts of blocks on water. You can only use so much. We're going to put until just recently, they were going to put a number of gallons per person living in a house in Beverly Hills on water. You're not going to have that problem anymore. Do you have a picture? Let me just see what that looks like. How beautiful is that? Look at that beautiful water flowing. Look at that. That's coming in the dikes and other means of transportation. Isn't that beautiful? Who would believe that? That's all water they could have had. I went to the governor during my first term, and I said, why don't you do this? And they said they have an environmental problem with clean water. If this water were there, you wouldn't have had those fires. You had sprinklers. They make people put sprinklers in the ceiling of a home, and they had no water in them. With this, they would have had a lot of water in them. They would have all been full. They would have had you would have had a whole different deal down there. You probably wouldn't have had a fire, but if it was, it would have been small, would have been put out. You had the fire hydrants not working in California. So it's a beautiful site. These are canals that were built. These were all built. And you saw them for years. They were empty, concrete. They call them the V-shapes or the half pipes.
Incredible. He posted his own tweet.
And they rush down through the farm areas where the farmers can take it and down to Los Angeles. And they were sitting empty for years. And now look at that. Look at that way it looked. It wasn't easy. We had to be very unfriendly to get into those areas. We opened it up.
Mr. President.
I essentially attacked California. Can you believe it? I attacked California. Let's go.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government and who supported it accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
Covington and Burlington?
Covington and Burlington.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about Europe? So long term, do you plan to maintain the number of U.S. troops?
Wait, I just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen? Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith? A deranged person.
What do you say to people who worry that targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith for his actions?
I've been targeted for 4 years, longer than that. Thank you, sir. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that. So don't talk to me about targeting. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there are approximately 2 million federal employees right now. By the end of your term, what do you expect that number to be? What would you like that number to be?
Well, it'll be lower, but I can't tell you. Everybody knows I ran on downsizing government, but making government better. I ran on tariffs and making our country rich, and that's what's going to do. We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. Never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks, Howard? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Sure. Mr. President, are there any requirements for that gold card?
second.
Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Yeah, exactly.
So the EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense.
American immigration has always been pay to win, Chad.
That was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America.
Okay, they 10x'd it though. It used to be 500 grand, I think.
And they can invest in America, and we can use that money.
And now instead of green, it's gold because it's Trump.
Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America?
Oh, it was 1 million? It used to be, I think it was 500,000, but now it's 1 million.
Millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs.
No, I think it was 500,000. Now it's 5 million. They 10x'd it.
People in, for instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or
Chatter's finding out that American migration is pay to win. It has always been pay to win. It's not a new phenomenon at all.
These companies
they
that
just
want to
made
get
it more
people to
expensive.
be working for them will be able to buy a card, and for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like
Plenty of
everybody
countries
else.
have this principle,
so you're
by the
getting,
way.
Big taxpayers.
A lot of countries also have a similar structure where you can just like pay to win and get and gain citizenship.
And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example,
You just pay it. You just pay for it.
cards would be worth
Like a lot of money.
$5 trillion. Wow. And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. So it's a gold card. It's somewhat like a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. It's a road to citizenship for people. And essentially people of wealth or people of great talent, where people of wealth pay for those people of talent to get in, meaning companies will pay for people to get in and to have long-term status in the country. And I think it's something we're very, very happy about. Would you have anything to say about that?
Well, many other countries, by the way, do this, including, of course, your 51st state does that.
And the money's earmarked for deficit reduction?
It may be earmarked for deficit, but it actually could be more money than that. I mean, if you did 10 million, you'd have $15 trillion left over. But generally, it's going to be paid down debt, yes.
Do you need Congress for this? Do you think you need to
No, we
pass
don't
a
need
law?
Congress, no, because we're not doing citizenship, we're doing the card.
I see.
It's a path to citizenship, a very strong path to citizenship, but we're not doing the citizenship. For that, I'd have to get Congress.
And would all countries be eligible for this gold card?
Depends. The countries largely, the people will be vetted very carefully.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future under a peace agreement?
Say it again louder.
Would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future as part
You mean
of
like
a peace
security?
agreement? Yeah.
Well, people are going to do it. I think Europe will largely be responsible for that. European countries will be responsible.
But Macron asked for a U.S. backup.
Well, we'll see. I mean, right now we're just in the process of negotiating. We've pretty much negotiated our deal on raw earth and various other things. We'll be looking at that security. You're talking about general security for Ukraine later on. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There are a lot of people that want to do it. And I spoke with Russia about it. They didn't seem to have a problem with it. So I think they understand. They're not going back in. Once we do this, they're not going back in.
So on that gold card, aircraft, would the U.S. provide, for instance, air defense?
Well, I just told you, right now we're not providing anything. You know, it's about Europe, too. Europe put in...
It's raw.
$100 billion, and we put in $350 billion. It's not...
The earth is raw and the minerals are here for the taking. That's why Ukraine is so flat.
Anyway, but we want equalization.
That's why
They should
Ukraine
put
is
up
so flat
actually
because of
more
the
money than us
raw,
because they're right there. We
raw
have an ocean
earth
in between.
minerals.
But we've had very good talks with Russia. We've
I
had
think one
very
of the
good talks
funniest
with
parts about this
Ukraine,
is
and
that
we
like
think
I
maybe
still
we'll come
don't
to an
know
end
what
and we'll
these
stop
raw
killing
earth
young
minerals
people all
are.
over the
And
battlefield.
everybody keeps
And-
saying
and
like
they'll-
the last time there was an accurate assessment of these raw earth minerals was like during the USSR. So I don't even know how much raw earth minerals they actually
We'll
have.
be involved in Europe. We're involved in
Raw
Europe
earth
now.
minerals.
Europe is our friend. They take advantage of us on trade.
They're
We
so
don't
raw.
Like that, what the EU
Not
does. We don't
rare,
like that.
raw.
But we'll solve that.
We're gonna take them
the
raw.
old-fashioned way. We'll give them the same reciprocal numbers. You know, we're talking about a reciprocal tax.
It's not raw, buddy. Shut the
And,
fuck up.
If they charge us,
My
we charge them.
president.
Right now, they charge us
My
much,
president.
much more than we charge them.
He's right,
And they have
you're wrong.
non-monetary taxes also and tariffs, and we're going to change that. It's all changing. It's all changing. We're not going to
It's
be
raw
the,
now.
the people that we were. We had
Shut
people
up.
in this office sitting right at this desk or another model of this desk, because as you know, the other desk is right now being refurbished.
Is Steve Witkoff delaying his trip to the Middle East?
No, not that I know of. No, Steve. And the Middle East has been great. Saudi Arabia has treated us really well. They really have. And I think Qatar has treated us very well too. They want
Is he covering his bruise?
They
Yes,
get
he
that
is.
whole mess ended in the Middle East. You know, we
He
don't
is
even
covering
talk
his
about
bruise.
that
He has a
anymore.
bruise on
You
his
guys haven't
left
asked one
hand.
question about the
I saw
Middle
that
East, but
too. I saw that.
The Middle East
I
seems to
follow
be
all the
doing-
lib accounts. Okay, I know all the latest and greatest in lib tech, liberal technology.
For months, even before you were elected in November, you've spoken about your desire to free all of those hostages that have been held by Hamas since October the 7th, a year and a half ago. And just a few weeks ago, you gave an ultimatum. You said if they're not all released by noon on February the 15th, there would be hell to pay. Is Hamas
He had a long night of drinking, so we got the IV.
No, I think the opposite. So, as you know, they weren't going to release any more hostages. And I said there's going to be hell to pay. And then they agreed that they were going to release the hostages that they had agreed to release, plus an extra one. And so that you could say that was a big difference. But I said it from that point, it's up to Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. I may have taken a different stance. But they did release, they went back to releasing the hostages. But if you remember, they said we weren't going to release any. They've totally ended it. And I said, well, they're not going to release any. They'll be held to pay. And but the rest is really up to him. What I may have done it differently than him. It's not my decision. It's his decision. But they did release all of those hostages. So.
Mr. President, when you spoke to Vladimir Putin, did he raise or did you discuss at all the possibility of a minerals deal on the Ukrainian land that Russia now controls?
I didn't discuss it, no. I'd like to buy minerals on Russian land too, if we can. The rare earth. They have very good rare earth also. They both do. I would say that. And oil and gas. Look, it's a great thing. If we sell this, it's great for Russia too, because we can do deals there. They have very valuable land that isn't utilized. So something like that could take place, yeah.
Have you put raising or lifting sanctions against Russia on the table as your
No, we haven't lifted any sanctions on
Is it
anybody.
on the table as part of any negotiation?
Well, I guess it will be at some point, but right now we haven't agreed to lift sanctions on anybody.
On that gold card, getting back to that, I'm fascinated by this, Mr. President.
You should be fascinated by it. Your taxes will go down to nothing.
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible. They're not quite as wealthy as they used to be. They're not as wealthy as they used to be. I think they can afford. I think they can afford $5 million.
So they have
No, a lot of people are going to want
yet they would be
to.
eligible.
A lot of people are going to want to be in this country, and they'll be able to work and provide jobs and build companies and pay taxes. All of those things. It's an incredible. It's an incredible thing. I mean, this is the group that is the first to hear it. Nobody's heard about it. Nobody ever thought about it, but we've been thinking about it very, very strongly over the last week. And I was going to announce it sometime next week, and I figured, why not? We have a lot of cameras blazing right now. We might as well do it now. We'll have Caroline announce it the next time. No, it's a great thing. The gold card. Remember the words, the gold card. Somebody said, can we call it the Trump gold card? I said, if it helps, use the name Trump. I'll give it to you for free.
I like it.
Mr. President, you probably just launched 10,000 stories. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on what Russian oligarchs you know or don't know?
Isn't it interesting how many stories we do tell? And they all turn out to be true, and they all turn out to be ultimately correct. You know, Trump was right about everything. Do you have one of those Trump was right about everything hats? I'm going to give it to this gentleman. Get me one of them.
But they're all going to be vetted. Everybody who comes in gets vetted, okay? They get vetted, so you got to, you know. We're going to begin in 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. The sale will start in about 2 weeks.
Mr. President, do you see a more active role for Zelensky now, given the status?
I hope so. I mean, look, I think that we want to get that country back on its feet. And right now, it's been destroyed. And so, here, give me this here. Give me all of them. Look. See that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody said, I said,
look, this is a hat that says I'm right.
I said, I think we should make some of them, right?
This is a clown show, dude.
I'll pass.
An absolute clown show.
I know him well. He's sort of a stiff.
Yeah. What do you got? What do you got? What do you have to say to that? Here's a hat that says I'm right.
Would anybody like one?
Mr. President, an easy question perhaps for you. Maybe it's difficult. I'm going to ask you this question about the Super Bowl.
Who do you work for?
I work for 2 news organizations.
Who?
I work for 2 news organizations.
Yeah, who are they?
I work for Gray Television, America's second largest broadcaster, and I work for iHeartRadio. So there you go. But let me ask you the easier, tough question, Mr. President. The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Are they being extended an invitation?
They will be. We haven't yet, but we will be. I thought it was a great performance by them. And absolutely, they'll be extended that invitation. Would you do that right away?
He got so mad.
We'll do it right away. We're going to do it sometime today. And they deserve to be down here, and we hope to see them. We have a lot of teams. We just had the great hockey team, as you know, Florida come here. We have many of the great athletes.
Only an idiot would argue with a hat.
What's the main obstacle holding up this PGA Tour Live Golf?
Well, they have to get together. You know, they've had a lot of discussion back and forth. They both are meaning well, and a deal will ultimately happen. I think it'll happen pretty quickly. It'll be nice to see the golfers, the best golfers, be able to play against each other.
What's your role been in this whole process?
Just to help expedite it. Tiger was here. Adam Scott was here. Jay Monahan was here the other day. Just to really help expedite it. We had Yasser here from Saudi Arabia, great guy. These are all great people, and they want to work it out. So if I can help them work it out, I don't get anything out of it. If I can help them work it out. I just think golf, it's very much of an individual sport, and you want to see the best players playing against each other, not playing in 2 different locations, right?
What's going to be more challenging, a PGA Live deal or a Russia-Ukraine deal?
I think the PGA deal is much more complicated.
Sir, may I ask you the Middle East question, if I may? What's your take on what's happening in the West Bank and what Israel
Well,
is doing
it's some movement up there that a lot of people are concerned about. And there's been a lot of Israeli movement. They're up there for a reason. All of a sudden, maybe they're not feeling so good about that. So that would be terrible. I hope that doesn't happen. But there is movement up there that nobody knew about. Right? You know that, right?
Yeah, and when you say, are you concerned about it as well?
I'm concerned about everything. I want the world to be peaceful. You know, when I left here, we had no war. We had defeated ISIS in less than 4 weeks. In fact, I took the general that defeated ISIS and I put him in charge of the whole ball game, because that's what we want. We want winners. Raisin Cane, you know, Raisin. When I heard that name, I said, I like that name. That's the kind of general I like. So we'll see. But he was great. He's a great soldier. Not a politician, a soldier, a real soldier. You know that, Brian. This guy was the real. This guy's the
story a million times.
Yeah, this guy's the real deal.
He is.
And I think he's going to do a great job. But think of it. We had no wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. We had no problems. And then all of a sudden you have October 7th in Israel, which was horrible. And then you see what happened with Ukraine. Russia would have never gone in if the election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. The 2020 election was rigged, and we got out of it, and you see what happened You see what happened to our country? Inflation, Afghanistan, that horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think when Russia saw what happened in Afghanistan.
How is it any different than Biden's ramblings? He's more coherent and he doesn't say habba. And he also optically doesn't look as dead. If you're asking me like what that's the serious answer. Yes, he is still rambling like an old man, but there's a little bit more charisma to his rambling. And he doesn't look like a fucking decaying carcass.
Expecting at the cabinet meeting tomorrow.
It's going to be a cabinet meeting, and I'll preside. Unlike Biden, I'll preside over my own cabinet meeting.
Mr. President, how would you compare your cabinet in your second term to your cabinet that you had in your first term?
Well, I had some great people my second term. I think this is deeper. I think it's better because it's deeper. I had some people that I didn't really like too much in my cabinet, but I didn't know Washington then. I was a New York person. I knew New York intimately, but I had to rely on people. I had great people. Look, we got the biggest tax cuts in history. I rebuilt the military. I mean, we did so much. We did unbelievable. Even right to try. Somebody was saying today they were saved by right to try. We did right to try medically. We did transparency medically. That was a big thing, but Biden canceled that one. He didn't cancel right to try, which is interesting. He didn't cancel Space Force. He was going to cancel Space Force. Space Force is turning out to be invaluable. Amazing. We created Space Force. But think of it. We rebuilt our entire military, and now we're going to have to patch it up a little bit again because of what's happened. No, this was a grossly incompetent administration. The only thing they were good at was cheating in elections and the weaponization of government. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
The lesson to learn from all of this 100% is obviously you need whoever comes in charge. Like if there was I mean, this is kind of laughable, but let's say there's like a revolutionary leadership, a revolutionary change in the Democratic Party, and all of a sudden they're like, genuinely fighting for the expansion of the welfare state, genuinely fighting for the expansion of social safety nets and whatnot. Like you got to pull that AMLO shit and just straight up yap. You got to be a grade A yapper. Gay. G-A-Y. Grade A yapper. Why talk about an impossibility? Who knows, man? Who knows? All right. Well, speaking of impossible things. Breaking. Hamas announced an agreement has been reached to resolve the problem of delaying the release of Palestinian prisoners who were supposed to be released in the last batch so that they would be released simultaneously with the bodies of the Israeli prisoners who were agreed to be handed over during the first phase, in addition to the corresponding Palestinian women and children. Hamas leaders, led by Dr. Khalil al-Hayya, said they concluded their visit to Cairo after talks with the Egyptian officials on the ceasefire and prisoner exchange agreements. The discussions also covered the implementation of the ceasefire agreement and the prospects for negotiations on its second phase. Full statement below. This still doesn't mean, I don't think that this doesn't mean that they have announced the second phase of the ceasefire, for the record. It just simply means that they are fully implementing the first phase of the ceasefire because Israel was going back on releasing 600 Palestinian hostages. Is this a Steve Witkoff W? Everything is a Steve Witkoff W. What is this? Another vindication of international relations realism here. It doesn't matter how emotionally charged the issue is or how many theatrics pop up. The ceasefire is going to stick as long as the most powerful actor, the U.S., sees it in its interest. An Israeli official tells me the crisis in the Gaza hostage deal is on its way to be resolved. The official said the crisis, which was created by Netanyahu's decision to delay the release of 600 Palestinian prisoners, was completely unnecessary. Yeah. For the record, I also had a similar position on this matter, as you guys know, where I said that while Israel is also escalating the conflict in Gaza, and from what I understand has mobilized troops as well, that and also are entering the West Bank, in terms of the appetite that they have for more war and more conflict in Gaza is limited. And I think that is what will motivate the Israeli leadership and the war cabinet to potentially move into the second phase. It is not. It has nothing to do with like the morality. Obviously, Israel's an apartheid state conducting a genocide that is the most immoral you can be. Okay. Meanwhile, Israel is busy conducting strikes in southern Syria. So that's cool. Breaking news. Israel launches new airstrikes in Syria, targeting a district south of Damascus in the southern province of Daraa. Israeli jets reportedly hit the suburb of Al-Kisweh, about 12 miles south of Damascus, and the residents of Damascus heard aircraft flying low, followed by blasts. Israeli military confirmed the attack, say its jets attacked military targets in southern Syria, including headquarters and sites containing weapons. The presence of military means and forces in southern part of Syria pose a threat to the citizens of the state of Israel, the military said in a statement. On Monday, international fugitive Prime Minister Netanyahu had demanded the full demilitarization of southern Syria from troops of the new Syrian regime in the Quneitra, Daraa, and Suwaida provinces. Yeah, they want to demilitarize the entirety of southern Syria. Following Netanyahu's statements yesterday on southern Syria, Defense Minister Katz has just said that the region will be demilitarized, and he has now declared it a security zone. We know what that means. The southern countryside is being pounded with bombs and Israeli occupying force ground forces are moving fast. This deadass is the same excuse Putin used to invade Ukraine. They have bases close to us. I mean, dude. Why do you think Vladimir Putin cried to Tucker Carlson and said, why can't we be your Israel, please? What does it mean? Wait, what do you mean, what does it mean? They're just going to do more fucking land grabs by saying we have security concerns. When Israel has never not had security concerns. Everything is a security concern. We had to do the Nakba because of security concerns. We had to expand and do territorial acquisition in the West Bank because of security concerns. Okay? Everything's a fucking security concern to Israel. It's only Israel's security that matters. That's it. We have to expand into southern Lebanon again. Security concerns. Yeah, see, look. Israel Defense Minister just made an announcement before the IDF chief. We will not allow southern Syria to become southern Lebanon. Syria's number one security threat is Israel, from exploitation of minorities to illegal use of force. I fear occupation is next. Israel Defense Minister says any attempt by the Syrian regime forces to establish themselves in the security zone in southern Syria will be met with fire. Everything is a fucking security concern. That's what, you know, that's always how Israel operates. Is a sovereign ass fucking country. What do you mean demilitarized? I'm a Syrian and the rage I feel, man. Oh, dude. I mean, what did you expect for the what did you expect to happen? HTS will have to capitulate. There's numerous other parties at play here that will come out and speak out against it. I'm sure that the Turkish government will say, what the fuck are you doing? You're not allowed to do this, okay? As they're cutting their own deal with HTS. Everybody wants a peace. Israel always has the mentality of the greatest defense is constantly being on the offense. See, yeah. Turkey says Israeli occupation of Syria is expansionist. Wow, look at that. Hakan Fidan, Turkish foreign minister, says instead of a two-state solution, Netanyahu is looking to expand territory into Lebanon, Syria, and West Bank. Don't worry, they got Jolensky out there. Okay, he's gonna fix it. He got hit with the Zelensky beam. Anti-imperialist Erdogan. Yeah, Erdogan. Erdo Goat. Put some respect on his name, okay? Put some respect on Erdo Goat's name. Hey, I mean, it's better than ISIS. Honestly, I'd rather have Israel and Syria than ISIS, Russia, and Turkey. The fuck? Wait. First of all, how about none of those countries in Syria? I thought that was what the revolution was supposed to be about. That's number one. And number two, why in the ever-loving fuck would you say that Israel is better? I'm Kurdish, so they all fucking hate us? Oh my God. How many times? Israel is ISIS, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Then ISIS, question mark, question mark? Yes, dude. Israel and ISIS are very similar, okay? Yeah, sure. Israel has a higher grade of weapons that they use, okay? They're not throwing gay people off the roofs because they're putting the fucking roof down on top of the gay people. The difference is, you know, I guess optically one is state violence. Also, Israel and ISIS are fucking allies. God damn it. How many times do Kurds need to get fucked over by Western forces for them to understand this very important lesson that they don't give a fuck about you, dog? Yeah, but I just have a soft spot against Islamic terror organizations. No, trust, dude. This time is different. Israel will definitely defend you guys. It's gonna happen next time. Next time, okay? Next time. Fell for it again award once again. Israel famously is very cool and will totally be on board with whatever kind of Kurdish autonomy you think you can build. Certainly. Definitely. Israel famously always is forgiving of ethnic minorities that want to have a crumb of autonomy. White House says that the large bruise on Trump's hand is from shaking hands all day, every day. That's crazy. Yeah, no one who has ever existed next to Israel thinks it's good for Israel to occupy your land. Exactly. There is no, like, literally look at the West Bank. What are you saying? Dude, imagine being like, nah, dog, you don't understand. The West Bank is awesome. I can't wait for Israel to West Bankify Syria. It's certainly going to be good for us. Like, this isn't to say that Bashar al-Assad is good or anything, but god damn, chatter. Yeah, Chatter wants the JDL to do some terror for a change. He's like, you know, we did the ISIS stuff. It wasn't good. Let's get the JDL involved this time. He has a bruise from jorking it. Anyway. Israel's track record of dominating ethnic minorities has been excellent. It's going to be really good this time, I promise. What is this? Chris Rufo is 4chan posting. There's a battalion of male to female transgenders within the American intelligence apparatus. They hate Italians and lives at TikTok. They fantasize about pseudo vaginas and butthole lasers. They are in charge of the most sophisticated spying machine in human history. Wait, what? Why do they hate Italians? The only correct answer is envy. I agree with you on this one. No. There is no way this is real. The current CEO of Twitter, Linda Yaccarino, did not respond to a tweet from the Manhattan Institute's very own Christopher Rufo talking about butthole lasers and said, I agree with you on this one. Here's this quote. If ISIS attacks against Jews in Europe continue, resulting in more Jewish casualties than Israeli ones, it will become harder for Israel's government to keep the ISIS threat at its current low priority. What the fuck is going on? It is real. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Incredible stuff. For the chatter who prefers Israel as a minority, Israel has confiscated 85% of the land belonging to the Druze, and since 1987, the Druze have been facing a housing crisis like other Palestinian towns because Israel refuses to give us building permits and return our lands, and now 500,000 homes are under the threat of demolition. Well, I don't get it. But the Druze serve in the IDF. They're supposed to be equal. Israel's not an apartheid state. What? That's crazy. Yeah, this person has some smoke for Ethan as well. When Ethan said he's going to go to visit Israel and show how multicultural and wonderful it is. Oh, yes. Let me, an American Israeli Jew, tell you how incredibly free and multicultural Israel is. Ignore the human rights organizations. Don't look at the second-class Palestinian citizens, and definitely don't think about Gaza or West Bank. Just enjoy the vibrant democracy.
We're planning.
Yeah, I'm just going to the ethno state, man. What is it? What the fuck? I don't understand. I'm just visiting Poland, guys. Calm down. As an American German, as an ethnic American German, I'm just visiting Poland. What's the problem? It's a vibrant, multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy. Hello? Things are great there. I'm going to hang out in an interesting zone, a zone of interest, if you will. It's literally zone of interest. Yeah, Rubio sanctions no more Cuban doctors to poor countries, which is, again, incredible stuff. Here it is. Cuba's doctors save lives in poor countries, so of course the U.S. government opposes them. Marco Rubio announces sanctions against anybody involved in the program that sends Cuban doctors to poor countries where they provide free medical care. So what? Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Syria, ISIS, Saudi, Iran is going to, you say Iran twice, is going to grant us autonomy? Bro, I don't like Israel at all, but I like them a bit more than ISIS and Turkey. Oh. You unironically have an easier go at it with half of those fucking countries that you mentioned. Okay? Straight up. Like, Turkey is a great example of this, okay? Turkey is ruthless and oppressive and violent towards Kurdish minority populations and also simultaneously ruthless and violent towards Kurds in Syria, especially so. And even then, look at the way Israel treats Palestinians, brother. What are you talking about? Are you going to tell me that Turkish treatment of Kurds, where you have literal citizenship, is still unacceptable, mind you, still unacceptable, but you think it's better than fucking Gaza? I mean, you think it's worse than Gaza? Is that what you think? Are you insane? Like, what are we talking about? There's unimaginable levels of propaganda about how great Israel is, so Druze and Kurds don't blame him. Even my family thinks Israel's better. Oh, my Lord. Americans have fucked over Kurds time and time again. It's shocking to me that, like, Kurds still look at that and go, nah, we just have a good alliance here. They'll help us next time around. Not realizing that Kurds being stateless is more beneficial to America.
Musk's order. Listen here.
So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where's all that? Where's the money gone? There was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
There appears to be no deadline set for a second response. We'll see if we get more clarity later today. Lauren, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
See, that last word, clarity.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a lot of that. Madeline, so for the federal employees who are watching right now, what are they supposed to do?
You know, we'll see. We'll see later on today if we get more answers from the White House, from the president. Look, if you listen to the OPM email, what they'll say is that they're not taking a one-size-fits-all approach to this. The administration says they'll take into account the differences among the different agencies. They'll work with the different agencies, and they're taking into things like confidentiality reasons, for example, which President Trump says was the reason, for example, that the FBI and the DOD, why they might not be responding to this email right now. So they'll take those factors into account. The White House is downplaying the notion that there is a division between the OPM and Musk here. They say at the end of the day, the administration is working together to create more efficiency among federal workers. But again, like you said, Steve, there is no doubt that there are a lot of federal workers who are confused by this, and they are hoping to get more answers later on today.
All right, Madeline. Thank you very much.
Well, Elon posted, he said the email request was utterly trivial, as the standard for passing the test was to type some words and press send. Yet so many failed even that inane test, urged on in some cases by their managers. Have you ever witnessed such incompetence and contempt for how your taxes are being spent? Makes old Twitter look good. Didn't think that was possible. The problem is the federal workers are getting these mixed messages, and it seems to be a turf war by some of the agency leaders, the new agency leaders, and Elon Musk. Now, Donald Trump said yesterday, look, all we're trying to do is make sure these people are actually working, that there are actual people, like the Social Security sending out checks to people that are 140 years old. Well, that doesn't exist. So they're just making sure that these positions are filled by live bodies. And so we're not sending money to people, paychecks to people who don't exist. But the problem is you have Office of Personnel Management. They're saying it's voluntary. You won't be fired if you don't respond. You have Kash Patel with the FBI saying pause responses. We're in charge of employee reviews. And then you have Kristi Noem with Department of Homeland Security saying don't respond. So what
do you know what else makes old Twitter look good? Current Twitter. This is true. It's so funny that Elon Musk is so hands-on with this administration, because I directly used that example of like what happens as an analog. I used to use old Twitter versus new Twitter as like what happens when Republicans are in charge versus what happens when Democrats are in charge. Both are incompetent, but one is like clearly worse than the other. And now Elon Musk is literally doing that to the fucking administrative state. So that analogy turned into reality. Crazy stuff.
are you supposed to do?
Right, exactly. So who's running the show?
Well, the president gave them some cover yesterday as well. Remember, a lot of these same agencies, whether you're talking about the Defense Department.
Genocide Joe 100 times worse than Trump. Yeah, Trump famously definitely not on board with endless genocide. You're right. Like, I hate genocide, Joe, but you don't have to fucking lie about Donald Trump. You don't have to say that Donald Trump is better. He ended 2 wars. Respect. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. My bad. My bad, bro. You're right. I forgot. Yeah, remember yesterday or the week prior when Donald Trump was saying we should just do a peaceful ethnic displacement in Gaza. It's free real estate. That was incredible. That was the most peaceful any war-ending president has ever been. Sorry you got cooked like that. I know. He fucked me up, dude. He did. Put some respect on it. Donald Trump said, no more war. There is no more war if we kill everyone. If we forcibly displace everyone, then there won't be war anymore. He said, final solution means no more war.
As well as transportation as well, have invited DOGE into their department. Right. So they're not anti-DOGE. What they're saying is the information that's going out, there's some security measures that need to put in place for that. So
also, while we're having this conversation, Israel's talking about 40,000 displaced in the West Bank. You know, tanks are rolling through the streets in occupied Palestinian territory, mind you.
They want to coordinate the response to this.
So, so there's a lot of people who are going to be let go in a lot of different agencies. I know the transportation has let some people go. Now the VA, Doug Collins, has dismissed more than 1,400 employees with non-mission critical positions. Others in transportation were let go who did not have safety implications day to day. And that's what's happening, too. Just about everywhere, if you're probationary, they're looking to let you go. And I think the overarching headline is we have to cut the federal workload. It's 2.7 million. It's got to get less. The question is now, that was a speech the president gave at CPAC. The president, Elon Musk, saw it and said, I hear you, Mr. President. I put up this email. And the president said yesterday, I like the idea of an email, but I just think next time, very easy. A lot of these people are Elon Musk's personal friends. Hey, I'm going to send out an email, and it's going to go to all the divisions. Are you okay with this? Right. Because Kash Patel was only on the job 2 days. He can't have FBI agents who maybe miscommunicated being accessed. Same with Tulsi Gabbard. She's like, I really can't do this, so I'm going to back out. It doesn't mean they're fighting. It just means they just make a little bit more of an effort to coordinate.
Well, yeah, and that's the key.
Growth pains, baby steps. They're not fighting. It's fine. Come on.
I think a lot of it with the State Department and the FBI and the national security apparatus is they don't want their boss, they don't want somebody at a laptop somewhere putting out, okay, these are the 5 classified things I did last week. Because there was an email that went out yesterday from.
I love the way that I love this is the sickest way to, you're right. Very cool way to run the federal government. It's just like, fuck it. We'll figure it out later.
HSS, Health and Human Services, an email to the staff and said, if you reply, assume that what you write will be read by malign foreign actors, so tailor your responses accordingly. What's curious, though, I don't know if you guys saw.
Some clarity by Trump. It's voluntary, but if you don't answer, I guess you get fired.
Hopefully once and for all what your expectations are with this email to federal employees.
No, you see, you don't understand. You get semi-fired.
What do you?
Oh, you wanted clarity? You get semi-fired if you don't answer the email.
What are you going to use that information for? And do you see it as voluntary, like OPM has said, or mandatory?
Yeah, well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also if you don't answer, I guess you get fired.
Thank you for the clarity, Mr. President. This really clears things up for everyone.
What it really is do people
I'm
exist?
still lost on that.
We have this massive government with millions of people, and nobody knows who's working for the government, who's not. So what they're doing is they're sending out a letter to everybody, and they're saying, what were the things you did last week? Mm-hmm. I guess they ask for 5. And if people are working, it's easy. I could tell you 5 things I did last week. I could tell you 5 things I did 6 weeks ago, right?
President, can you clarify?
You're fired
or not? But there was a hearing yesterday regarding DOGE access to Treasury records, and the government attorney representing the White House was asked by the judge, so who exactly is running DOGE? Who is the administrator? And the attorney for the federal government said, I don't exactly know. I don't have that answer. So it's kind of like, what is the flow chart for the person who's running DOGE? Elon Musk has been described as an advisor to the president.
Well, I think it's a flat organization. This is not and I think Washington.
What is this? So if I'm reading this correctly, the White House, controlled by Trump, and State Department, controlled by Rubio, approved these aid payments. Hold on one second. Then some nerds hired by Elon kept stopping them. So basically, they created an entire new deep state. It's great stuff. It's cool. You don't understand. This is a good thing. It's good to create a additional government agency to it's always good to create a redundancy to reduce redundancy in the federal government. And then that redundancy reducing agency ends up creating more redundant policies. Okay? This is a normal and good thing.
Is so used to this org chart where this person, essentially you have all these people that are across agencies reporting back to Elon Musk, who then goes back to the president and he makes the final decision on it. I just want them to be able to do their job. It looks like they're doing a great job. There's some bumps in the road. The last thing I would say this, because I've been getting a lot of emails from federal employees. I understand why some of you guys are feeling the heat and you're being lumped into the basket of all the other federal employees that Americans have distrust for. We're not talking about you. We understand that there are career people that just want to do their job, that love their country. But you have to understand, it is a bipartisan thing. When you look at the latest polling, independents, Democrats, as well as Republicans, all feel like there's some inefficiency in our government. Sure. And I apologize that you guys are being lumped in. You want to do your job. But something has to give here, just like in the private sector.
Argentina's doing it, and that's what they did. And they put, I mean, they had 110% inflation. It was a joke. So this guy came in. That's that leader who gave him the chainsaw. So he's trying to do the same thing. And I just think the more you realize, Musk's agency is the only way to do it. Yeah. Because if you do it through normal committee meetings and oversight, it ends up being a report that nobody does. Yeah. Remember the Erskine Bowles, the Bowles report. Yeah. They looked at government's inefficiency for 18 months. The Simpson Bowles. Right. And they looked at it. It was pretty comprehensive. Yeah. But you know what Barack Obama looked at it and goes, this will never pass. He put it on the back burner. Right. These guys got paid for 18 months. So he's just saying, I need somebody on the outside, doesn't need to be elected, to go in and make some tough decisions.
I think all Elon wants to do is take Brian Kilmeade. Brian would send an email that would say, I did Fox and Friends on Monday, and I did radio on Monday. On Tuesday, I did Fox and Friends. I did radio Wednesday. Yeah, just 1 week of what you did, just to make sure you're a live body and you're a real person. I understand what you're saying. You do feel for the federal workers that are getting lumped in and are worried about losing their jobs. But I think the purpose of this is not necessarily, if you respond to the email, it sounds like you have a good chance of surviving at the workplace.
Yeah, but then again, if your advisor says don't do it, that's so complicated.
Yeah.
No amount of cult-like loyalty to Trump and conservative principles is going to cause a Republican federal government employee to watch this piece of coverage and not think, how about you out-of-touch multimillionaires fucking lose your jobs, dickhead? What do you mean? Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Just write an email and you'll probably be spared. There is no way, dude. There is no shot.
Yeah. Ultimately, this is going to be tied up in courts for a while. Yeah. And in fact, some of the people...
Thank God. It's going to be tied up in the courts anyway, so you won't lose your job in the interim. Oh, great. But I thought the courts were woke and gay for stopping the Trump administration's boulder. What happened? No, the courts are great now because it's stopping us from killing ourselves. Thank God. I have a really cool solution. Are you ready? It's called Don't Erroneously Dismantle the Administrative State. How about that? I know. Nope, sorry, can't be done. We have to do it. Impossible. Impossible. We must do it.
People who've brought lawsuits have prevailed, where I saw yesterday a group of employees, probationary employees, who were fired last week, got a 45-day stay as they take a look at it. Ultimately, Democrats and others say that it's unconstitutional. You need the power of Congress to get close agencies and things like that. But I'll tell you, over the last 5 days, I've been down in Texas, and I talked to a lot of people down there who are not part of the federal government.
Right.
But they've either got a family member or an in-law or a friend, or they know a guy who got that letter.
But y'all, the majority of the country supports the cuttings.
I get that instantly. But if you got the letter, you were just very, very concerned, and you're worried about the future. Who knows whether or not those people will be let go?
Well, the Consumer Bureau, they was put out there by Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
The whole division was cut. Oh, that's been controversy when Trump was in the first time.
Beginning.
Yeah, from the very beginning. So Elizabeth Warren is not happy with that, and she's having all these meetings about all the vitriol is flying about what how the Musk people don't know what they're doing. They're just cutting out. They're just trying to get tax cuts for billionaires. Brett Cooper was on, I think, with you.
Yes.
Yesterday.
So she has tons of, more than a million.
I like that they can never actually say what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau does. So they constantly have to present it as like, well, Elizabeth Warren likes it and you hate her, right? So think about how good it is that we cut it. This is probably, to a certain degree, unfortunately, successful propaganda.
Million followers, 1.2 million on Instagram, on YouTube, 1.4. When she had a show, her podcast, 8 million, 9 million people would listen to it. So she was on with us. She's a Gen Zer. She's young. She's in her early 20s, and she's become very successful. She was a COVID student in college. When she graduated, didn't know what she was going to do. Started working for PragerU, and then her career just built because so many people like what she's saying. She's a conservative. She said she voted for Trump, and she said this is why more young people voted for Trump than Kamala.
I think we were just ready for something new, especially after Biden, because obviously the system wasn't working. And so in looking at my generation, I think that they realized, like, let's burn it down, basically. Let's try something new. We're willing to walk away from what we've known and what we've been told is empathetic and inclusive and correct and, what young people should believe. And we were willing to try something new. MAGA is, the raging against the machine. And young people are rebellious and they're willing to try something new.
Well, I can't blame her generation or my generation. You got folks that can't afford a house, but we're sending money to foreign governments and all. I mean, it just doesn't feel well. And I think that the Democrats, they're arguing, the argument that they make is process. They're not targeting the issue of waste, fraud, and abuse. You had Jasmine Crockett. She went on Charlamagne's The Breakfast Club and said, and he asked her, do you think that waste and fraud is a big issue? And she goes, not at all. That is not a mainstream point of view, even for people in her party. So you can stand with the workers that are for our federal government and say, look, I want a fair process for you. But you have to understand, most Americans want cuts to happen. Right. And if you keep being on the other side, you're going to find yourself... We're almost to the midterms already. That started at the moment Donald Trump was elected. If you run on that, you're going to lose again.
Yeah. So I think we're going to see a lot of it splayed out for the public today with, and Brian was mentioning how they're going to have a forum today, Senator Warren, with the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Keep in mind, it was Elon Musk who said, what was it? Whatever that acronym is, CFPB, RIP. That was a week or two ago. he obviously wants to get rid of it. Interestingly enough, and this would be great to see, Elizabeth Warren has invited Elon Musk. Okay, we're going to have this forum. You come on here and explain how people are going to be protected from unscrupulous lenders if this goes away. So it would be great to see that happen.
71% of students ages 18 to 25 support DOGE, and 62%.
71% of students ages 18 to 25 hate the Consumer Financial Protections Bureau.
Found a strong majority of all Americans support DOGE efforts to reduce waste, fraud,
Right.
and
People
abuse.
like the idea of cutting waste. You just don't like it when it gets to their backyard.
Right. That's right.
They want to cut programs, social programs.
Okay. Let's look at the CFPB. It's not like these guys were doing a good job keeping the banks, etc., in check. The fuck are you talking about? Yes, they were. They have a limited scope and limited authority. And within the limited authority and scope they had, they were doing a great fucking job. Like, they were doing such a great job that even something that impacted me when I was fucking broke, okay, was, here, I'll give you a very, very famous example of this. Back when I was broke as a Bank of America, as someone who uses Bank of America for my banking, I would realize that when my account was about to hit $0 and I had made multiple purchases, and the last one that could potentially go under $0, I would get hit with numerous fucking overdraft fees all of a sudden. Even if I didn't actually purchase things in that exact same hierarchy, in that exact same, I don't know what the fucking word is. Okay. Let's say you got $35 remaining in your account. Okay. You purchase one thing in that order. Okay. Thank you. I forgot the word order. My brain is so busted. The way that Bank of America worked is that they had a fucking algorithm that would see if you were near overdraft, like if you were near $0 in your bank account, and it would basically farm the highest, like the most expensive purchase that you made first and process that first in order to make sure that you actually hit $0, and then process each individual thing that you purchased after the fact, regardless of your order of purchase. The reason why they did that was because every single time you bought something, once you went to $0, you would get hit with a fucking $35 overdraft fee. The CFPB went and said, that's illegal. And not just for Bank of America, but all other banks were using this process. Yeah, $30 in the bank. You buy $10 of stuff at 1 p.m. and then you buy $35 at 2 p.m. They swap the order so you get 2 overdrafts. PNC settles overdraft fee case for $90 million. PNC Financial Services Group, one of the 10 largest U.S. banks, has agreed to pay $90 million to settle lawsuits accusing of its charging excessive overdraft fees. The Pittsburgh-based lender joined Bank of America, JP Morgan, and several smaller banks in settling litigation over the fees, which are typically assessed when customers overdraw their checking accounts by using debit cards. The settlement was reached on Monday and made public on Tuesday. It requires approval by the U.S. District Judge James Lawrence King in Miami. The cases accuse banks of reordering customer transactions from largest to smallest rather than processing them in chronological order. Customers said this allowed the bank to charge overdraft fees, which are typically $25 to $35, faster and more often because account balances fell faster. Bank of America's $410 million settlement is the largest so far. You know who prosecuted this? You know who went after the banks in this situation? The motherfucking CFPB. This is exactly what they do. This is their job. You're using something that did 12 years ago as a basis for their productivity today. No, you fucking dingus. I'm using that as an example because it's something that fucking impacted me. I'm giving you a personal story of how the CFPB actually improved my fucking life when I was broke. Okay? Oh my God! You are so stupid! Show me something from more recent, please. Oh. CFPB announces return of $1.8 billion in illegal junk fees to 4.3 million Americans harmed in massive credit repair scheme. Payment to victims of Lexington Law and CreditRepair.com are the largest ever distribution from the CFPB's Victims Relief Fund. Is that not recent enough? That was in December 5th, 2024. You can go to their website and look at enforcement actions, by the way. All of this is readily available to you, but all you want to do is fucking chirp. So now that I've shown you something more recent, are you going to shut the fuck up and be like, yeah, maybe this is good? Dude, I'm asking questions. You're acting like I'm giving a speech and know what I'm talking about. Dude, what is going on with fucking chatters? No, asking questions is, hey, Hasan, I don't fully understand what the CFPB does. Can you explain it to me? And then when I do explain it to you, you go, oh, thank you. I now understand it. You didn't do that. You went, the CFPB doesn't even do anything, dude. That's not a question. That's you making a stupid fucking statement. And then I actually went through the steps of explaining to you exactly what the CFPB does by giving you a personal experience. Okay? Then you doubled down and said, that's from 2012. Show me something from the past couple of years. You changed the fucking goalposts. Okay? You are not here to learn, or at least the only way you can learn things is if by being a fucking dickhead in the chat. God damn. Why can't people just be like, no, actually, I just wanted to be fucking annoying because I'm stupid and don't understand anything. And I just wanted to fucking be annoying in the chat because, you know, I wanted to feel like I'm alive. Dude, I'm asking questions. You're acting like I'm giving a speech. Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop fucking baiting if you don't know what you're talking about. I will always be gracious to you and try to explain to you the situation. But goddamn, dude, why the fuck would you come in with that energy of like, well, you're wrong all the time, actually? You know? Okay, sure, you know best. In this instance, I do. I mean, I do. What more can we say here? Yes, I am a very stupid person, but in this situation, yes, I objectively know more than you. What the fuck? It's okay. It's fine. I'm sure you know a lot about things that I have no fucking clue on. If you were to tell me a Path of Exile skill tree, I would shut the fuck up. I wouldn't turn around and be like, nah, dog, your skill tree is busted. I don't know shit, okay? I came in playing devil's advocate and you blew a gasket? All right, banned. Dumbass. What do you mean devil's advocate, dude? What the fuck is this? Wait, he's Canadian? Oh my God, I'm going to unban him just to ban him again. Oh my God, we are going to invade your fucking country now, okay? We're going to invade your country and destroy your healthcare, you fucking asshole. I was just playing devil's advocate, dude. Fucking dumbass. Get excited. We're going to fucking cook your healthcare before Ontario actually ends up doing it, all right? God damn, dude. Imagine having some semblance of social safety nets and then traveling over here on the internet to just like LARP as a fucking dumbass American hog. What the fuck is wrong with Canadians, man? What is wrong with Canadians? Why are they like this? You know exactly what type of Canadians I'm talking about, by the way. Not all of the Canadians in the chat fucking getting mad. You know exactly what the fuck you're doing, okay? Canadians that actually enjoy the expansive social safety nets that they still currently have love shipping their dumbest, most reactionary baboons to the United States of fucking America. Holy shit, Kaya. Please. Steven Crowder, Jordan Peterson, Brett Stevens, Faith Goldie, That fucking Shark Tank dipshit, the bald one. What the hell? What the hell is this? Ted Cruz. Why aren't you talking about Northern Lion? Because good Canadians don't fucking come down here. That's why I'm not talking about Northern Lion, okay? Because all we get is fucking Kevin O'Leary. If it was only Northern Lion and Pokimane, I'd be happy. I'd be like, oh, thank God. Thank God for Canadian migration. But all we get is Kevin fucking O'Leary. Or Tom McDonald. Even Elon Musk, technically, you could say is Canadian.
21 DOGE employees.
I want to mention something here. I saw a lot of chatters making fun of the dude's like speech pattern. Okay. Dog. That's exactly the type of dude I want tasked with going after banks. Okay. I don't want him to be charismatic with coiffed hair. I want him to be a real ass nerd. Okay. I want him to be the most autistic man with the actual qualifications, not simply autistic and won a fucking hackathon at Silicon Valley and now actually throws it back for Peter Thiel on the weekends. And that's why he got a job at fucking Doge. Okay? I don't give a fuck that that dude is like having a hard time communicating. His job is not to be charismatic. His job is to go after fraudulent and wasteful corporations that are fucking over the public.
Signing a letter announcing their resignation en masse. That letter being sent to Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Now, these DOGE employees, they are, to our understanding, they were holdover employees that worked at the U.S., what was one time the U.S. Digital Service that through the executive order that President Trump signed on Inauguration Day, turned into the DOGE unit inside the executive office of the president. And in that letter, they're very specific, saying, quote, "We will not use our skills as technologists to compromise core government systems, jeopardize American sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services. We will not lend our expertise to carry out or legitimize DOGE's actions." The DOGE effort becoming even more consolidated around Elon Musk in those.
Bro, the Doge went woke. Look at that. The Doge kids went woke. They were like, yeah, no, this is a bridge too far, man. We're good.
Individuals that he brought in from the outside to execute this mission.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
See, look at how efficient. Look at how efficient Doge is. It's so efficient, it's eliminating itself. Oh my God, I'm sorry. That was an insane burp. I couldn't even finish the sentence, dude. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my God. God damn it, Sean Hannity's a better commentator than me. He is. He's a better broadcaster than me. He ain't never burping into the microphone. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Legendary push? It wasn't even a push. It just fucking came out of me. Ban the chatter sniffing? No, I'd rather have y'all sniffing than complaining and being like, eh. Oh my God. That has some bass in it. Yeah, bass. Oh my God, C-Mac. Bro, you can't spam that like Megaphonics and then expect me saying that. I'm sick and tired of fucking foghorn leghorn ass motherfuckers running around acting like they're just real, honest to God, dreaming about biscuits. Like, you can't say dadgum. You can't say dadgum and be in Congress. I think if you say dadgum, it's automatically like you're done. We're taking your seat away, okay? Dadgummit.
You're a congressman from Tennessee. You didn't spring fully formed out of a primordial cracker barrel.
Yeah, also half these guys are like fucking Rhodes Scholars. Like, famous example, John Kennedy. Was it John Kennedy? The Kennedy from Louisiana, but not from the actual Kennedy family. He literally is a Rhodes Scholar. He went to Oxford, chat. He's a Rhodes Scholar, went to Oxford, and he's always like, that's right, if you ever issue, call the goddamn, if you ever issue with the police, next time you got a problem, call a crackhead. It's like, dude, come on. What the fuck? You literally, you went to Oxford University, okay? You were probably a part of a fucking debate society using the original Latin when you are debating. And then you come back to America and you're like, yeah, that's right. I love having sex with my sister. I'm a real honest to God, salt of the earth kind of guy. That's me. Yeah, that's right. I fuck my cousin. Ain't no problem with that. So white people code switch too, the more you know? No, he's not. There's a difference between code switching, which you do as a mechanism of like survival or a mechanism of like getting, like if you're a black person in a predominantly white space, like a professional space, you're code switching so you don't get dunked on or you don't get undermined. He's putting on a front. It's different. Even the Peckerwoods are soy now. Unbelievable.
If you and I are together, I don't give a fuck who's trying to get my attention. You will never be my second choice. You will never be my maybe. You will never be my sometimes. You will always be my priority and always be my fucking everything. If you and I are together.
Ugh. Zesty Peckerwood Boys is funny. All right, let's finish this.
Oh, this here bureaucracy is a...
Yeah, I love Gen X content on TikTok. It's the best. Like, do you want me to look at it? Do you want me to find like what the studies that they mentioned and then tell you what the exact usage was? Because once again, even a wrong answer is not a waste in the process of scientific discovery. Okay. $1 million study: cocaine's effect on Japanese quail's sexual promiscuity. Cocaine's effect on Japanese quail sexual promiscuity. What's the animal where you draw the line? Beagles? No, I don't care. I eat meat, dude. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit. Cocaine induces state-dependent learning of sexual conditioning in male Japanese quail. State-dependent learning effects have been widely studied in a variety of drug abuse. However, they have yet to be studied in relation to sexual motivation. The current study investigated state-dependent learning effects of cocaine in male Japanese quail using a sexual conditioning paradigm. Cocaine-induced state-dependent learning effects were investigated using a 2x2 factorial design with training state as one factor and test state as the other factor. So they're looking at what? Cocaine... They're looking at cocaine's impact on what? Sexual conditioning in men across the board, but they can't test it on human men. So they're testing it on... Yeah, cocaine pre-exposure enhances sexual conditioning and increases resistance to extinction in male Japanese quail. The incentive sensitization theory posits that drug addiction results from altered learning and motivational processes that stem from drug-induced changes in the brain's reward circuitry. State-dependent learning occurs when learned information is better recalled when an organism is in the same state of consciousness as when the memory was formed. In a classic experiment by Goodwin and colleagues, male volunteers were asked to perform various memory tasks while under the influence of alcohol or while sober. The following day, they were retested under similar or opposite conditions. The results indicated the subjects who learned the material while intoxicated had difficulty recalling the task in a sober state. Conversely, subjects who were tested and retested under the influence performed as well as subjects who were tested and retested under sober conditions. Thus, in accordance with state-dependent learning, memories appear to be best recalled in the same physiological state in which they were encoded. So if you get drunk while learning, you have to get drunk while taking the test. Kaya. Several studies have shown that repeated pre-exposure to addictive drugs may facilitate sex-seeking behavior. Levins and Atkins conducted an experiment to determine whether repeated pre-exposure to cocaine would increase sexual conditioning in the male Japanese quail. Chronic cocaine administration resulted in increased locomotor activity compared to saline. After a 10-day withdrawal period, male quail received sexual conditioning trials that consisted of the presentation of an arbitrary conditioned stimulus, followed by sexual reinforcement. Males that received repeated administration of cocaine demonstrated more conditioned approach behavior to the CS compared to males that received repeated administration to the repeated administration of saline. Results in discussion. Anyway. The current study is the first to demonstrate cocaine-induced state-dependent learning in a sexual behavior paradigm. The findings contribute to our understanding of how interoceptive drug cues may function to enhance learning and motivation and ultimately lead to high-risk sexual activities. In humans, repeated cocaine use has been associated with high-risk sexual activities, including sex with multiple partners and unprotected sex. From a state-dependent learning viewpoint, memories are best recalled in the same physiological state in which they were encoded. The current findings suggest that repeated exposure to cocaine during sexual activity may later increase sexual motivation, and this may in turn lead to high-risk sexual behavior. There it is. Now we know. That's why they did that study. You have proved their point. This study is useless. Oh my God. No. I hate this. I hate this country. I hate the people. Okay. I hate how stupid people are, because you go, we already knew that, didn't we? Yeah. By taking cocaine, like I get horny when I'm on cocaine. These studies then also yield new scientific discoveries, chatters. Oh my fucking God. The tequila gin drunk sunfish study they mentioned was from 1988, by the way. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh my God. It's not being conducted on quails because they want to know what makes a quail horny. It's being conducted on quails just like many drugs are initially administered to rats, lab mice, because they have a similar immune system to human beings. If you were to parse through every instance of scientific research and then get to decide what is valid and what's not, we would never actually fucking have we would never actually have any sort of scientific discovery whatsoever. Reward pathways in the brain, not immune system. Sorry. It's a study that researches the effect that cocaine seemingly cements maladaptive behavior more deeply with fewer instances of exposure to the activity, in this case, sexual activity. Oh my God. This is also why I said there are no wrong answers, okay?
An 8-ball?
There are no fucking wrong answers in scientific discovery. Even a wrong answer is still helping you or get closer to the fucking truth. Here, this is how experiments with Gila monster venom led to the blockbuster weight loss drugs like Ozempic. Okay? Last year, one person tweeted the U.S. government paid for an experiment that tested bobcat urine on rats. Musk responded, some of this stuff is not merely a waste of money, but outright evil. However, Musk also publicly supported using weight loss drug in the same category as Ozempic and tweeted that nothing would do more to improve the health, lifespan, and quality of Americans than making GLP inhibitors super low cost to the public. Nothing else is even close. Yeah, well, GLP-1 agonist that he promoted comes from a government-funded science that started in the 80s with curious scientists testing a variety of venoms on guinea pig pancreases. Science that researchers say would likely not be funded today. Back in the summer of 1980, gastroenterologist Jean-Pierre Rothman started working at the National Institutes of Health. The research was not especially glamorous. His job was to take guinea pig pancreases and test them with venom from animals like bees, wasps, snakes, frogs, and lizards. This was part of the research on the digestive system. The pancreas plays an important role because it produces enzymes that help us digest food. The researcher Rothman worked under wanted to know if there was anything in the venom that would trigger the pancreas to release more enzymes to digest food more quickly. But if we left it up to fucking dumbasses, yeah, but that sounds more scientific than Coke and... You can't say that there isn't stupid excitements. You can't even spell experiments, dude. Shut the fuck up. My point is, it's better to leave this up to the fucking scientific researchers than random dumbass tricky keys in the fucking HasanAbi broadcast. You don't get to have a say. Do you understand how these grants are given? Do you think that it's just like, oh, dude, I have a spare $7 quintillion laying around. I can't wait to give that to my dumbass scientific friends. Just come to me with any silly experiment, and I'll just give you the unlimited funds I have. Do you think that's how it works? You fucking idiot. Just think. You don't even have to know how the grants process works. Just think in your mind. Just close your eyes for a brief moment and think, does the government have unlimited funds for scientific discovery? No. Does that mean that there's probably a rigorous application process for handouts, grants given to scientists? Probably. I don't know why I need to walk you through these fucking steps. How do I have to walk all of my chatters through these fucking steps? Think! Think for like a second. If something doesn't smell right, if something doesn't feel right, okay, that doesn't mean it's automatically fucking stupid. This is at the heart of American exceptionalism, where people unironically think, well, if something doesn't sound right to me, well, that means that there's some trickery afoot. Okay? There's got to be some goddamn trickery afoot. You are literally undermining scientific discovery. Okay? I don't want to fucking live on a planet where you have a say in this process. I'm sorry. You're too fucking stupid. And you know who else is too stupid? Me. Okay? But the difference between you and I is that I know I'm stupid. You don't know you're fucking stupid. So someone needs to tell you you're fucking stupid. Okay? I did not go and get a fucking PhD. I don't know how all of this rigorous research is conducted, but at least I know my limitations, and that's why I don't immediately go, all these fucking nerds in lab coats are actually farming my government funds that should be going to the newest baby murder machine at Raytheon. Fuck! This is what's so unimaginably wrong with American society, okay? COVID literally bricked so many fucking stupid people's brains where they just thought like, well, the scientists are lying to us. They just want to vaccinate us to make us gay. You know, famously wealthy scientists, by the way, famously. Oh. I learned about scientific discoveries from animal testing in high school in the Middle East. Do Americans not learn about it? Americans don't learn anything. They just fucking fly off the handle. They just decide if something sounds stupid, then I don't want it. Because it sounds stupid to me. And I'm I'm God's most brilliant soldier. I'm an American, damn it. Of course, I'm exceptional. If I think something is stupid, then it must be stupid because I'm fucking brilliant. That is unironically the modus operandi of like 95% of Americans you encounter. I swear to fucking God. No one has a sense of shame. No one has like any capacity to be like, where are my limits? Okay. What are my immediate limitations? So fucking arrogant and so dumb.
An amazing.
I'm not going to watch this UK comedian demolish. I'm literally also explaining the process of like where animal testing can lead to genuine advancements in novel chemical compound discovery in the field of new pharmaceuticals that will change your lives. And chatters are like, well, that one study sounded stupid to me. Yeah, cocaine behavior isn't novel. Oh my God. Are we going to find new drugs based on quail behavior while on cocaine? No, just give humans the coke and study them. It's reductive otherwise. Chatter, I know you're making a joke because you're like, I want the cocaine. Why are they wasting it on the fucking quails? I get it. I understand it. But time and place, please. There are unironic chatters who look at a study like that and go, well, that sounds stupid to me, so we shouldn't fucking fund it. I love this video.
达格列镜片是治疗2型糖尿病的新药，降糖效果好。以往目录内没有此类药品。
那么我们就开始低廉报价，其他的客单价位就不讲了。我们低廉报价是5块6毛啊。
企业第一次报价没有在医保谈判价格范围内。 企业谈判代表马上重新快速调整报价。
所以我们第2轮报价，我们就报一个4块7毛啊。
这款药国际价格是7到8元钱每片，企业第2次报价是4.72元。
第1轮是恭喜你，应该纳入到我们收入的范围之内了。谢谢。
Government official, now you're in our price range.
我们继续坐下来谈。
It's a good medicine. It was in our Medicare list in the past, and being recognized by our health professionals. I'd expect you to give a consideration to lower the price in the next offer.
价格入围了，可以继续谈下去。谈判双方都算是松了一口气。不过，国家医保局的谈判代表还是希望这个价格能。
Oh, you want access to the Chinese market, dude? Guess what? You're gonna have to fucking pay for it. Farmer rep says I don't have authorization to lower that price. Official says there's still room.
时间在1分1秒地过去，国家医保谈判代表竭尽全力。 力求用最合理的价格让好药进到医保目录。
10块5，再下调3个点，这个1分1毛的。这个价格已经比韩国还要低了。但是你要想韩国多少人口啊？这中国多少人口
He says, "What's the population of South Korea versus China?" I'm here to negotiate on behalf of the whole nation's healthcare system. You will receive many benefits. We can assure your medicine can gain access to hospitals in the quickest time possible. So how about another sincere offer? Rep says I need to make another
虽然制药
call.
企业给出了4.5元的全球最低价，但是国家医保部门谈判前已经全面了解了药品在全球的销售价格，再结合中国的患者人群数量，测算了谈判底价。
越到后面越艰难。
It's getting difficult towards the end. The room is getting smaller every time.
但是呢，到后面越来越小，所以现在是给我报10块10。
4.4. Too many. 4 is unlucky as it means death. So how about we cut down another 4 cents and make it 4.36? Farmer Rep says good. I agree. I accept. Says please keep making good medicine to benefit the public
每个药
need.
品后面跟着的都是一个疾病，这个疾病又涉及到很多患者，一个药品能不能进来，甚至关系到参保人员的直接受益。所以，作为国家医保部门
Anyway. So, by the way, this is not exclusive to China, okay? I guess like the recording process of it might be exclusive to China, but like this is literally how it works. Okay? A better future is possible, okay? Also, here. It's also known as
交易的艺术
also known as
art of the deal.
That's right. In Mandarin. Once again, how do we say art of the deal in Mandarin? 交易的艺术
交易的艺术
Okay? I had to play some Sigma Grindset music in the background so you guys understand. In the US, the drug costs $8 per pill, by the way. 4 yuan is less than $1. The cost of Farxiga 10 milligram oral tablet is around $635 for a supply of 30 tablets. It is $18 in China for 30 tablets. That is what we like to call in the business.
交易的艺术交易的艺术
Okay, that's what we call it. America is one of the only marketplaces where pharmaceutical companies actually dictate what their prices are, just so you understand. It is one of the funniest, most fraudulent things on the fucking planet. And our politicians don't even make a stink about it, okay? Barely do they do this for fucking insulin.
Ashley St. Clair.
The Ashley St. Clair alleged Elon Musk seduction plot leaked. There was some other stuff I want to talk about. Luigi Mangione's backpack was repacked by the officers after seizing and searching it at the McDonald's. They later brought it to the police department and found the gun. If his attorney motion for unlawfully obtained evidence is granted, all evidence will be inadmissible in court. Wasn't him, baby. That's right. And yes, I already talked about the gold card. The only difference between gold card and EB1 is basically, one, it's gold. Very Trumpian. It's called the Trump card. And also, now it costs 10 times more than what it used to cost. Back in the day, for $500,000, you could get an American citizenship, okay? For those of you who did not know. You could get a visa. You could get American citizenship for $500,000, for $500,000. Okay? Then they increased that price to $1 million. The Trump administration now is increasing that price to $5 million. They're 5Xing it. Okay? Anyway, here's Elon Musk voice note to Grimes during talking phase.
Just listen to a lot of comedy. Yeah. It's like people don't want you to be funny anymore. But comedy is not for being safe, you know. It's like an anime when they charge up and they do something really good, and then, you know, are you naked right now, or what do you? I love pleasing women, so yeah.
It's pretty good. If Adrian Dittman can do it, why can't this guy? You know what I mean? All right, Ukraine-U.S. reaches an agreement on the mineral deal, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the program. We have some breaking
I gotta
news
pee.
coming out of Ukraine, where officials say that a minerals deal has been reached with the United States in an attempt to improve relations with the Trump administration. Let's go straight to our two correspondents who are following developments for us. One is in Ukraine, Charles Stratford, and we have Alan Fisher in the United States. Let's turn to Charles first. Charles, what are you hearing coming from Ukrainian officials about this deal?
Well, so far, according to the Reuters news agency, the agency is signing officials as saying that Ukraine's cabinet is expected to recommend the minerals deal to be signed on Wednesday. We have very little reaction other than that so far from the Ukrainians. But of course, this is hugely significant because certainly according to the Ukrainians that we've been speaking to all week, this is seen as being means that Donald Trump can basically get what he wants. Zelensky initially, the initial draft deal was thrown back at the Americans by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky saying that it didn't have enough security guarantees. There has been, we understand, as one can imagine, significant additional pressure since then, and that includes the kind of insults that President Trump has thrown at Zelensky, calling him a dictator, implying that Ukraine was responsible for starting the war. So this is of huge significance that seemingly, certainly according to these reports that we're getting, that the Ukrainians have been persuaded to turn around. But it is of huge significance also in relation to Europe. We saw Macron, the French president, in Washington last night speaking to the US President Donald Trump, and he indeed said that he saw this potential deal with the US looking at harvesting effectively up to 50%, we understand, of Ukraine's minerals and rare earth materials. The timescale is as yet unclear. Macron himself endorsed this plan. He saw it as being something that was significant, that could potentially lead to some sort of the beginnings of true peace negotiations. So, as I say, of huge significance, and we are waiting for more details as they appear in Kiev this evening. But as I say, it is very late, and it is inconceivable, really, that we'll be seeing much reaction this evening.
Okay, for now, thank you. Charles Stratford there for us in Kiev. Let's bring in Alan Fisher. He's in Washington, D.C. Alan, there have been several versions of this deal proposed by the United States. All have been rejected. Now it appears this version has been accepted by Ukraine. That's what we're hearing from Ukrainian officials, but still no confirmation coming from the United States. What are you hearing?
We're getting no confirmation, as you say. Exactly, as you said, there is no confirmation from American sources. We know that Donald Trump had suggested that Vladimir Zelensky would be heading to the White House at some point either this week or next week to sign a deal. We don't know any dates on that. Nothing has been confirmed. We know that the United States wanted 100% of the rare earth minerals from Ukraine. That was obviously rejected by the Ukrainians, and that's what led to a great deal of anger between the two sides. But there were still negotiations going on. What appears to have been agreed is that the United States will get 50% after Ukraine takes out $500 billion to try and improve the economy. In some of the drafts that are circulating, and there are various drafts that are, one of the key sentences keeps repeating, which is the US government intends to provide long-term financial commitment to develop a stable and economically prosperous Ukraine, which suggests that whatever happens, this is tying the US into the Ukraine for a significant period of time. What appears to be missing are any security guarantees. This is all financial. This is what they're talking about. And the reason the US wants to do a deal like this, first of all, Donald Trump believes that the US is owed somewhere in the region of $350 billion for the money that's been provided to help Ukraine fight this war. Even the US government's own Ukraine monitoring group says it's much closer to 100.
Is this an 800 bases look like 800 invasions moment? No, not yet. It's getting there, but not yet. U.S. exploits Ukraine with promises of NATO membership, lies about the amount of aid given, and takes away crucial minerals. Meanwhile, Russia has assumed control of Ukraine's steel industry and faces no repercussions from the U.S. or to pay reparations. Yeah. It's like two hyenas picking apart a carcass. Okay? That's what it is. Ukraine is the carcass in this situation. They're just picking it apart for scraps. Great stuff overall. Fantastic. Surely there will be no resentment. Can you elaborate on what 800 bases, 800 invasions means? Yes. The United States of America has 800 military bases around the world that we know of. Okay? And I always say that without soft power, because currently with soft power, those 800 military bases are 800 security cooperation agreements with allies. Okay? Without soft power, those 800 military bases turn into 800 military invasions. Because if countries start realizing that the United States of America is, well, they already realize this, but if the public is more angry and resentful about the security cooperations that they have with America, all of a sudden, you know, they're going to start getting more upset. It's not going to look like a security cooperation, but instead a military invasion. He really on some JD Pond Don shit? He is. Also, here, I wanted to show you this. Israeli captive Noah Argamani described to the UN how an Israeli airstrike killed fellow captive Yossi Sharabi. The strike hit the building where they were held, causing it to collapse. Sharabi, who had survived the October 7th attacks, became trapped under the rubble and was killed by Israeli forces. You know, I wanted to post this and I wanted to talk about this because, you know, there's a lot of back and forth going on with the Beavis family and how the Israeli government said that they were ruthlessly and brutally murdered by the hands of like Hamas militants or whatever. And, you know, here is a hostage that survived the process explaining to you that their biggest fear, this person, by the way, is very important for a couple different reasons. Because Noah Argamani came back and the Israeli government weaponized her conditions that they had actually, the Israeli government weaponized their conditions that they put her through, okay, which she will explain in great detail here, and claimed that Hamas had actually harmed her, like broke her arm or whatever. And she said, bravely, that that was not the case. She came out and said on her Instagram story, that she had felt victimized again by the Israeli government when they used her personal accounts and basically lied about her condition, saying that it was actually Hamas that harmed her when it was actually the Israeli government that had harmed her. Okay? This is not a person who has any sympathies for Hamas. the Israeli government used her as the poster for all of the hostages. This is not a person in any way, shape, or form that has any sympathies for Hamas whatsoever. Okay? Wait, they broke her arm? No, dude. I'm saying that the Israeli government claimed that Hamas had broken her arm. They lied about her firsthand account. Yeah, she came here for Israel's ambassador, by the way. Like, it's not, this is a person that's not there to do propaganda for Hamas. But she wants to basically explain her conditions.
After 54 days in captivity, it was just me, Itai Svirsky, and Yossi Sharabi. Both of them was kidnapped from their houses in Kibbutz Be'eri. We were in a war zone 24/7. It's terrifying for every day, for every second. One evening, the house that we all be holding was blown up, and we found ourselves in the destructions.
Destruction caused by the Israeli state, chat. Just let me plug in the holes here for people who are dense and can't understand.
Itai was able to stand up, and Yossi and I was stuck under the rebels. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I thought it's going to be my last second of my life. I screamed so loud so someone would hear me. And I heard Yossi screaming too. But after a few seconds, I stopped hearing from Yossi. I was pulled out of the rebels, and I tried to help Yossi. But it was already too late. Yossi was a close friend of mine, and he was a pure, kind soul. He will always be in my heart. Itai and I had to find someone else to hide. So one of our captors took us to another house.
That experience that she described, the harrowing details that she described, by the way, is the experience that virtually every Palestinian has at least second-degree association with, if not immediate association with. Here is Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace negotiator, addressing the United Nations Security Council today. His full remarks are below, where he said a minute of silence for each of the Bibas children would be appropriate, and a minute of silence for each of the more than 18,000 Palestinian children murdered in Israel's devastation of Gaza. That silence would extend over 300 hours. Okay? These are Israelis. Okay? And it's not like these are Israelis that are pro-Hamas. Okay? I just need you to understand. Like, Israel's actions are fucking unimaginable, dude. There is no defense of it. It is completely and utterly indefensible.
Duration of President Trump, now here, thankfully safe. Your partner not yet. And it was so important to hear your testimony of an awful experience to which no human should ever be subjected, because it reminds us that at the end of the day, this is about people. Each story deeply personal, your strength in the face.
Yeah, this is Noah's statement. Based on a statement of Noah from Yedioth, this confirms that what Hamas said previously and confirms that the Israeli captives were not forced to say what they said, even though they, of course, were. They were speaking under duress. I don't agree with this account's assessment, okay? The notion that you can use this kind of statement as testimony is silly, okay? They're fucking hostages. That's a ridiculous assessment. Having said that, however, despite the fact that she is under duress in this situation, it still corresponds. It quite literally corresponds to her testimony after she was released. Okay? Civilians as hostages, come on. Wait, civilians as... I'm not saying that this is an appropriate thing, for the record. Having said that, however, I think Noah is an IDF soldier. Why don't you diminish the 2 kids that died again? Says Elian Aragon. I did not do that, as a matter of fact. I did not do that at all. You are a fucking moron. I think you probably saw me laughing at the scary poster that Hamas had put forth, which showed that Benjamin Netanyahu looked like a villain, like a vampire. Okay? This is pure bad faith nonsense. You are a fucking moron. Okay? I am not someone who is an ultra Zionist or a Zionist at all. I don't laugh at baby killings. You know? You should take that up with other people, possibly in your social circle, that takes great joy out of the death and destruction of children. The likelihood that the Bibas children were also killed by an airstrike is still fairly high. I do not trust the Israeli government's initial assessment. I'm sorry. Ethan Klein uploaded a video claiming you laughed at them. I know. The funniest thing is, it doesn't even matter if the context is directly in the video. I've realized that a lot of people are so primed into fucking refusing to understand the exact context in the video. Even if he doesn't clip me out of context. Or this is not just Ethan either. This is just everybody that does the same shit. Sometimes they will literally feature the context. Like the famous case of me saying, the likelihood of rapes happening on October 7 does not change the dynamic for me even one bit, is literally me saying you cannot do a genocide on an entire population of people because of the likelihood of sexual assaults happening, okay? That is the most normal statement of all time. You are a psychopath if you go, no, actually, genocide is valid if sexual assault happened. Is that your argument? Why do you think it's appropriate? Is it appropriate to do genocide to an entire population of people? It's very interesting. Because seemingly these people are pro-Palestine too. Okay? But at the same time, not only are they pro-Palestine, but they're also simultaneously pro-genocide of Palestinians. Kind of crazy that you got to literally adjust the exact same thing over and over every single day. I know. These people are fucking dumbasses who don't care either. Okay? They are trolls and have been on the internet for decades making fun of real life pain out because they're just self-interested nihilists. No, I don't think so. I don't think every single person. AB and Dan pushed back and said you were laughing at the absurdity of the Nosferatu image of Netanyahu, but Ethan still didn't concede his point that you were laughing at the children. Yeah, because he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the fucking truth. He doesn't care. He thinks this is good. He thinks this is good propaganda. He can't actively say he loves Israel and he loves everything that Israel is doing because there's too much shame in his heart to openly admit that. Okay? So he has to just do the opposite thing and basically say, I'm actually the only real pro-Palestinian person, and every other pro-Palestinian person, actually, every other pro-Palestinian advocate is actually bad. Okay? They're bad. They're all bad. This is my entire advocacy for the past 16 months of genocide is going to revolve around shitting on every single person that is pro-Palestinian. Yeah. It's also the, 1 year anniversary of Aaron Bushnell self-immolating in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. I wonder what Ethan said about Aaron Bushnell. Because he's so pro-Palestine. I wonder what kind of things he said about that as a pro-Palestine guy. I'm so pro-Palestinian. I'm going to Israel to show everyone how multicultural and wonderful it is. That's how pro-Palestine I am. One of the grossest things I've seen from that community is constantly saying, you're pulling the genocide card. You want to know something really sad about that? Half of the instances where I was like, there's a genocide going on, chatters, I don't think this is relevant, was actually me defending Ethan. That's what's so stupid about it, because for the entire year, I didn't pay attention to what the fuck he was saying about Aaron Bushnell, for example. I had no idea what he was saying because I thought it was unproductive. I kept repeating over and over again, foolishly, mind you, telling my chat not to care or consider what Ethan Klein was saying because there were more important things that were happening, like the genocide that was happening that we were covering. And that's what's really interesting about it. Now, cynically, he just uses all of those instances as he calls it the genocide card. Well, we're talking directly about the genocide. So maybe make an assessment on all of the instances where you've talked about Israel and Gaza and why you have so heavily focused on all of the people that are critical of Israel. Okay? It's so gross that people even say the genocide card, you know? Careful for the next scary IG story incoming. I know. Like, not even a second where Ethan Klein or his community of otherwise progressive, or what remains of his community and what remains of his community that used to be progressive, ever think pull the genocide card is a fucking insane thing to say. It is not a card that I'm using to deflect away from serious criticism. It's me quite literally saying, eyes on the prize. There is something more important happening here that you should be focusing on rather than petty ass fucking drama. And for the better part of this past year, that was me telling my community not to focus on whatever Ethan Klein was saying because I thought it was silly and unproductive. I kept repeating over and over again, hey, he posted on Instagram in 2021 about how he was critical of Israel. How foolish was I? Holy shit. Become a hateful, abusive, narcissistic monster over the course of a year. He did not understand that I was trying to defend him when we had those conversations, when I kept telling him like, hey, don't say stuff like this. I know you're pro-Palestine. Don't say stuff like this. People are going to misunderstand you. Turns out I was wrong. Yeah, in the words of Shonda Black, if your N-word compilation is longer than your advocacy for the Palestinian emancipatory movement, then you probably aren't pro-Palestine.
Nobody can have any nuanced conversation about this.
Responding to criticisms over his mockery of Aaron Bushnell, Ethan Klein launches into a tirade directly out of the Hasbro playbook before inadvertently betraying his own cynical pandering. Why would you call me a Zionist when I have said all the things you want to hear from me?
That's the problem. You know what I mean? So extreme.
My first reaction is this. It was absolutely insane how he stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that bad sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean that as a compliment. What the fuck are you guys angry about, you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop. They're just saying all I hear is Ethan no, but I don't understand what I've even fucking said. Oh, chewing? Yeah, I'll stop that. Maybe they're just talking about the chewing. Could that be?
Yeah, that's probably it.
Wait, what did I even say that to mean? Like, give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Didn't I do it because you want people to talk about it? Like that's what I'm doing. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned by the way that he stood through the whole thing. I mean, shit, that was wild. And really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine this.
Yeah, this was when there was backlash in his community towards a lot of the things that he was saying. Backlash that was organic, by the way, not backlash that I directed, because at the time when people would send me clips like this, I was like, I'm not going to watch that. I don't care. Okay? Just so you understand. At the time, when members of his community would come in here because, you know, post leftovers, people will be like, look at what Ethan said again. He's a Zionist, I promise. Okay? And I was like, hey guys, there's a genocide happening. I'm going to cover that instead. I don't really care about what Ethan Klein is saying about Israel or Palestine. He is not your enemy. And that's what I said over and over again for a fucking year. Unimaginably charitable. And what did he do after all of that? He came after every single pro-Palestinian voice that was around me, that had ever fucking worked with me in any capacity. And then he came after me too. And how did he come after me? With the most ridiculous fucking clips. With the most ridiculous clips, claiming that I was, scary, hate America, only have America bad perspectives. Using some of the silliest sourcing I've ever seen in my entire life. There's a point in which he says, when we were having a back and forth about the Uyghur re-education camps, where he's like, oh, well, aren't they organ harvesting and doing death camps and killing millions of Uyghurs? And I'm like, no, they're re-education camps, which I think is unacceptable, okay? And that those re-education camps have actually closed down, according to an Associated Press article. He turned around and acted like there was no Associated Press article. Dog, that's your fault. You didn't fucking Google it. And what you did end up Googling didn't even correspond to the evidence that you suggested that the concentration camps, the death camps, were still ongoing. He was using newer articles that were working on information from prior to our conversation. Wonderful stuff. That's what happens when you spend 6 months on fucking ChatGPT trying to craft a compelling narrative about things that you don't understand. I heard some of the things that he said in his video, like how 1 million Israelis were displaced during the Nakba, which he calls the War of Israeli Independence, by the way. Okay? Not 1 million Israelis, sorry. 1 million Jews were displaced forcibly. More Jews were displaced during the Nakba than Palestinians, he said. That is the highest level of being misinformed. At that point, I don't even know if you're a Zionist or just a fucking moron. Okay? That's what he said. And his dumbass audience of progressive individuals ate that shit up. That's what I'm frustrated by. That's what I'm insanely frustrated by. Because Ethan Klein, for better or for worse, did cultivate a relatively progressive community. And now he's just a Hasbara bot, farming that community into a more reactionary position on a fucking genocide for an apartheid state. An apartheid state that he lived in and hated when he lived there. It's crazy. Like, the level of historical revisionism in his anti-Hasan video is so insane. And people still unironically repeat that. Liberal-minded people repeat that. That is what fucking frustrates me. People who are otherwise progressive turning around and being like, oh my God, if everything Ethan is saying in this video is true, and he says he's pro-Palestinian, then yeah, maybe there is definitely a lot of lying and obfuscation happening on Hasan's side. Insane. Literally has the Hamas Piker meme in the background of his entirety of his new video. Yeah, of course. That kind of shit it flies. Like no one will ever bat an eye at that. Okay? No one will ever bat an eye at that, dude. But God forbid you say fucking Sabra hummus is dog shit. Oh my God, it's the peak of anti-Semitism. I stubbed my toe. This must be Hasan's anti-Semitism. People don't want to collaborate with me no more. Not because I've had an extended fucking crash out in public in the funniest and saddest ways possible that everyone can see, but most people are still too afraid to ever fucking openly disparage because you sick your fan base on everyone, no matter how big or small, including anonymous Redditors who are former fans of yours, trying to engage in frivolous lawsuits to just expressly dox people, not because you think you're going to win these defamation suits, but specifically because you want to dox them, and then openly talking about how you're going to fucking tell every random person's immediate family members and places of employment that they're actually anti-Semitic for the crime of criticizing you.
There was more Jews.
What is this? Disinformation Tracker Content Nuke Part 2. Ethan lied for Israel.
The 1940s. Ever broke just a...
He claimed yesterday that you crashed out and you needed intervention and that you live a sadly lonely life just streaming. Yeah. If I'm crashing out because I fucking responded to one goddamn tweet, if I tweeted twice, okay, because I saw something that I consider to be a bridge too far, which is obviously this tweet. If this tweet is crashing out, what the fuck is doing Instagram posts every single day and 8 or 10 videos virtually covering me every single fucking podcast? What the fuck is that? We need a new term for that. If one tweet after months and months of endless fucking chirping is a crash out, what the fuck is this? Yeah, look at this crash out where I said, no way, the guy who ended his podcast over disagreements on Israel's genocide, who spent the last year trying to get every pro-Palestinian voice banned, is visiting Israel like Michael fucking Rappaport. He's going to show us all that there's no apartheid. He even mentions me in this. He can't seem to get my name out of his goddamn mouth.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy that these mega lefties like Hasan are calling Israel an apartheid state. I wonder what other mega leftists have called Israel an apartheid state. Oh, that's right. Nelson fucking Mandela, dude. I don't know. I feel like he knows a thing or two about apartheid, don't you think? Mega leftist, dude. Nelson Mandela in Palestine, in his own words, on the 30th anniversary since his release from prison, the late South African leader remains an icon for the Palestinians. This was all the way back in 2020, this 30-year anniversary. Okay? I don't care about all the petty shit, okay? I don't care about all the petty shit. I do, however, care about especially when we have a fucking fascist administration with numerous motherfuckers tossing Sig Heils left and right as the administrative state is being blown to bits by billionaire parasites. I do care about one of the last remaining progressive communities turning into a reactionary shithole because they're following the whims of a narcissistic madman who can't fucking let go of his love and loyalty to this apartheid state, this settler colonial apartheid state currently conducting a fucking genocide. That is a bridge too far. Okay? He openly stated that the PLO, he openly stated his support for the Palestinian Liberation Organization during a town hall meeting in the U.S. broadcast on the ABC channel. At the time, it was still regarded as a terrorist organization by U.S. and Israel. Okay? If you made an effort post video that does a historical dissection of the Hasbara slop, someone like Zach Foster, it would go so hard. Yeah. We identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. In a 1977 speech on International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, Mandela reaffirmed his support for Palestinian rights. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. The city in the West Bank occupied Palestinian land, the same city that Ethan and Gila called a terrorist city, the city of Ramallah. Okay. There is a Nelson Mandela statue. How ridiculous. I'm ashamed that there are so many people that straight up just dropped all of this stuff the moment that Ethan decided every single person that is a defender of Palestinian emancipation is bad and a terrorist. Okay? It's shocking. It's shocking how that turn happened. Like, what happened to individual thinkers? What happened to fucking progressive-minded people? He just purged them from his community. And then in the process, those who remained, I guess, were just rabid sycophants.
It's like crazy, like Jim Crow style society. Like, I can't wait to show you.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember, he's talking about Israel. The mega leftists are saying, the mega leftists like Hasan are saying that Israel's a Jim Crow style society.
Like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. We're planning to go to
so diverse. It's so multicultural and so diverse. Anyway, if you want to understand why it's fucking ridiculous, obviously this in and of itself is frustrating to hear, okay? It's frustrating to hear. What? In response to you saying the Hamas wouldn't kill hostages because they're literally their bargaining chips, he went on to say that they killed the kids because, quote, they didn't want to take care of them. Yeah, I know. It's because... yes, because everything the Palestinians do are bad. Everything that Israel does, even if it's bad, it was actually in the direction of good, a higher good, okay? Hey, Hasan, I was just wondering if you're anti-BDS because apparently it's anti-Semitic, or anti-blockade, despite saying Nelson Mandela and the ANC blocking commerce was base. Anti-JF, Jewish Voice for Peace, calling them a slur. Anti-creators for Palestine because they're not real activism. And also wants to show how non-Jim Crow like Israel is the whitewash the apartheid. Can you still be pro-Palestinian? Asking for a friend. They donated $6,500 one time. Yeah, $6,500 to the fucking fundraiser that I was doing, by the way. You know, the main terrorist guy. So ridiculous. It's so fucking gross to use this ongoing conflict, no matter which side you're on, this ongoing conflict, as a way to drive a wedge, as a way to just be like, this is my own personal petty project. It's always pure projection. When he says you're using the genocide card, it's like, no, man, you're using an ongoing genocide to fucking go after people who are critical of the genocide. Because you can't fucking cope with the reality that numerous people from the progressive community that you cultivated obviously had disagreements with the way that you were covering this shit. Yeah. Meanwhile, the leftover episodes are still up on their channel while trying to get you banned from Twitch. I know. Dangerous, scary, radical terrorism that he put up on his channel and still maintains on his channel while actively trying to fucking get me banned, claiming that the platform he's on is, of course, not anti-Semitic, or the people that he hangs out with who literally voted for Donald Trump, they are all perfect little angels. But you know who's actually at fault? A person that I'm falsely claiming told his audience not to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay? Oh, I can't find any clips of Hasan saying don't vote for Kamala Harris. Well, I'll just lie about it anyway because my fucking audience will eat it up. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I saw him fucking desperately trying to find a clip of me not voting or urging people not to vote, in spite of the reality that I've spent countless fucking hours telling people to go out and vote, and literally voted on stream, by the way. Voted on stream. Yeah, Hasan is a big reason why Donald Trump won. Meanwhile, he had Steiny visit in person last week. A person who Donald Trump literally mentioned by name. I'm not even against communicating with people who voted for Trump. Obviously, I talk to Bradley Martin all the time. Okay? It's important to understand why people vote for Trump. It's also important to dismantle the arguments. You know? I don't know if he's doing that. What is this? What is this?
This is a result of Hasan's activism.
Did you not get the memo? We're way past that, Hasan. We hate you.
Yeah.
It actively didn't help make sure we don't get Trump in office, so.
I want to thank the Nelt Boys, the Nelt Boys, the Nelt Boys, the Nelt Boys.
Your favorite toy is here.
Can we bring out our special guest?
It's my best bud. It's Tiny! Finally in the... Wow. Thank you guys for inviting Steiny. That's so nice.
I hope he's happy with, like, Trump-Lindia that we're gonna get there.
I don't think he's full-blown right-wing, but he is certainly not pro-Palestine, okay? Just saying. He says you shouldn't talk about Nelson Mandela being on a terrorist watch list because Mandela was anti-violence. I know, I heard that. It's ridiculous. Again, he does not know. He does not understand. He doesn't know anything. That is the problem. But plenty of people also don't know anything. So when you have a major fucking platform like this, okay, perhaps it would be best for you to at least do a little bit of fucking cursory research before flying off the fucking handles, making insane claims. There's a difference between asking people not to vote and choosing not to publicly endorse Kamala Harris out of good conscience and her Gaza policy. I've been watching you since 2019 and you've consistently said to vote, even Democrat down the ballot for statewide and local races. Yeah. But it doesn't matter because his audience has not seen that, because his audience doesn't care. His audience doesn't know the truth, and many in his audience don't seem to care about the truth. They're so washed away in the petty grievances that this man has. That's what's so sad about it. It's like we don't have a lot of fucking progressive spaces, okay? There aren't that many outwardly progressive content creators out there, outwardly progressive commentators out there, okay? So it's sad to see a fucking relatively large audience of somewhat progressive individuals turning around and just taking the fucking most reactionary position on Israel because their favorite content creator has been crying victim for a year now. But now he's stuck because he farmed all of the fucking anti-Hasan people. And the moment that he stops talking about me, they're not going to give a fuck about his goofs and gaffes. He already eradicated his audience that cared about the goofs and gaffes by fatiguing them with endless amounts of fuck Hasan content. Sure, maybe a decent 30% of your base actually also came on board with the fuck Hasan content and they think I'm a vile human being because your subreddit is basically turned into the Hasan snark page now. It's Destiny 2, okay? But the moment that you move on to a different target, they're going to fucking go away. I don't know if he'll stop talking about you. I don't think he will, but it's okay. He's just going to keep fucking lying over and over again in more insane ways. It is what it is. It's also extra funny that not only do they actively brigade shit, but then they also, he literally, they forced a fucking journalist to go private after writing an article about me because Ethan Klein posted on his Instagram story like a goddamn coward again, okay, crying about a positive article that came out about me on Slate. Ridiculous. I know he worked with Dan Saltman, Sex Pestany's doxing brigadier general for his nuke. And that's why it was dog shit and it fucking flopped. Have fun suing Reddit mods, dude. I'm sure that'll make people like you. He got the views though? Come on, dog. His fucking Keemstar nuke was like 6 million. He literally activated his inactive channel to try and, you know, farm more people to the fucking cause. All he did was remind people that they were subscribed to his old channel and then subsequently unsubscribe. Cried about me not watching his fucking content puke. I still, after all is said and done, I still wish Ethan well. I want him to get better because I think that there is still a kind individual deep down inside. Okay? But I think that this past year has completely bricked his brain. He literally thinks like people calling him a Zionist is the most anti-Semitic thing he's ever heard. when, you know, he's just defending Israel over and over again. Not directly defending Israel and saying like Israel's the greatest nation on the planet, even though he did do that when he said he was going to go to Israel. Okay. But defending Israel nonetheless by attacking every fucking vocal advocate of Palestinians and calling them all fucking terrorists. Like, sure, he's not doing, I hope your beeper goes off memes in public. Okay. But that doesn't change the reality that he has actively worked to deplatform every pro-Palestinian content creator. Like, how the fuck can you say you're pro-Palestinian? It's crazy. What he said to Muhammad on Twitter wasn't that far off from a Bieber meme, to be fair. I mean, yeah, have fun in Gaza, or they'll throw your gay ass off the roofs. I think that was one of the last things he tweeted before he was like, oh no, I can't take it. I should leave Twitter. And then lo and behold, what does he do? He just fucking goes around posting Instagram stories because you can't see the replies on Instagram stories, you know? They are saying you were in the Turkish military? Yeah. Did you see that your tweet about that weird gamer guy? All the Groypers are under that now. Oh, this one? The one who was like, you targeted gamers. The gamers. Grums. I said, I can't believe this is a real tweet from a man who's about to be 60 years old. People used to feel shame. This motherfucker literally did the I studied the blade unironically. Yeah. The Quartering posted this. Yeah, I look hot as fuck, dog. What are you talking about? You will never be able to look like that. Imagine looking like the Quarter Pounder and then posting this as though this is a fucking own. I'm going to quote retweet it. Damn it. I Googled Quarter Pounder because I forgot that his name is not Quarter Pounder. It's Quarter Ring. Yeah, Quarter Pounder is Mr. How to Hide CP on your computer. Yeah, remember that? When he was giving advice to pedophiles on how to hide their child pornography on their computers? Or who could forget the time when he pissed in his basement? Yeah. Remember those goofs and gaffs? Speaking of goofs and gaffs, that's the type of people Ethan used to clown on. Now he's fucking linked up with half of these dumbasses, dude. Doesn't that even remotely help you realize how shitty of a situation you're in? Like, maybe you're not on the right side of this argument when you got fucking Keemstar and every drama YouTuber on your side that does slop content. Perhaps that should have clued him in on where he was at on this issue, or maybe his audience. But of course, nope. Oh, God damn it. Kaya farted again. Is the Drewski vid out today? No, it's not. This is what Grums took from that interaction, by the way. What is this? If you told me last year that I would be triggering Hasan twice, I would have never believed you. Oh, God. That's so sad. Triggered? He has triggered me twice. What's your calculation on talking about it versus not giving it any attention? My calculation is, if it's like random petty shit, who gives a fuck? But if I actively see you doing pro-Israel propaganda under the guise of being pro-Palestinian to your relatively progressive audience, then yeah, I think that's a bridge too far. That was the exact same reason as to why I talked about Destiny as well after years and years of Destiny coming after me. Not because I was afraid of covering Destiny, but because I didn't give a shit. Fuck them, who cares? But the moment that you start defending a country that does stuff like this, an army that does shit like this, okay? Yeah. It's ridiculous. Ironically, at the time, I didn't think Ethan was a hardcore Zionist. A famous clip of me telling directly to his face, "There's only so much I can do about moderation when you're coming across like you're defending Israel," is from an argument where he called JVP Live capos. Nice try playing the genocide card, scumbag. You can't hide behind your advocacy. Bitch, you're hiding behind Instagram stories. You can't even talk to me in person. I'll go on your fucking stream. I guess what is frustrating with Ethan is that he has reached out to people who know their stuff on Palestine, like Ilan Pape. At least you've had people who know more about this volatile issue on stream. That's what I mean. Ethan Klein is afraid of anti-Zionist Jews, okay? He's afraid of anti-Zionists in general, but he is certainly afraid of anti-Zionist Jews because if he talks to an anti-Zionist Jew, okay, they're going to be like, yeah, dog, you're fucking insane. And he's going to freak the fuck out. That's why, if you noticed, half the clips that he fucking uses are literally clips where I'm sitting next to Alex, Lol Overruled, Noah Colwyn, or Felix Biederman. Why does he never talk about Felix Biederman or Noah Colwyn? Because he can't call them anti-Semites, okay? He hasn't reached that stage of Zionism yet. It's much harder to present someone who is an anti-Zionist Jew as an anti-Semite to your audience of not super well-informed, but relatively progressive individuals. He hasn't watched Bad Hosbury yet? Yeah. Yeah, no talking to Matt Lieb. What's up with that? He calls them tokens? Yeah, I wonder how that would go if he did that directly to the faces of people. He said I was tokenizing Sam. Yeah. Ridiculous. I know for a fact that other content creators also see all this shit, but they don't say anything because they don't want to fucking draw the ire of his rabid fan base who will go after and harass people endlessly. Okay. Classic. Hold on. I gotta take Kaya out.
A few of the racist lies Ethan tells in defense of Israel's apartheid regime and their...
I don't know what this video is, but hold on. I'm gonna be back in a second. I gotta take Kaya out.
Think that Jews as an ethnic minority in Israel would not be safe?
Jews are the ethnic majority in the UN-recognized territory of Israel. They've been the majority ever since Zionist forces captured 80% of historic Palestine between 47 and 49. In that time, Zionist forces ethnically cleansed 80% of the indigenous population of Palestine. And ever since, Jews have lived as a privileged class in an apartheid state.
After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries.
Jewish settlement and colonization of
Yeah, this is what I was talking about when he said like 1 million Jews were forcibly expelled from surrounding Arab nations. Like, how ridiculous to make that comparison to the fucking Nakba while simultaneously undermining the crime of ethnic displacement of over 750,000 Palestinians. Ridiculous. Pro-Palestine my ass. Once again, I ask everyone, is Ethan Klein stupid and not knowledgeable about the history of this country that he's defending? Or is he in bad faith doing propaganda? Historical revisionism. The expulsions that were planned according to Israeli, well, I believe he's no longer an Israeli citizen, but Israeli scholar Ilan Pappé were planned, okay? They were planned. The expulsions were planned, okay? They did a lot of violence in villages that had cooperative agreements with surrounding Israeli villages, specifically so that it would be easier to forcibly expel the other Palestinian villagers in other villages and also large cities. This was all a plan before the inception of the Israeli nation state. This is a fact that even people who are now pro-Israel, like historian Benny Morris, agrees to. This is an established fact amongst the new historians in Israel. Okay? The difference between someone like Benny Morris, however, and someone like Ilan Pappé or Avi Shleim is that Benny Morris establishes that fact and says now that it was good that it happened. It had to happen. Okay? There is a major difference between that and working on Avi Shleim, another Iraqi-Israeli historian, Avi Shleim, and his work on the matter of what happened to the Jews in Iraq, specifically, where the Israeli government literally blew up synagogues in an effort to create pressure amongst the Iraqi Jewish population. Many of these Arab nations did not want the Jewish populations to leave. Okay? They either cut separate agreements with outside pressure if they were, under the protectorate of France, for example, or cut deals specifically with the state of Israel. And on top of that, there was still a lot of violence that Jews experienced in these countries due to pan-Arabic nationalism at the time, and also due to the violence that the early Zionist brigades enacted upon the Palestinian villagers. Okay? The notion that this is in any way, shape, or form comparable to the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians from their ancestral homelands is fucking ridiculous. It is akin to genocide denial. Okay? The fact that, maybe Ethan doesn't know that, to be fair. To be fair to him, maybe Ethan does not know that. Okay? But he should not be so confident in saying something so ridiculous, such as the expulsion of Jews from Arab countries, from surrounding Arab countries, was worse than the Nakba. Okay? Incredible levels of stupidity. Why is it that Palestinian organizations have actually, in their negotiations process and on numerous different instances, advocated for Israelis to have a right to return to surrounding Arab nations? Now remember, these surrounding Arab nations are not Palestinian, okay? Just make no mistake, because I know that a lot of Zionists like to say all Arabs are the same. They are not, okay? Each individual nation is different than one another, okay? Just so you understand. But the Palestinian delegation has time and time again advocated for Jews to be able to return back to Morocco if they choose to do so, or return back to Iraq or Afghanistan or any other Arab nation where Jews used to live. The Israeli government is not on board with that. I wonder why. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, Haplois.
Palestine began in the 1800s, well before World War II, and the refugees to which Ethan refers actively participated in massacring and ethnically cleansing the indigenous population of Palestine. The point Ethan is making is akin to claiming that the white Afrikaners of South Africa, or pilgrims in America, who arrived as poor people with nowhere else to go, should be seen as victims despite their colonization of the land and extermination of the indigenous population.
Can you please elaborate on how Nakba is worse than the expulsions from Middle Eastern countries? My Jewish best friend does the exact same argument. I already did. One is a planned expulsion through terror of ethnic Palestinians from their ancestral homelands that Israel wanted to develop a nation state on top of. The other is literally goaded by the Israeli state because it benefits their settler colonial agenda. Okay? And yes, there were expulsions on top of that, or not expulsions necessarily, but there were crimes, hate crimes against Jews that took place too, of course, born out of the violence that all of these other Arab nations had seen the early Zionist brigades bring on top of the Palestinian population. But the notion that this was like an instantaneous response and that there was mass purges that took place all around the Levant is ridiculous. It was not planned and prepared. And in many instances, Israel itself, because it suited their purpose of settler colonialism, actually urged these governments to expel the Jewish populations. The governments themselves did not want to expel their Jewish populations. Here is Iraqi British-Israeli historian Avi Shalem, one of the new historians from Israel, explaining this. Okay, he wrote an entire fucking book on the subject matter. If Ethan, being someone who is pro-Palestinian and having this massive audience, wanted to actually educate himself on the history of the ridiculous apartheid state that he's trying to defend, poorly, mind you, he could just as easily search this information. So the question remains, why won't he search this information? Why does he go on the attack, especially against others who he knows are not anti-Semitic, people like myself, okay? While there is a sea of anti-Semitism out there, why does he single out someone who has actively combated anti-Semitism over and over again?
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Binet, who was based in Tehran.
The Arab expulsions were beneficial for the Israeli state's settler colonial project. Okay? Each individual country has a different history and a different association. But the claim that this was widespread anti-Semitism after Jews had lived in these countries under the protectorate of the Ottoman Empire for fucking centuries is ridiculous. Okay? Because under the Ottoman Empire, Jews had the same rights that Christians did. It was seen as a safe haven for Jews. That's why there are so many Jewish people that historically lived in these Arab nation states. Okay? The idea that like there was mass expulsions or mass pogroms occurring in the Levant is ahistorical. Okay? And if you were to turn around and say, oh, well, they had to pay a tax, jizya, okay? Christians did too. Most of the problems against Jewish people under the Ottoman Protectorate actually came from Christians regardless. It is ahistorical and fucking ridiculous. This is Ottoman propaganda. These people treated us as second-class citizens in our own country. Okay. First of all, once again, chatter, it's not Ottoman propaganda. It's historical Jewish propaganda then, okay? Because the Ottoman Empire was broadly seen as a safe haven for Jews because Jews were victims of pogroms in the Christian Western European nations, in Europe in general. That is just the truth. And in terms of being considered a second-class citizen, okay, it is the exact same for non-Muslims across the board. I'm not saying this was the most woke, but in comparison to the fucking Inquisition, yeah, it was infinitely better. The notion that there was unimaginable anti-Semitism happening in comparison to the fucking Inquisition is ahistorical. Okay? Coexistence with Jews wasn't because of the Ottoman rule. It was under the Arab Caliphate too. Yes. Muslims also paid a tax. They paid a different tax. History of Jews in the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. The existence of Jews in the Ottoman Empire is particularly significant because the region provided a principal place of refuge for Jews driven out of Western Europe by massacres and persecution. Anyway, this isn't a defense of the shit that the Ottoman Empire did. Of course, they're a fucking empire, all right? But in comparison to, it was on the Jewish Chronicle too. What did the Ottoman Empire ever do for us? Quite a lot, in fact. Contrary to the prevailing view, the Turkish civilization had an egalitarian, multicultural outlook which protected Jews. Anyway, before people say, oh, you only read the fucking headlines, I've read this entire article on stream before, okay? Regardless, the only reason why I brought this up is because a lot of people falsely say that there is like a historic ancient anti-Semitism among the Arab nations, okay? This is not correct. This is completely incorrect. It's a relatively new phenomena that the Western world has very openly passed the torch on after their historic anti-Semitism and their pogroms and the Holocaust. Now they, even in Germany, claim that the woke Muslim radicals are actually bringing anti-Semitism to Germany. Ridiculous.
In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
There is zero
Yeah, I could not believe this is what I meant. This is like insane.
factual basis to this statement. The Nakba is the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, which took place between 47 to 49. There was no mass displacement of Jews during the Nakba, approaching anything close to 1 million Jews. Jewish emigration from Muslim countries occurred over the course of decades, and Middle Eastern Jews were not expelled by their respective governments or through military force.
The Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them
That
out.
had nothing to do with Israel. Like, what are you talking about? People voluntarily left to go to Israel. Like, what do you mean? It's not the entire story, but Jesus Christ.
Out 1 million plus of them and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic military...
So this also is a really funny point that he made in his content puke, where he brings up Hezbollah and Hamas. Jews are surrounded by their enemies. What the fuck is Hezbollah or Hamas in 1948? Both Hamas and Hezbollah were developed as a, well, not even Hezbollah, but Hamas initially was a literal Islamic charity that turned into a resistance group against Israel. Hezbollah developed as a resistance group against Israeli occupation. Okay? Many decades after Israel was even created as a violent settler colonial enterprise. Okay? Absolutely ridiculous statement. Incredibly ahistorical. And not only that, but I'll take it one step further. Okay? In terms of Hamas being a Muslim Brotherhood carve-out and an Islamic charity, Israel itself tilted the scales in Hamas's favor numerous times. Why did Israel do that? Because they correctly predicted that, well, not completely correctly, but they predicted that they would be easier to dominate. They would be easier to destroy because they would be able to get very little Western support as opposed to the secular, Christian, and socialist resistance groups that were under the PLO. Israel tilted the scales in Hamas's favor time and time again because they were worried that the Western world was too sympathetic to the plight of Palestinians when the Palestinians that were speaking about their own victimhood, their real victimhood in the hands of Israel, happened to be socialist, secular socialist, leftist Palestinians. Israel assassinated all of those leaders, okay, including Ghassan Kanafani, who very famously never even held a fucking gun. Him and his family members, immediate family members. Now, why would Hezbollah form in Lebanon? Maybe because Israel expelled Palestinians into Lebanon, members of the PLO into Lebanon, and then Israel decided to invade Lebanon. And the Lebanese population was like, okay, well, we have to fight back. What the fuck is this shit? And that's how Hezbollah came into the equation. None of this was there when Israel was invented. And Israel's inception is a violent one. It's just cry, bully, perceived victimhood nonsense. This is pure pro-Israeli propaganda. It's historical revisionism, and it's ridiculous. If you have done any reading whatsoever on the inception of the Israeli state or the inception of the resistance against the Israeli violence in numerous countries around Israel, you would know that this is a ridiculous thing to point to.
terrorist groups.
Ethan racistly suggests that all Arabs and Muslims should be regarded as the same people. Hamas and Hezbollah never forced Jews out of their homes and did not even exist at the time of the Nakba. These resistance groups formed under Israeli occupation as Israeli forces brutalized, massacred, and dominated their people.
By the way, oh yeah, keep sucking Hamas dick, bitch. I know. Keep refusing to learn about fucking history, man. Keep refusing to learn about history. The funniest part about this is that I have probably poured countless hours of not only research, but commentary by directly talking to academics as well. All of that is readily available on my YouTube. You can watch any number of different videos, okay? But instead, you just plug your ears and go, la, 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 I can't hear you. Okay, it's fine. It's hilarious hearing shit like that when you know anything about medieval history and know how even Al-Andalus in the 700s was noted for giving Jews protections to the point of where most Jews migrated there from Christian kingdoms, which led to a golden age law. Being a historian fucking sucks, man. Yeah. Where does he get his info from? I don't know. I have no idea what his fucking sources are for. It's just him retelling Israeli history.
Is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a...
Oh man, the poor Israelis, the ethnic minority. Amazing. Yeah, I wonder why Israelis feel unsafe in this area. You can either look at the situation and go, it's because everyone around us is anti-Semitic and they just hate Jews. Or you can recognize the reality that has unfolded in very obvious ways over the course of the past 15 fucking months. Because this is not the first time Israel's behaved in an insanely violent manner. After all, the inception of the Israeli state was a violent one. I'm a third-generation historian, and I've come to the realization that you can educate people on any piece of history, and when they hear one thing they don't like, they just lick their own balls and tune things out. Yeah. Wasn't the whole thing that Israelis don't feel safe? Yeah, of course. This is literally the mindset. Yeah. Israel and Zionism, in its contemporary interpretation, or even in its historical inception, has always been a ethno-religious supremacist project. This is why I say Zionism is a fascist ideology. Okay? You can masquerade it as perceived victimhood. You can masquerade it as serious security concerns, but that is the reality. And that is precisely what the Nazis did as well. Okay? Nazi ideology didn't just fucking magically exist one day and everyone was like, all right, I guess we hate the Jews now. No, it was a carefully crafted dehumanization mechanism that inevitably led to the Holocaust. Okay? For years and years, Nazis first dehumanized Jews with already the existing historical anti-Semitism in the region. Okay? And beyond that, they obviously made security concerns all the fucking time. They kept erroneously claiming that Jews were a parasitic force that was dominating both the aspects of labor through trade unions and through Judeo-Bolshevism, but also simultaneously they were controlling the money supply in the highest state of society, and also the academia, because they were elites that were making Germany a morally degenerate hellhole to undermine German superiority. This was the argument. We look back at that argument and say, well, that was fucking ridiculous that they said that. Except the lesson that you're supposed to learn from that is to not repeat it. Okay? You're supposed to understand how ridiculous and how violent that endeavor ended up, and then go, we should definitely not repeat that ever again. Instead of repeating the same fucking talking points, but instead of saying it about Jewish people, you now say it about fucking Arabs. It's ridiculous. Nazis made arguments about their own security considerations as well. It was erroneous. It was ridiculous.
A little bit.
Israel is by far the most aggressive state in the Middle East, constantly seizing land from neighboring countries and waging large-scale massacres. Israel itself has not withstood anything resembling the level of violence it has brought against the people of Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. These are not the actions of a state that feels unsafe as an ethnic minority. These are the actions of a hyper-aggressive, expansionist European colony backed by the most powerful empires in history.
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement.
This was not the entirety of Ethan's disagreements. Ethan denied IDF war crimes like rapes.
How is this systemic rape as part of the institution of Israel?
And the bombing of hospitals.
And I'm relieved to say that it was looking like right now almost certainly not the IDF. And I think everybody should be relieved to know that. Ethan, this is extremely painful to hear. Well, I'm sorry that it's painful to you that the IDF didn't kill a bunch of people in that hospital. My condolences to you. You're spreading propaganda, Ethan. You're a fucking moron.
Ethan and his wife, Ela, who served in the IDF, bragged about Ela invading the West Bank and terrorizing the local population.
A base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week. It was kind of like just more of an adventure. They would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Armada. So one time I wanted to go with them.
Every sentence he says is fact-checked. Yeah, literally every single thing he mentioned is wrong. I could not believe it. I'm not talking about this piece here, but to
experience it.
By the way, service is mandatory in Israel, okay? I want to point that out. And as someone with a fuck ton of veterans in his community, I've always been understanding of people who have gone and served in the American military, and I've even talked to IDF veterans as well. My problem is what you currently are saying, okay? Not what you have done in the past, but instead what you chose to do after. Because if you served, especially when there's, mandatory service, that's one thing. Your takeaway from that experience probably should be, just like the rest of the Breaking the Silence guys, holy fuck, what are we doing here? This is incredibly fucking violent, okay? If you are conflicted about your service, and you think that it was wrong, then that's one thing. If you're still to this day defending the Israeli occupying force and its actions and the Israeli government, and then every now and then claiming that it was, well, we have some disagreements with Israel, then yeah, you're defending Israel. Okay? It's additionally crazy that Ethan also spends more time after this. Okay? I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I don't care about this. Okay? But Ethan spends the rest of the fucking content puke, I believe, also repeatedly saying that the Yemeni teenager that I also thought might have been a Houthi, because everyone was calling him Houthi Chalamet, a fucking Houthi terrorist over and over again. Okay? That's what's so crazy about this, because if you're a random teenager in Yemen, okay, that other people have branded as a terrorist, when in the process of translation, he says some shit, okay, and then we all collectively misunderstand whether or not he actually took over the boats or not, okay, when we find out later that he did not do that, and that it's a fucking tourism destination, and considering that you're making this video a year after the fact, you had all of the time to fact check this stuff, okay? And you still keep calling this fucking 19-year-old in Yemen, who all he has ever known is genocide, by the way, with American weapons, led by the Saudi and UAE coalition, and you just keep calling him a terrorist over and over again because you saw him hold a gun or have one of those historic fucking knives that people in Yemen have. That's a little ridiculous, don't you think? Like, especially when you're talking about raiding Ramallah. He literally was with the hostages, bro. No, he wasn't, dumbass. He was not. He was not. That video is not even from the Galaxy Leader, okay? You're wrong. It doesn't matter. I don't even care. I don't even care if he was. That's the other problem here. Okay? I don't even care if he was a part of the Ansar Allah movement or if he was an active combatant. I would have interviewed him differently if he said he was. But having said that, what I care about is, what I get angry about is people just like routinely lying about something that is so easily fucking verifiable. Okay? Anyway, what's the rest of this?
People's efforts.
Like
a lot of people.
City.
Ela called.
Feel like a normal neighborhood?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
Ela called Yoav Gulant a really good guy after a year of overseeing a genocide.
Just the other day, Bibi fired.
Yes, they docked the ship and then they allowed the residents to come on board and tour it. Yes. The 19-year-old didn't actually fucking go out to sea and overtake the ship. Okay? Even if he did, like, he didn't tell me that, okay? What is this? Ethan Klein's community calls raids on families in the West Bank.
2 years that I served in.
Ethan Klein's community calls raids on families in the West Bank justify police action. The raids violate international law. They're meant to terrorize the population. H3 radicalizes viewers into racist extremists. Compare the soldier's description of raids to Gila's. Because people keep bringing it up, here's a clip where Gila talks about the one raid she went on as a ride-along. No, she was not out there murdering people nightly. And Ethan and Gila even talk about how it was a complex situation. And while they were justified policing actions, they can also understand the fear and frustration of the Palestinians. This is from 2017, by the way, not new information. Yeah, justified police action.
Bank, which is very different than defending Israel.
You can apply for it, and it's a...
All the time.
Here.
In front of me was not any more human being. Yeah.
That I liked. A base that was far from my house.
Were you revolted by what you had witnessed?
Yeah, definitely yes.
It was kind of like just more of an adventure.
Every Palestinian in front of me was not any more human being like me. Was an enemy, a potential terrorist.
You went on like a mission with them?
Mm-hmm.
To like a terrorist city?
Yeah.
If Palestinians will get the feeling that the IDF is all the time everywhere, they'll be afraid to attack. So what do to give them this feeling? You make your presence felt. You start your night shift patrol.
They would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Break into a house, Palestinian house, of course. Not a house we have intelligence about. I'm the sergeant. I lead the patrol. I choose a random house.
I walked with them to one house.
Wake up the family, men one side, women the other side. Search the place. You can yourself imagine the dynamics, yeah?
You see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit.
Jump from one roof to another. Come out through another house. Wake up the family. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop.
Yeah, this is a practice of deliberately terrorizing the Palestinian population in occupied Palestinian territory in direct contravention of international law, just so you understand. Make no fucking mistake, okay? This practice was done specifically to terrorize the Palestinian population of Ramallah and to always be active, okay? to always, what's the term for it? There's a specific term for it, and I think he mentions it in this interview. I'm gonna misremember it, but that right there is terror. That right there is purposely done to terrorize the civilian population of Palestinians. Okay? No, not panopticon. No, there is a specific military term for it. And no, mowing the lawn is the Israeli practice of blowing up Gaza. I forget what it's called. Anyway.
For 1 second.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
The idea is that every Palestinian will feel the military is right here. It's to do what we call in the military, ליצור תחושת נרדפות, to create the feeling of being persecuted. This is not an action of a rogue soldier or officer. This is your mission. There is no way of doing it nice.
People are so easy to judge Ela for doing mandatory service in Israel, right? Everybody goes, I would have objected. I would have chosen to go to jail and be ostracized by society.
They took.
That's not even my expectation. Like, that's literally not my expectation. Okay? I have also literally talked to I've talked to people who refused to serve and even went to prison in Israel. Okay? Conscientious objectors like Tal, if you remember. And I've talked to IDF veterans as well, who then became conscientious objectors, who are members of the Israeli Knesset. For me, what you say now matters a lot more. Yeah.
Took me with them one time, even though they're not supposed to, because it was not my job. They did it just because I asked and I'm cute.
You asked and because you're cute?
Is it possible for an Israeli soldier to serve in the territories with a clear conscience?
I don't believe a soldier who served in the occupied territories has clean hands. It's not that every soldier murders innocent Palestinians, but no Israeli soldier who served in the occupied territories, his hands are clean after that. Because at the heart of what you do, there is no way of seeing Palestinians as equal human beings.
Anyway, the point is, this person is also an Israeli occupying force veteran, okay? But I have a lot of grace for people who understand what they did and then use that experience to warn others about what the Israeli occupying force is doing. This is what breaking the silence does. That is their entire job. Okay? Was the word you're looking for called mapping? No, it's when they go into a house and they just like fucking break into the house and turn it around, turn it over, and terrify the Palestinians in the house. I think it's called like an outpost. Like it's called like outposting or something. But the other term I was looking for is, yes, making their presence felt. That is the deliberate reason. Yeah. The point and purpose is making their presence felt. That's why they do it nightly. Anyway, it's a common practice within occupying forces. I mean, Americans do it too.
A really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
He was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
Like even this stuff, like saying Yoav Golan is a moderating voice when he's literally charged by the International Criminal Court for being a fucking war criminal. Okay, I'm willing to entertain the notion that you just simply don't know. But my problem in that situation is like, you have a fucking massive audience, man. You have a massive audience. Don't you think you have a responsibility to at least learn the truth? Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's crazy to me that Ethan did more research scouring the Sex Pestiny subreddit, looking for fucking clips out of context to create this like comprehensive argument that virtually no one, with the exception of his own fucking community and already pre-existing haters of mine, loved. Okay? the remaining members of his community. He spent more time researching that shit than reading a single fucking book about Israel.
You know, people's efforts to smear him because he wasn't like anti-genocide enough.
Fuck Joe Biden. Respectfully.
That's fine. I personally think he was actually a really good president. The funny thing about me, I don't like terrorism and I don't like terrorists. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals.
Oh, he's going to call out the IDF here, right? I assume.
Ethan and Hila literally bragged on their podcast about terrorizing Palestinians in the West Bank.
You see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women.
According to this? What is this?
This was the other thing that I was going to mention. He just cynically puts article titles to beef up the actual argument that he's presenting. And virtually every argument, if you look at the year, you're like, wait a minute, 23/02/2021. That's an interesting time to be writing about Yemen and what the Houthis were doing in Yemen. And then you actually look at it and it's fucking Saudi propaganda. Okay? Here, let's look this up. Yemen, women captives. Yemen, women captives recall ordeal in Houthi prisons. Where is it?
Ethan doesn't indicate the source of this information. Instead, he cites dubious, often Saudi-funded sources, making claims like the Houthis brought back slavery.
They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
The problem...
Wait, slavery in Yemen by Al Jazeera World? There is no way he posts that without actually looking at the video, right? Exclusive. Houthis restore slavery in Yemen. Anadolu Ajans. This is the Turkish state media. Yemen. Women captives recall ordeal in Houthi prisons. The 3 Yemen-based human rights organizations have accused Iran-backed Houthi rebels of committing civil rights violations amounting to war crimes. A joint report issued by these groups has documented 1,181 violations against women that include murder, torture, enforced disappearance, and sexual violence. Wessam Basindoa, director of the 8 March Yemeni Union Women, one of the authors of the report, said that women and children in particular suffered. The report aims to shed light on the types of violence. The report has documented 274 cases, quoting testimonies of released prisoners like Nazma Mohammed. The report claimed that she was kidnapped on March 24th, 2019 by Zainabiyat, a women's military group established by the Houthis. She's currently receiving treatment in Cairo. Bro, the video was a legit fact check. You're double fact checking. During the interrogations, providing coordinates for Arab coalition, being an agent of America and Israel, shocking facts about sufferings. Where does the report come from? What is the human rights group that has made this report? Because I know the exclusive Houthis restore slavery in Yemen article actually comes from a Saudi outlet. Like, this is literally just a random Saudi outlet that said that. Bad empanada fact check.
So I just want to make some shorter clips here, going over some of the most egregious parts of Ethan. An interesting claim, isn't it? So let's check Saudi-backed, because it's like citing the Yemen army saying this.
Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas. Slavery in Yemen is definitely like slavery by Saudi-backed elements being resisted by the Houthis law. Yeah, the slavery in Yemen, I'm pretty sure the Al Jazeera World Slavery in Yemen video that came out was literally talking about how the Saudi-backed administration was doing slavery in Yemen and not the Houthis or the Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in Yemen.
With these claims is there's no credible, independent organization that...
Yeah, Al Jazeera one is from 2014 and is the group prior to the Houthis that did slavery. Like, if you look at this, it's from fucking 2014, dog. Slavery in Yemen. Despite government denials, this investigation uncovers evidence of slave labor in Yemen. It's in fucking 2014. You addressed this already, by the way? I think you forgot. No, I've addressed this thing that people fucking claim. And I'm not in the business of defending the Houthis anyway, with the exception of the actions that they took against the Israeli genocide. That's it. Having said that, however, oh yeah, this is the article that I remember, the Ashkar al-Awsat exclusive, Houthis restore slavery in Yemen. This is literally just a random fucking Saudi propaganda piece. That wrote this article while they were doing a genocide in Yemen. It is owned. It is a Saudi paper owned by Arabic International newspaper headquartered in London, a pioneer of the offshore model in Arabic press. The paper is often noted for its distinctive green-tinted pages. Although published under the name of a private company, Saudi Research and Marketing Group, the paper was founded with the approval of the Saudi royal family and government ministers and is noted for its support of the Saudi government. The newspaper is owned by Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, a member of the Saudi royal family. The article that he's using is literally a Saudi royal family owned propaganda paper that literally released this report literally while they were doing a famine in Yemen. Okay. They had a blockade and a man-made famine in Yemen. Thank God they were liberating the restoration of slavery in Yemen by killing everyone in fucking Yemen. Dude, wait, that's a weird coincidence. How can you be sure? What do you mean? Wait, wasn't he using the Turkish site? Yes, the Turkish site will also, the Turkish state apparatus is also going to fucking use the same sourcing. Remember, the Turkish government is a NATO government. Hello. The Turkish government is pro-Israel. Regardless of what Recep Tayyip Erdogan says, if you are unfamiliar with how these things work, for example, that's why you come to me and I describe to you how this stuff works, okay? That's my fucking job. What the Turkish government says and what the Turkish government does are entirely different things, okay? The Turkish government, for example, will claim to be anti-Israel, but the Turkish government will then still continue engaging in shipping with Israel, even after Recep Tayyip Erdogan, in order to quash the masses freaking the fuck out about their existing logistic chain, their supply chain with Israel, will then turn around. Yeah, the Saudi-aligned government of Yemen didn't flee to Riyadh until March of 2015. The Al Jazeera video came out in 2014. Exactly. Saudi Arabia also is a U.S. ally, by the way.
That has verified them. They come straight from Saudi state-funded media, which provides zero evidence to back their claims. To put this in context, the Saudis, with the support of the U.S. and UAE, spent a decade starving and massacring the Yemeni population. As they murdered hundreds of thousands of Yemeni people, Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis, were the only resistance to the genocide of the Yemeni people. Yet Ethan uses Saudi state-funded propaganda to push the claim that Ansar Allah are the bad guys.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
This is a truly lazy and low-effort form of propaganda. Ethan shows a handful of substanceless headlines about the Houthis published by the same...
Yeah. Also, here's Aldan Marki, who is a Yemen researcher, by the way. I don't want to entertain this whole Houthi slavery nonsense, but it's been going on far too long that I feel compelled to address what is always admitted, historical context and socioeconomic nuance. Yemen is an incredibly poor country, has been so for most of its modern existence. Yemen was never actually allowed to develop as a cohesive, centralized state because the colonial powers in Saudi Arabia saw an interest in boosting and bolstering the socio-political influence of Yemen's tribes as a counterweight to the governments in Sana'a and Aden. The tribal group still lived according to feudal pre-Republican social norms, and the Republican jurisdiction rarely ever affected them. When Colonel Ibrahim al-Hamdi rose to power in a bloodless coup in 1974, he immediately decided to disband the Ministry of Tribal Affairs in order to limit the authority of the tribes and to unify authority under one central leadership. It worked. Problem was, by doing so, Hamdi had essentially shut off Saudi Arabia's man access to Yemen's state apparatus and had to be dealt with accordingly. He was murdered in 1977, and a puppet figure was installed in his place. At every turn, indigenous Yemeni progress has been stifled and objected by the United Kingdom, the U.S., and Saudi Arabia. Fact check. Fact check comes from, again, the Saudi fucking... No faction, be it the Houthis or any group, has ever announced an institutional reintroduction of slavery. It is impossible to hold them accountable for the practices of isolated and desperately poor communities in the rural areas. Poverty remains to be the primary reason for these phenomena. So this actually goes through the fact that there is still slavery practiced in certain tribal areas, but given that there has never been real centralization, that it has never been legal. It hasn't been legal since 1962. But, you know, when you're getting fucking genocided and cooed all the goddamn time, it's a little difficult to fucking control that sort of thing. But the notion that the Houthis that actually restored the practice of slavery is an exclusive born out of this Saudi royal family newspaper. I wonder why they wrote this article while they were fucking, you know, I wonder why they wrote this article while they were fucking starving the Yemeni population. This isn't to say that the Houthis are wonderful people either, mind you, okay? For me, their domestic affairs, especially given the material conditions in Yemen born out of imperialism and born out of unimaginable poverty that you will never, ever in a million years be able to even comprehend, okay? Ironic because the Saudis also literally do practice slavery, but that's besides the point. I'm not going to get into that, okay? But the notion that like they're definitely going to clip this so it looks like you're defending the Houthis. I don't care, okay? The only defense of the Ansar Allah movement that I will ever give the Ansar Allah movement is in defense of their blockade and the implementation of a blockade in the Red Sea in order to stop Israel, in order to cripple Israel financially, which was successful, and to stop Israel from doing a genocide. The blockade ended when the ceasefire began. They even released the hostages, which ironically enough, Ethan doesn't feature in this video either. But it doesn't matter. He's like, oh, nobody knows what happened to the hostages. Oh, okay.
Forces which have been genociding the people of Yemen, and then states that they, not us, are clearly the bad guys. In Ethan's world, committing genocide against Arabs and Muslims is worthy of praise, as in Joe Biden or Yoav Gallant. But resisting genocide...
He says that you're dodging and the source does not matter when the facts are there. This is what him and Dan were saying about the Reddit article. It's the crazy level of propaganda on that channel. That's insane, dude. What do you mean the source doesn't fucking matter? They are the ones who are doing the fucking genocide. Also, this source doesn't even say what Ethan thinks it says. This is from 2014. This is the Saudi-backed government doing slavery, or at least not correctly fucking punishing slavery that was existing in the tribal parts of Yemen, in some of the most impoverished parts of Yemen. In one of the poorest countries on the fucking planet. The Houthis weren't even in power at this point. This is like an irrelevant thing to point to. It's like claiming Abraham Lincoln did slavery by pointing to the fucking Confederates, okay? And being like, the American government loved doing the practice of slavery under Abraham Lincoln. It's fucking ridiculous.
Is bad. Ethan's coverage of the Houthis is so lazy that he gets basic facts wrong, like when he suggests that the crew of the Galaxy Leader is missing.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year.
That crew has already been released, and prior to that, they were in contact with international organizations to verify their safety.
Like, this came after, this came before Ethan's video was released, if I'm not mistaken. Yemen's Houthis released crew of seized cargo ship Galaxy Leader.
And their location.
Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man.
The owners of the Galaxy.
Oh, damn. No way, dude. I guess it's awfully suspicious that the Isle of Man seemingly, okay, the Isle of Man seemingly just has incredible industrious individuals that love maritime law, okay? Yeah, Isle of Man, the powerhouse of industry. Or maybe Isle of Man is easier to fucking put on the ship manuscript. I don't know. Which one could it be? With a handshake from the Yemeni Army High Command, Yemeni jewelry and souvenirs from their host country, the majority Filipino crew of the seized Galaxy Leader car carrier left Yemen on board a chartered Omani airplane. The crew had only appraisal to grant their Yemeni hosts. Once again, this also came before Ethan releases content puke. He could have just, figured this out as well. It seems like he just omitted key details here.
Galaxy Leader are Israeli. The boat is registered in the Isle of Man for tax purposes. This is embarrassingly lazy work.
Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin?
You should begin with the decades-long Israeli occupation of Lebanon, where Israeli forces and Israeli-backed forces
I'm going to assume he's not going to mention any of that.
Carried out repeated massacres of Palestinian refugees and Shia Muslims in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah formed to push out the Israeli occupation, and over the years Hezbollah has successfully repelled multiple Israeli invasions.
The practice is what is referred to as a flag of convenience. Thank you.
They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described.
By the way, if Ethan can find any instance where I've defended Hezbollah's actions in Syria, okay, any instance where I have defended Hezbollah actions in Syria, I'm done, okay? I'll shutter the operations, okay? No clip chimps, okay? No fucking clip chimps whatsoever. Because I've never defended the actions of Hezbollah in Syria, for the record.
Described as a genocide.
Ethan baselessly attributes
Hezbollah did a genocide in Syria, but Israel is not doing a genocide.
The entire civilian death toll of the Syrian civil war.
By the way, does Ethan think Hezbollah has air superiority? Does he think Hezbollah has fighter jets and the capabilities of deploying 2,000-pound bombs? Like when he says that, like what does his audience go? They're like, yeah, that tracks.
Hezbollah. This is complete nonsense. Ethan discounts civilians killed by Assad's forces, rebel forces, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, America, Turkey, and others. Ethan, like a moron...
Okay, it's a little redundant to say rebel forces, ISIS, and then say Turkish forces. Just saying. It's all kind of under the same umbrella, all right? Like they were all being trained by the same guys. Even the Kurds were being trained by the same guys, ironically enough. It was like a fucking 7-side civil war, and you got Hezbollah on one side for sure, okay? Let's say they're a separate entity. You have Bashar al-Assad, who's, awful, god-awful. You have Russian forces, and then you have other warring factions and terrorist groups that are literally fighting each other, and virtually all of them are either directly or indirectly by way of Turkey and NATO training, funded by the United States of America. Okay? It is insane. Ethan is also so easily called like 3 different things a genocide, but has not and will not say that Israel is committing a genocide on Palestinians. Yeah.
Attributes all deaths to Hezbollah simply because it suits his propaganda purpose. The quality of this argumentation is less than garbage.
They are a designated terrorist group by the U.S., by the EU.
Oh, okay. Oops. All right.
U.S. and EU have starved, raped, tortured, and murdered millions of Arabs and Muslims over the last several decades. Hezbollah formed to defend the people of Lebanon against such massacres, to defer to governments which have been actively committing genocide for the last year and a half, governments which have invaded and destroyed multiple countries across the Middle East.
It's not a terms of service violation. By the way, Israel's currently invading South Syria because why not? I mean, I know. Why would they? Why would they not do that? Okay, they're unrestrained, and also there is definitely TOS violations here.
Whose armies rape and torture populations en masse, as the authority on who is and isn't a terrorist is a sick joke.
And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing.
Like a true Israeli propagandist, Ethan doesn't consider the brutally violent apartheid state of Israel and the daily beatings, kidnappings, torment, harassment,
I think one of the craziest things about this is that if Ethan had like charitably listened to what I was trying to explain to him at the time in November 2023, he probably would have spared himself so much heartache and an entire year of like losing his mind as to why his fan base did not like these guys and had sympathies for these children. Okay? That's what's like it, because I was trying to explain to him to the best of my ability, and he was just like, la la la, I can't hear you. In certain circumstances, he literally did do that. Oh, like this isn't some fucking internet drama or beef or whatever, okay? Hey, for what it's worth, when people mention a random tweet you had about Syria forever ago and think you don't care about Syrians, please put a moment of this on the screen. Oh, yeah. We must help Syrian refugees. When I said, oh, hey, now the world cares about Syrian children, which is a tweet that an American Enterprise Institute government stooge always points to all the time to say that I don't give a fuck about Syria. I literally was writing this article at the time, and I was mad that people didn't give a fuck about Syrian refugees. It is a completely and utterly contextless fucking tweet to post when I literally have documented, like when I have personally, time and time again, defended refugees across the board. Defended people's lives that have been destroyed. That's what's so crazy. But these people would rather live in a fucking lie. Oh, hey, everyone, it's time to care about dead babies in Syria. Social media told me so. Yeah, to all the idiots commenting, Hasan was frustrated that people don't care about these atrocities unless it's trendy to do so. He'd been talking about Syria for years and released many cries about it, including this one from 6 years ago. Yeah. This is the big slam dunk that people have where they're like, no, you don't understand. He's actually pro-Assad. Yeah. I saw someone use that tweet as evidence that you were an Assadist. Glad to know the full context. Yes, dude. If someone tells you that I am in favor of, why do you think people who don't like you give you any benefit of the doubt? I mean, it's not the people that don't like me, but it is definitely other random people that probably are confused by it. You know? This is for those people who have gotten lost in the sauce.
Torture, rape, and murder of Palestinians as the catalyst for the Hamas response, which provided the pretense for Israel's genocide in Gaza.
They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza.
This is a lie. The IDF allowed gangs...
This is pure Hasbara, dude. This is what I mean. The entire fucking content puke was just all Hasbara. All of it is shocking. It's truly shocking. It's also additionally shocking that he tried to fucking claim while doing pro-Israel propaganda, he tried to fucking claim that he actually was pro-Palestine and pro-Palestinian. XUC watched his content nuke and ate it up, believing most of it. Yeah, because he's a fucking moron. I'm sorry, okay? If you agree with this fucking video without any information prior or after, okay, without searching any of the information to fact check it, then yeah, you're kind of a dumbass. It's on you, really.
To steal aid and shot the officers guarding the aid, saying that they were Hamas affiliated. Ethan is spreading Israeli propaganda specifically designed to justify their policy of starving the population of Gaza. This is straight genocide support.
For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires?
The statement
isn't this AI?
That Hamas leaders are billionaires has no basis.
Also, they're all dead. Like, Israel killed all of them. The fuck are you talking about?
This is in fact. Also, Haniyeh, the lead negotiator for Hamas, was not only murdered by Israel, but so were his children and even his grandchildren. Sinwar died fighting on the battlefield with nothing to his name but a pack of Mentos.
But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
No victims have been identified. No perpetrators have been identified. No physical evidence has been identified. No medicological evidence has been identified. None of the very few alleged witness accounts has been corroborated. And alleged witnesses
Oh, those were real? They were upscaled with AI? Oh yeah, we looked at those photos before.
Have been exposed as grifters. The UN was not allowed to conduct an investigation by the Israeli government. The only thing UN staff were allowed to see were photos of bodies posed in ways that were potentially indicative of sexual violence. However, Israeli media has confirmed through their own investigations that volunteers manipulated and posed bodies while fabricating stories of rapes which never occurred. Therefore, the limited photographic evidence which is available has been tampered with and cannot be deemed credible. The accusation of rape denial coming from Ethan.
Hasan crashing out hard lately. No, don't ban that guy. Come on. What am I, Ethan Klein? Unban that guy. Come on. This is the other thing that Sex Pestini's community loves doing. Sex Pestini will do like 1,000 videos a fucking year on me. And then the one time I respond to it, they're like, oh, dude, you're obsessed with him. And I love that they've basically transferred over to Ethan's community and they do the exact same thing. If you think me watching a short fucking piece of his content puke that is being fact checked, okay? If you think that that is crashing out, then I think broad coverage of every little thing that Ethan claims is happening in my fucking life, and you know, multiple Instagram story posts every single day, and an overall refusal to actually face me and talk to me man to man, mano y mano, while still hiding behind his Instagram stories and his comfortable hug box that he's designed for himself. I think that probably warrants 1 million crash outs in that situation. What's with the green screen that looks like crap? You think this is a green screen? This. Chatter, I'm literally wearing green. I'm wearing green currently. Are you okay? They're going to come up with some bullshit complaint about how you're going out of your way not to watch it directly or something. That being said, I really do think you should consider watching La Bamba on stream. Yeah, I don't really care. He can fucking complain about it all day, every day. I've already made it very clear. If he wants to talk to me, he can.
is quite rich, considering Ethan himself has denied IDF rapes of Palestinians.
In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar.
Wait, what? Yeah. Doesn't matter if rapes occurred on October 7. This does not change the dynamic of Israel's genocide for me one bit. Ethan, do you think it's appropriate to genocide the Palestinian population in its entirety because of suspected rape on October 7? That's crazy. And also, that very clearly is a fucking clip chimp. Like, that's not even a full... That isn't even a full statement. This was his piece de resistance. You could tell he was sweating when he edited this. I know. It's so sad. Brother, you broke bread with this man. How does this not make you fly off the walls? He's clip chimping you so hard. I don't know. I mean, what am I gonna do? You know, this is nothing I haven't heard before. Also, it's ironic because I'm quite literally arguing with the chatter that there is a likelihood that rapes did happen. A chatter was like, why don't you deny the rapes on October 7? And it's me literally saying, I can't tell you definitely that rapes didn't happen. And there's a high likelihood that they did happen. That is the saddest part about this fucking clip chimp, is that if he actually moved beyond the Sex Pest and he subreddit to source his information directly, he would have probably fucking figured out that I wasn't even advocating against what he thinks I'm advocating against.
Goldstein never claimed to have been raped, nor to have witnessed any rape in Hamas captivity. She only relayed rumors. These facts are mischaracterized in the clip that Ethan features, which comes from ILTV, an Israeli propaganda channel that makes English-language content specifically aimed at spreading Israeli propaganda to the Western world. Ethan is acting as a direct Israeli propaganda mouthpiece. And it gets worse. As if Ethan couldn't stoop any lower, here he is supporting...
Wait, I know that you're spoiling the Wednesday show because he's going to lose his shit. I know. You know what he's going to do? He's going to do exactly what he's done before, okay? In the case where I'm calling rabid, far-right, insane terrorists, like settler terrorists, that were fucking burning aid going into Gaza. I called those motherfuckers inbred in the same way that I call the KKK inbred, okay? He literally turned around and said, those guys are probably just nice guys doing charity. Why would you think that they are inbred? Why would you say that they're inbred? It's because you're secretly anti-Semitic or overtly anti-Semitic. They're charity workers. And you know what else he did? He cut the part where I describe who those guys are. So that's precisely what's going to happen. Throughout this entire hour-long process, Ethan is going to most likely clip key parts of my reaction and, one, cry that I'm watching someone else's video because I'm too afraid to, like, respond to him or something, which is idiotic, okay? I've already said I would respond to him directly, okay? That's number one. What more do you want? I'm here. It's my statements that you've clipped out of fucking context, and it's something that I've addressed a million times over. That's number one. Number two, okay? Throughout this entire content puke, he just over and over again either clips me out of context or directly just operates on false information, okay? Straight up false information. Information coming from parties that have every reason to fucking lie, like the Saudi royal family newspaper. He then watched a clip from Sex Pest and he's Reddit where they edited out you showing the context of them settlers as extremists destroying aid and pretended like you had no response. It was insane. Can you... If someone can find me that, I do want to see that, because I have not seen his actual reaction to it, but I heard that he actually literally clipped me out of context while I was offering context to the first instance where he clipped me out of context. It's pretty crazy. Yes, the clip he showed you after your correction was cut to make it look like you were yelling at an innocent chatter for moving the goalpost when the previous 30 seconds was you providing 2 levels of context. No, it's not this.
Inbred fucking douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes standing back there.
Entirely comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, I reacted to this. I reacted to this clip on stream. Okay? I reacted to this clip on stream and I re-offered the fucking context. Okay? I re-offered. Is this the part? Oh, here, look at this. Look. Here, we'll start here, okay? Ethan Klein's content nuke on Hasan Piker backfired beautifully by North Star Radio 13 days ago. Okay, look at this.
Oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what they're doing. Congratulations. Enjoy the distinction. Sims is a dumb fucking standing by every syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Oh, and I got another shout out in this video. Thanks for keeping the Comrade KC spirit alive.
You spent the next year constantly ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well. And then you're going to be like, meh, 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 whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of...
This guy is really throwing spaghetti at the wall. He's accused me of being racist. And that to me is...
Wait, I'm not... Okay, first of all, I don't think I need to accuse Ethan Klein of being racist. I think there's plenty fucking evidence to show that, you know, you have said and done a lot of racist shit, big dog. You are currently defending an apartheid state that is doing a genocide by attacking every fucking pro-Palestinian content creator. That in and of itself, before we get to the fucking N-word compilation, which, by the way, ironically, he used like my bro tips videos to be like, oh, the gloves are off, dude. There is literally a metric ton of horrifying things that this dude has done, including but not limited to the Boston bombing thing that I saw recently, which is so psychotic. I'm not going to fucking play it. Okay. Like, it is shocking that bro tips videos. Exactly. It's like videos that I've literally addressed 1,000,000 times over. And he turns around and he's like, yeah, those videos. Yeah, dude, I learned. I was fucking 21, by the way. You were like 30 when you were saying, you were my age when you were fucking doing N-word compilations. Okay. Jesus Christ. You were my age now. Yes, I've grown from my past reactionary perspectives. I've addressed them on leftovers alongside him.
Like, my eyes rolled all the way in the back of my head if I had a seizure. Going after brown people, I'm assuming he's talking about people like Frogan and others who, by the way, I have never attacked unprovoked. Every single time I've talked about Frogan was a direct response to her. Every time. So what, she's brown? That's your takeaway? Is that because she's brown? That's the only reason I care that she's making fun of October 7th victims? That she's brown? That's for real? Are you being serious right now? Are you actually being serious right now? You're actually making this point right now. Okay, exactly. This is the brown people that he's talking about.
All right, I don't care about this stuff. All right.
With this content nuke that took 2 months, he makes a fool of himself twice with this one clip. First, it's on H3 Show 105, where Ethan reacts to a compilation of Hasan calling Jewish supremacists inbred.
Inbred. Douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes standing back there.
Entirely comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these.
Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Wait, benign. They look like they're helping. I wonder what the context of this was.
It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Yeah, so Ethan just...
Does he know? I mean, if he fucking watched the whole video of me talking about these guys, he would have known. But no, of course he doesn't know. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is specifically to tell you that because he is a malicious actor, he is bad faith, he does not give a fuck about the context, okay? He doesn't give a fuck about the context, and you'll see exactly what I mean by this. Not only does Comrade Casey describe the context of who these guys are, they're settler terrorists who are literally burning aid.
Settlers trucks from entering Gaza and stealing and destroying.
This is the context. This is why I was calling inbred. He's so mad that I'm calling these dudes inbred, okay?
Inside. They're not doing charity like Ethan thinks they are.
This comes just days after...
Ethan doesn't think that they're doing charity, man. He knows he's fucking lying to his audience to be pro... He's lying to his audience to do pro-Israel propaganda, to present prominent pro-Palestinian voices as purely anti-Semitic, okay? And it's not a particularly sophisticated way to do this either. It's very dumb. That's what's so crazy about it, because as long as his audience doesn't seek out the truth, as long as his audience doesn't look for the context, or maybe they do look for the context, and then they go back to Ethan and say, hey, Ethan, why did you lie about this? I found the context of this. Maybe you didn't source your content, puke, that well, right? You'll get banned. That's it.
Israeli settlers blocked aid trucks headed to Gaza through the occupied West Bank from Jordan. Footage of the incident shows settlers raiding the aid trucks, throwing food into the road and setting fire to vehicles at the Tarkumia checkpoint near Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian truck drivers say they fear for their lives after the attack.
We went to the checkpoint, and after the check, we were surprised to see settlers on the roundabout of the checkpoint. They damaged the cars, they tore the tires off the
Anyway, this stuff is providing additional context, but here...
But once again takes it out of context and makes himself look like a fool all over again.
And at a certain point, people are going to be like, you're using these sorts of clips out of context?
Bro, he is so pathetic. First of all, he hasn't watched the video. And this is like one of his main go-tos for any criticism. It's always like,
well, why are you deliberately cutting the second time I address the context? Why are you doing that? You know? Why are you doing that?
Out of context. He hasn't watched the video. What's out of context, bro? Your reaction is out of context. You got no context.
Notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. Yeah, he literally clips it so that this is me addressing how Ethan cut the inbred thing out of context. And then simultaneously called these guys wonderful, wonderful people, okay? Remember, settler terrorists who are engaging in an act of burning aid that's supposed to be going into Gaza at this point. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the...
But you didn't...
What is he talking about?
Apparently a chatter is calling him out like, he says, how do you know the context? You haven't watched the video, I'm assuming. Was it? But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is. So there was no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it.
I have.
He hasn't cited anything that's out of context.
The video, this is precisely why I said having a back and forth over clip chimps is never going to be productive. This was the reason why, aside from the fact that it really pisses him off, and I think that's kind of funny, and he even cried apparently on camera because I hadn't watched it. Once again, the reason why watching the fucking context puke on stream is not something that I'm terrified of. I will address it face to face so you can't fucking clip me out of context in person. That's it. That's it. Because you did it after the fact.
He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like... What is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing. He just...
Why do people watch him? Why is he so handsome? I hate it. Oh, why do people watch him?
He just regurgitates words. It's just word vomit.
Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is.
Dude, you haven't seen it.
And also, notice how you move the needle. You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is.
Yeah,
and you immediately moved on. And you're like, well, that's not the major point of the video.
You didn't do the context thing.
Yes, I did. You didn't see it, dumbass. I love that him reacting to this and going, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. What is he talking about? Hey, man, why don't you look at the fucking full clip and not just the parts that you got from the sex pestiny community, from the sex pestiny subreddit that has migrated over to your subreddit now? Why do you do zero research? Also, it's not even sex pestiny at this point. Like, why the fuck doesn't Dan interfere and go, hey, maybe there's more to the story? Like, holy shit, Dan, come on, big dog. What the fuck is going on here? Like, what is happening?
Explain
at a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect? I guess you do.
How do you know they're incorrect? He's not. What is he saying?
If you missed it, here's the part of the video Ethan very conveniently skips over.
Chatter was asking for how certain things are clipped out of context. Here, this is a great example. Inbred douchebags in the background,
They're just dudes standing back there.
Entirely comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box.
They're doing charity. Like, you have to be insane, legitimately, to think that I would look at a bunch of Jewish guys doing charity and call them fucking inbred. Okay? You would have to literally be insane. Here's the context. Remember, by the way, this is a video that he quote unquote researched for months.
Or something like they're helping, and he's going, "Oh, look at these." It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
So, does that make sense? Do you understand now? And I mean every single clip that he used, every single one is exactly like this. Where's that one chatter who asked that question? I assume he f***ed off immediately after coming in and saying, like, this is, he said some other stupid shit. I mean, that's clearly not the messaging of the video. If you're saying his claim is you scared him, do you have any media literacy whatsoever? Do you think I need media literacy to understand a YouTube drama slop video? Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is. And also, notice how you move the needle, you move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded. Oh, wow. So now this is doubly cut, doubly devoid of the context. Okay? The initial clip is presented to make it seem like I'm saying, like, oh, random Jewish people are like Jews are inbred or something like that. Okay? Then he plays that on his stream where I react to a chatter and explain to the chatter how Ethan actually purposely manipulates clips to drive home a fucking point about my supposed anti-Semitism, okay? And then when I react to that, he clips that out of context too. He just chops the context again and again. This is precisely the reason why entertaining the fucking content puke is idiotic. I'm sure on Wednesday, he is going to do a couple different things. Is Wednesday the day that he's, tomorrow he's going to be live, right? He'll lie about a bunch of shit. He'll then turn around, okay, and say, Hasan is too scared of my brilliant content puke, okay? He'll say, Hasan is terrified of my content puke, my intellectual prowess. I've dominated him in the marketplace of ideas. Then he'll turn around and clip a bunch of shit that I looked at today out of context to extend his crash out. This is why this is a purely unproductive, idiotic thing to entertain and engage in. Okay? I stand on my position. And that is that Ethan Klein is doing Hasbara, either because he's fucking stupid and doesn't know the history of the nation state that he's trying to defend, or because he's malicious. Okay? It's got to be one or the other. Either you're fucking stupid and you don't know the history of Israel, or you don't know the history of Palestine, or you are intentionally obfuscating the truth. Maybe it's a bit of both. I don't know. Or maybe it's a secret fourth thing. I genuinely don't know. Okay? And people in the chat are saying paid. No, he's not fucking paid by the state of Israel. You guys are stupid. Okay? That's ridiculous. This is entirely too narcissistic. But ultimately, it's one or the other. We just looked at even a couple different instances where he just straight up does not understand how the Nakba occurred. He straight up compares Jewish people from Arab nations voluntarily moving to Israel or leaving their countries, some of which were literally pressured by the Israeli state, because that was the settler colonial project's goal, was to bring as many Jews to Israel as possible, because that's what you do when you're a settler colony. Okay? And he just straight up fucking incorrectly interprets all of that to a degree that I think is unconscionable and completely propaganda for the state of Israel. That's it. He is doing propaganda for the state of Israel. There are so many people, so many resources, academics that he could rely on. But no. Okay, take a look in the mirror, my friend. 46-month subscriber. Debate lording at 10 p.m. is crazy. My brother in Allah, you are watching an edited video from your own community. First of all, this person is not... Wait, what? Oh my God! Wait. 46-month subscriber went, take a look in the mirror, my friend, my brother in Allah, and then said the N-word. Bro, are Ethan fans okay? Is this a Sex Pestiny fan or an Ethan fan? Like, how does that happen? Bro just said the N-word with the ER. Did he get hacked or something? What is this? One content puke later. Normal guy otherwise, okay? Normal guy otherwise, Nick Pollum fan, okay? Will is the best. And then watches one content puke and instantly just saying the N-word. Are you all right, dude? What the fuck? This dude had a mental break. I think he was a fan of mine a couple years ago too. I really want to investigate what happened here. You know what I mean? Like I want to unban him to ask him. Oh, they unfollowed. Following since October 1st, 2020. unfollowed after 5 years, and his last message in the chat is just the N-word with a hard R. Wow. I guess we'll never know what the fuck happened. Oh, he's an Asmongold fan? I'm out after Asmon's comments? No, he's not saying he's after. He's out. He's not an Asmon fan. You can't say that he's an Asmon fan from this. Oh my God, account suspended or deactivated. One of the funniest things that people don't understand is that I probably have like 11 Twitch moderators in my chat at any given moment because of the political content that I cover. And if I'm actually in violation of terms of service, they'll fucking clap my ass cheeks. Okay. This is why people don't understand that others who routinely violate terms of service by saying the N-word or telling me to kill myself oftentimes get, clapped instantaneously. That's why it's so funny when they're like, yeah, dude, Hasan is in the pocket of Twitch. Meanwhile, it's like, no, they're making sure that I'm not fucking up and saying some shit that will make it to front page news. Anyway, describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the...
But you didn't...
What is he talking about?
Apparently a chatter is calling him out like, he says, how do you know the context? You didn't watch the video. I'm assuming it was it. But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is, so there's no goal. There was no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like, what is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally...
I like that he clipped it out of context, or at least got it from Sex Pestini's subreddit out of context. And now he's just confused by it. He's like, what is he talking about? Why are people watching him? It's like, brother, you have the capacity to look for the context. You know what I mean? You have a whole team of producers and shit over there. Like, you could just be like, hey, Dan, can you pull up the stream for from when Hasan said this? It's so perfect that they noticed something seemed missing from the clip. He felt something was off.
Literally will talk and drone on about nothing.
I mean, how can you be so confident in your hallucinations that you make such a foolish error? I guess when your very progressive audience gets replaced with Destiny fans who flood your subreddit with clipped out of context footage, that's how it happens. Oh, but Ethan doesn't know Destiny, so that can't possibly be the case. Even though this post and this post and this post and this post were either from the Destiny subreddit or from the H3 subreddit posted by someone active on the Destiny subreddit. I mean, just look at this chart from overlapping communities on Reddit. The blowback from the content nuke really started to materialize in H3 show 106.
Anyway. There's a recent stream where he clips out someone mentioning Bad Empanada. The crew compared you to Asmon and the... What? And dumbass says the moldy doesn't matter. It's all bullshit. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to see Dan saying some shit. He's employed. Okay? It's going to break my fucking brain. I don't want to see that. Okay? For me, that's a bridge too far. Okay? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to think about it. That's, don't show that shit to me, please. Stop. Okay. Is a reconciliation possible? Brother, what are you talking about? This man is literally spending insane amounts of time fucking not only lying about me in like very obvious, very noticeable, very silly ways, but also he's actively defending Israel, which lying about me is one thing, okay? Make all the drama slop you want to make, okay? Go ahead, King. But fucking coming out and just doing the shittiest Hasbara that I've ever fucking seen is unacceptable.
Sex criminal Destiny, whose community he used to source most of the disinformation featured in this video.
Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, you know.
Yeah. Please, Twitch, ban Hasan. Please. Please ban Hasan. They don't even care. They're just making up lies about they don't even care if they're making up lies about you. Cry more. Who cares about the lies against you, lol? You're confused by everything. You're slow. All I hear is crying. Nobody's terrified of you, homie Lamau. Nobody cares. That's what. Cry more. Who cares about lies against you? Dude. Brother, please. I need you to understand something, okay? It's not even about me, okay? If you feel this way about anybody, you gotta check your priorities, dude. That's crazy. What do you mean? Who cares? Lamau, cry more. Who cares? I mean, I'm not even fucking crying. That's... They're actively clipping this on Twitter. Seek help, my man. This is not good. Truly, it's not good for you to have this level of hatred in your heart, you know? But yeah, like I said, they'll clip stuff from this limited reaction that I had, also out of context, and they'll go off of that context and we'll continue the farming operation. You know? But you do have to address the Biba situation. Gila literally said they hate you. I know. It's weird. I don't know why. Oh my God, watch the video. You watched some of the video. Oh my God, cry more, baby. Yes, I'm crying. I'm crying really hard. It truly destroyed me. Hearing Ethan clip shit out of context and then complain over it over and over again with spooky music. Like, oh, he keeps saying Jews are inbred over and over again. Hasan, you should put a clock on how long you've been live. Someone on screen so these clips become obviously clipped. It doesn't matter. It's also funny because then it's just like we'll say some racist ass shit. You laugh at dead babies, lol. You have hatred for dead babies. What? When I met Ethan Klein, he was surprisingly rude. Hasan is oddly hot in a way that shouldn't make sense, but absolutely does. He's got that rugged, slightly unkempt look. Why do they need to make sure you don't say some shit that makes it to front page news if you're the one who isn't racist? My sister unalived herself because of you. You laugh at dead babies, lol. Are you okay? At least this one got banned before he dropped the hard R. God damn, dude. People are fucking really coming out of the woodworks today, huh?
Let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
Yes, Ethan, you. After following around Hasidic Jews and secretly recording them.
The Jewy Jew, not just this Jew like, me or Ela, but this is home of the super Jew. The Jew, the dirty, grimy, jacket-wearing Jews. Real dirty ass. Nasty.
You went on to say that they are inbred because nobody else could want to reproduce with them on account of how filthy they are.
Yeah, Ashkenazi Jews were all inbred. To be honest, there's like stinky suit wearing, like, bro, you have to be very generous to fuck a Hasidic Jew. They wear the suits, they got the hats, they don't shower nearly enough, they rock the black suit. They stink, bro.
Ethan's supposed outrage over anti-Semitism is clearly fake. He is singularly concerned with criticism of Israel, and even insisted that Twitch put a Jewish organization, heavily implied to be the ADL, in charge of censoring criticism on Zionism.
It's official. Twitch has said Zionism as a slur is no longer allowed, people. So who's going to make that call? If it was like some Jewish advocacy group that was involved in these decisions, then I think like, okay, that might be legit.
For the record, the ADL considers all criticism of Zionism to be anti-Semitic. Ethan is an uneducated moron who is spreading political disinformation in defense of a genocidal apartheid state.
Jesus Christ, dude. Bro, I came into watching like a month ago, so this is a fucking ride. Ay. Yeah. Can't believe I love how your ops like E and Diddy Saltman have constantly defeated, looking constantly disheveled, knowing how pathetic they are. I mean, what do I say? Jesus Christ. I feel like this community in and of itself is already knowledgeable enough that if I were to just like play the fucking content puke on its own and just walk away for the 2 hours and 30 minutes or however long it fucking is, you would already be able to address it in real time. You know? I'm surprised someone hasn't already made like all the out of context clips. Like someone like Lil Bear hasn't already taken all the out of context clips and then expanded them to offer what I was saying and how Ethan maliciously clipped it.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show.
Okay, I don't want to look at this. This is too much. Watch Bad Empanadas content, Zara La Bamba, the people demanded. Dog, that shit is 4 hours long. You're out of your freaking mind if you think I'm going to watch. If you think I'm going to watch 4 hours of Bad Empanada, you're crazy. No disrespect. I'm glad he did that. And I'm sure the way I see it, like Bad Empanada probably addressed all of the fucking insane shit that Ethan said. All the insane shit that Ethan said that's like just objectively wrong and ahistorical, and most likely doesn't give a shit about what was like clipped out of context in terms of like what I have said. But yeah, this is interesting. The disinformation tracker. I was unfamiliar with this channel. On his alt channel, he uploaded 5-10 minute scripted and edited videos on most of the points in the Bomba. I started watching in 2021 when I met my girlfriend of 3.5 years now. I used to be a moderate conservative Trump guy who watched Jordan Peterson. This has been a wild ride, lol. This shit has been mad funny, but also kind of nutty in retrospect. Yes. I mean, look, there are many others like you in this community. That is also partially the reason why. But if it's out of context and you show us the context, I'm going to lose my mind. I literally just did for at least 5 of the key things that he brought forward in his argument. What the fuck? Now Ethan will clip me just reacting to this chatter and be like, why does he keep saying he looked at the context? He never did.
Hello, everyone. I just like.
In his content nuke on Hassan Piker, Ethan Klein heavily implied was good about the story of Anne Frank's is simply that she did not hate the Germans who genocided her and her family, nor fight back against them, which he frames as resorting to violence. Let's talk about what this implies about his worldview. Yeah, I didn't even see that part. That's an insane thing to say. Here's the condensed version of the Bad Empanada video. Okay, we're not gonna. That's crazy. He's made condensed versions of every part of this. Sex pest Ethan Klein harasses teenager. Content nuke destroyed. Number 10. Has he not heard of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? I am sure he did. But yeah. Bad Empanada doesn't seem very bright. No, Bad Empanada is a psychopath, but a brilliant one. No, he is... His shit is airtight. He's just like a complete psycho on social media. I like, if you remember when he was talking about like loner box and stuff in the past, like I don't entirely trust him when it comes to like drama, you know what I mean, about like people that he despises. But his work, especially his standalone work that is heavily sourced. Like if you were to watch just his YouTube videos and had no fucking clue, if you were to just watch his YouTube videos on history, on various instances, like various revolutions, revolutionary figures, just history in general, it's incredible. He is very good at doing breakdown videos. On the other hand, when he talks about like, you know, when he just talks about other content creators, he's definitely wild. You're describing how I know about him, lol. I don't use Twitter. Yeah, I'm telling you right now. Okay? Listen to me. If you don't know that he even has a... When you say he's a psychopath, you realize this in context of him giving no quarter to genocide supporters. He's talking about VND's pedo allegations for years. He's right about everything just too early. Dude, come on. We're in the game of optics, okay? Come on. We're in the game of optics. I'm literally telling you right now, I just said he has brilliant videos, okay, that are incredibly well sourced, addressing a chatter that said he doesn't seem smart. No, he is. He is. He's very smart. And he's also incredibly well read. but like, let me have this. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're exaggerating. He's just a bit mean on the timeline. Okay, listen. He's very smart, but when you're in his crosshairs, he will fucking definitely take it multiple steps too far. Okay. Also, there's no reason to have this back and forth. Okay. He said he's left's attack dog at your order on the recent Deprograms episode. Oh God. He's also said before, at best you're center left. I like that. He's right. It's people like him that make me look tame in comparison. And it's not necessarily wrong or bad. Okay? It's good. Because in terms of my advocacy, regardless of my worldview, okay, regardless of what I think is best for the future of mankind, my advocacy is so tame, with certain exceptions. My advocacy is basic social democracy with like anti-imperialism. That's it. Like, I'm a no-war social democrat if you just listen to what I have to say. That is what I believe is the best way forward in the interim. So when people fucking yell at me and present me as some like rabid fucking, Maoist third worldist or whatever, I always find it really funny. Like, you ain't never seen a real fucking third worldist, And it's not even a con. It's not like I'm sheltering my true opinion. This is my true opinion. I think that in order for there to be any sort of class consciousness in the United States of America, we have a lot of organizing to engage in. We have a lot of advocacy that we must engage in. Okay? There's no labor militancy in this country. It's not even me hiding my power level. Especially because I openly admit what my perspective is all the time. But even then, for the average American, they hear me advocate for fucking... They hear me advocate for like modest expansions of the pre-existing welfare state, and they go, that's the most radical communist thing I've ever heard. This guy must be killed. We must kill this man immediately. He is a genuine threat. I mean, look at this. All this like extended Ethan Klein crash out included. How the fuck did it happen? It happened because my radical perspective is, yeah, I don't think you should do a fucking genocide on an apartheid state and 75 years of occupation. Of course, people are going to fucking lash back at that. Of course, people, when you push them into a corner, are going to fight out of that corner. What the fuck are you thinking? That is my radical perspective here. That has led people into trying to scour the internet with a fine-tooth comb to find like any and everything I must have said. Any and everything I must have said that, ooh, he's laughing at dead babies. He wants to kill dead Israeli children. He wants to kill Israeli children dead. Like, it's like fucking ridiculous. You're an insane person. Is there a video with all the context? I'm confused and would genuinely love to hear like why some ugly things were said. In terms of like, here, this video is the one I'll always point to. Here, there's numerous videos. But I would say that this is the best
as are
one.
all-
Okay. Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker explained. Now, this video is from 4 months ago, 5 months ago. If you watch this video to completion, you will realize that I'm actually addressing a lot of the points that Ethan brings up in his content puke. So how did I actually address these points before the content puke came out, you might be wondering. Okay? Virtually all of them. So how? How is that possible? Did Ethan not see that this video exists? Did he not recognize that there was a video out there of me basically describing my position on a lot of the arguments that were being launched? How did I pre-watch his content puke? Do I have the power of witchcraft? Do I have the power of seeing the future? Or perhaps the content puke is an assortment of clips that were clipped out of context long before this content puke ever existed. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Take a break from the internet and do some soul searching. I mean, I hate racists, if that's what you're talking about, but I think I'm good. Here come the alts? No. I mean, the premise of the nuke is that he's a dumb fuck who didn't even research his own podcast host before starting a political show. It's embarrassing. I mean, yeah. That's it, though. God forbid, you're not racist? No. This is shocking to you? Why is this shocking to you? Wait, do you think I'm like another content creator or something? What's going on? If you look at the way they see things is really stan culture shit, I know. No, I want to know why this person thinks I'm racist. I would love to find out. Maybe. You're racist towards Israel? You kidding me? I'm racist towards a genocidal apartheid state? Not Israelis. I've had plenty of Israelis. There's plenty of Israelis in my community, and I've had plenty of Israelis, including members of the Knesset, on my broadcast. I've had Israeli academics on this broadcast. I've relied on the work of Israeli academics to inform my perspective on Israel. Okay? But if you say I'm racist towards Israel, do you mean like the apartheid state that's doing a genocide? I'm not racist towards Israel, but I dislike the apartheid. Okay, IG, that's how you can sleep at night. The real question is how you can sleep at night. You want them to die, lol? No, I do not. There has never been a moment where I've said that they should die. You just made that up. If I had opinions like that, you would be valid in saying that. I mean, I don't know if you could say racist, but you could say I'm fucking an extremist, a bigot. You want them to be murdered by terrorists. No, I do not. No, I do not want that at all. Where are you getting this information from? Do you have any... I'm just going to ask a very easy to answer question. Do you think Israel is an apartheid state? And do you think Israel is doing a genocide? Do you know what those words mean? Do you think Israel is a race? Okay, I think they left. Yeah, it's like saying you're racist towards Americans because you think that the Iraq war is unconscionable. You know? Like, wow, you said that America invaded Iraq illegally. You are racist towards Americans. You want all Americans to be all Americans to be killed by terrorists. She responded, what is this? Of course, doesn't mean the people in Israel deserve to die, just like the people in Palestine don't deserve to die. Yeah, but I don't believe that the people in Israel deserve to die. I've never once said that the people in Israel deserve to die. So why are you upset at me over a thing I never said? Did you perhaps see a clip that was out of context and it made you, it led you to false assumptions? Maybe that's what's going on? Then why support these terrorist groups? Do you understand that if you admit that Israel is doing a genocide and Israel is an apartheid state, that of course there is going to be a reaction to such violence? Do you think people have a right to resist against being genocided? Or do you think they should just sit by and take it? Hasan, you don't even have clips that you're a fool, lol. Wait, what? I'm a fool for saying that if you do a genocide in an apartheid state, that people are going to resist? And that inevitably, considering the escalation of violence, which is always in the hands of the settler colonial entity, that the violence and violence and the resistance is going to match that violence. It'll never actually catch up to that violence because the Palestinian, did I say that? Okay, dude, get some self-awareness. Wait. No, I'm telling you, I've never said that. I don't know why you think you can gaslight me on a thing that you suppose I've said. You can tell they're a foot soldier because they have no political arguments. That's what I'm saying. But this is the sad part. This is what I mean. This person is probably ultimately like a progressive individual. That's what I'm upset about, chatters. Do you not understand? This is precisely what I was talking about. You got like honest to God, people that work in, I don't know, marketing and are like otherwise progressive people coming in here to be like, you're a racist who fucking wants all Israelis to die. And it's just completely untrue. But it doesn't just, if it was just like thinking that about me, that's one thing. It's whatever. Who gives a shit, right? But beyond that, they also literally fucking start believing a whole bunch of stuff that Ethan has said about Israel. It's ridiculous. I don't know why you think you can gaslight me. I'm not. I asked you a question. I said, do you think Israel is an apartheid state and doing a genocide? And you said, of course. And now you're moving on to something entirely different. If you understand that Israel is an apartheid state, then you understand that obviously in circumstances like that, historically and in contemporary society, there's going to be violent resistance against the untold amounts of violence that an apartheid state brings on top of an indigenous population. Okay? It's like coming in here and complaining about the Nat Turner Rebellion or the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising or numerous emancipatory movements that have engaged in acts of violence against like truly horrifying systems of cruelty. That's my point. That's why it doesn't really make sense when you say you understand that Israel's an apartheid state and also conducting a genocide, but then you also think that like I'm supporting terrorists and terrorism and the death of all Israelis or some shit when that's never the case. That's never been the case. You're deflecting from supporting these terrorist groups. Lol, keep rambling, dude. No, no, I'm not. I don't think you're understanding. Okay. Analysis and offering context to how resistance forms against an apartheid and against a genocide is not saying that I agree with everything that they've done. Okay? This is called nuance. I don't think you're understanding, lol. No, I support the Palestinians and I support Palestinian emancipation. Okay? That will always exist as long as people are being killed, as long as people are being slaughtered by the Israeli state. Today it's called Hamas. Yesterday it was called the PLO. Tomorrow it'll be called something different. But it does not matter because fundamentally the people have a right to emancipation. And understandably, the people will resist. And if the standards of violence in an apartheid structure get worse, and they certainly have over 75 years of brutal military occupation, the resistance against that violence is also going to be worse. But once again, I'm trying to explain this to you to the best of my ability, and I feel like it's just kind of going over your head a little bit. Why do you hate the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? Why do you hate Jewish people? Why do you claim that Jews had no right to resist against Nazi Germany? Because if you want to be bad faith, I can be bad faith back to you. Do you understand? Anyway, you will understand one day, 10, 20 years down the line, you'll act like you always understood it. I want you to understand it now. Bro got his clip and dipped. I mean, I didn't give them a clip. This person doesn't actually believe that Palestinians don't deserve to die if they're arguing with advocacy for Palestinians is the same thing as supporting a terrorist group. They are defying their own logic. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. But like I've said, this is why. Just ban me, fucker? What? Just ban the fucker? No, I'm not going to ban him. Why nervous? Confirm you're racist. Confirm your is racist. Why nervous? You need to get off the internet and live a little? Okay, chatter. Well, thanks for the suggestion. It's crazy that if you have a reasonable view of things and don't pick a side, both sides think you're racist and support terrorism. No. I mean, there aren't fucking both sides in a genocide, chatter. Come on. Like, there's a moderate position that you can arrive at, but like there are things that are truly unconscionable. I think genocide is one of them. It's not simply a card that people fucking throw around or a word that people throw around unless they personally don't think it's real. That's what's so gross about the utilization of the term, you're using the genocide card. Okay? It's not a fucking card, man. It's literally what's happening. It's disgusting that you think that it's just a card that people are using. Why are these people displaying disdain for you and advocating for you to go and have a lovely day? It doesn't make sense. It's just, I think the ultimate goal there is just like, please stop streaming because it makes my favorite content so much worse because Ethan can't stop but respond to you for 7 hours. And I just want to get back to the goofs and gaffs. That's pretty much the reason why they're like, please just take a day off, take a week off, please, so we can go back to watching fun stuff. So I apologize to the foot soldiers for ruining your content tomorrow. Anyway. Came back from Japan to sit on the internet and read comments all day, every day. Okay, this person is changing tactics and it's actually genuinely confusing. If you think I'm a racist person who wants to fucking like kill all Israelis or whatever, why the fuck do you want me to, why do you want me to have a nice day? Like, you should want me to fucking kill myself. That doesn't make any sense. Also, this is my job and I greatly enjoy it, especially because when I have conversations with a chatter like that, there are at least like 3 to 4, maybe 10, maybe 1,000 people that go, you know what? Maybe I misunderstood Hasan's position. And then they have their minds changed. And that's why I do what I do. Anyway, love you guys and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
All the chatter's trickling in has helped people hate.
Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.